Chapter 29 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 29. The Unprotected. We often hear of the distress of the Negro servants on the loss of a kind master, and with good reason, for no creature on God's earth is left more utterly unprotected and desolate than the slave in these circumstances. The child who has lost a father has still the protection of friends and of the law. He is something and can do something, has acknowledged rights and position. The slave has none. The law regards him in every respect as devoid of rights as a bale of merchandise. The only possible acknowledgment of any of the longings and wants of a human and immortal creature which are given to him comes to him through the sovereign and irresponsible will of his master, and when that master is stricken down, nothing remains. The number of those men who know how to use wholly irresponsible power humanely and generously is small. Everybody knows this, and the slave knows it best of all, so that he feels that there are 10 chances of his finding an abusive and tyrannical master to 1 of his finding a considerate and kind one. Therefore is it that the wail over a kind master is long and loud, as well it may be. When St. Clair breathed his last, terror and consternation took hold of all his household. He had been stricken down so in a moment, in the flower and strength of his youth. Every room and gallery of the house resounded with sobs and shrieks of despair. Marie, whose nervous system had been enervated by a constant course of self-indulgence, had nothing to support the terror of the shock, and at the time her husband breathed his last was passing from one fainting fit to another, and he to whom she had been joined in the mysterious tie of marriage passed from her forever, without the possibility of even a parting word. Miss Ophelia, with characteristic strength and self-control, had remained with her kinsman to the last, all eye, all ear, all attention, doing everything of the little that could be done, and joining with her whole soul in the tender and impassioned prayers which the poor slave had poured forth for the soul of his dying master. When they were arranging him for his last rest, they found upon his bosom a small, plain, miniature case, opening with a spring. It was the miniature of a noble and beautiful female face, and on the reverse, under a crystal, a lock of dark hair. They laid them back on the lifeless breast. Dust to dust, poor mournful relics of early dreams, which once made that cold heart beat so warmly. Tom's whole soul was filled with thoughts of eternity, and while he ministered around the lifeless clay he did not once think that the sudden stroke had left him in hopeless slavery. He felt at peace about his master, for in that hour when he had poured forth his prayer into the bosom of his Father, he had found an answer of quietness and assurance springing up within himself. In the depths of his own affectionate nature he felt able to perceive something of the fullness of divine love, for an old oracle hath thus written, "He that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him." Tom hoped and trusted, and was at peace. But the funeral passed with all its pageant of black crape and prayers and solemn faces, and back rolled the cool muddy waves of everyday life, and up came the everlasting hard inquiry of what is to be done next. It rose to the mind of Marie as, dressed in loose mourning robes and surrounded by anxious servants, she sat up in a great easy-chair and inspected samples of crape and bombazine. It rose to Miss Ophelia, who began to turn her thoughts toward her northern home. It rose in silent terrors to the minds of the servants, who well knew the unfeeling, tyrannical character of the mistress in whose hands they were left. All knew very well that the indulgences which had been accorded to them were not from their mistress, but from their master, and that now he was gone there would be no screen between them and every tyrannous infliction which a temper soured by affliction might devise. It was about a fortnight after the funeral that Miss Ophelia, busied one day in her apartment, heard a gentle tap at the door. She opened it, and there stood Rosa, the pretty young Quadroon, whom we have before often noticed, her hair in disorder, and her eyes swelled with crying. "Oh, Miss Feely," she said, falling on her knees and catching the skirt of her dress, "do go to Miss Marie for me. Do plead for me. She's going to send me out to be whipped. Look there!" And she handed to Miss Ophelia a paper. It was an order, written in Marie's delicate Italian hand, to the master of a whipping establishment, to give the bearer 15 lashes. "What have you been doing?" said Miss Ophelia. "You know, Miss Feely, I've got such a bad temper. It's very bad of me. I was trying on Miss Marie's dress, and she slapped my face, and I spoke out before I thought, and was saucy, and she said that she'd bring me down and have me know once for all that I wasn't going to be so topping as I had been, and she wrote this, and says I shall carry it. I'd rather she'd kill me right out." Miss Ophelia stood considering, with the paper in her hand. "You see, Miss Feely," said Rosa, "I don't mind the whipping so much, if Miss Marie or you was to do it, but to be sent to a man, and such a horrid man, the shame of it, Miss Feely." Miss Ophelia well knew that it was the universal custom to send women and young girls to whipping houses, to the hands of the lowest of men, men vile enough to make this their profession, there to be subjected to brutal exposure and shameful correction. She had known it before, but hitherto she had never realized it, till she saw the slender form of Rosa almost convulsed with distress. All the honest blood of womanhood, the strong New England blood of liberty, flushed to her cheeks and throbbed bitterly in her indignant heart, but with habitual prudence and self-control she mastered herself, and crushing the paper firmly in her hand, she merely said to Rosa, "Sit down, child, while I go to your mistress." "Shameful, monstrous, outrageous," she said to herself as she was crossing the parlour. She found Marie sitting up in her easy-chair, with Mammy standing by her combing her hair. Jane sat on the ground before her, busy in chafing her feet. "How do you find yourself to-day?" said Miss Ophelia. A deep sigh and a closing of the eyes was the only reply for a moment, and then Marie answered, "Oh, I don't know, cousin. I suppose I'm as well as I ever shall be." And Marie wiped her eyes with a cambric handkerchief bordered with an inch deep of black. "I came," said Miss Ophelia, with a short dry cough, such as commonly introduces a difficult subject, "I came to speak with you about poor Rosa." Marie's eyes were open wide enough now, and a flush rose to her sallow cheeks as she answered sharply, "Well, what about her?" "She is very sorry for her fault." "She is she? She'll be sorrier before I've done with her. I've endured that child's impudence long enough, and now I'll bring her down. I'll make her lie in the dust." "But could you not punish her some other way? Some way that would be less shameful?" "I mean to shame her. That's just what I want. She has all her life presumed on her delicacy, and her good looks, and her ladylike airs, till she forgets who she is. And I'll give her one lesson that will bring her down, I fancy." "But, cousin, consider that, if you destroy delicacy and a sense of shame in a young girl, you deprave her very fast." "Delicacy!" said Marie, with a scornful laugh. "A fine word for such as she! I'll teach her, with all her airs, that she's no better than the raggedest black wench that walks the streets, She'll take no more airs with me." "You will answer to God for such cruelty," said Miss Ophelia, with energy. "Cruelty! I'd like to know what the cruelty is. I wrote orders for only 15 lashes, and told him to put them on lightly. I'm sure there's no cruelty there." "No cruelty?" said Miss Ophelia. "I'm sure any girl might rather be killed outright." "It might seem so to anybody with your feeling. But all these creatures get used to it. It's the only way they can be kept in order. Once let them feel that they are to take any airs about delicacy and all that, and they'll run all over you, just as my servants always have. I've begun now to bring them under, and I'll have them all know that I'll send one out to be whipped as soon as another, if they don't mind themselves," said Marie, looking around her decidedly. Jane hung her head and cowered at this, for she felt as if it was particularly directed to her. Miss Ophelia sat for a moment as if she had swallowed some explosive mixture and were ready to burst. Then, recollecting the utter uselessness of contention with such a nature, she shut her lips resolutely, gathered herself up, and walked out of the room. It was hard to go back and tell Rosa that she could do nothing for her, and shortly after one of the manservants came to say that her mistress had ordered him to take Rosa with him to the whipping house, whither she was hurried in spite of her tears and entreaties. A few days after, Tom was standing musing by the balconies when he was joined by Adolphe, who since the death of his master had been entirely crestfallen and disconsolate. Adolphe knew that he had always been an object of dislike to Marie, but while his master lived he had paid but little attention to it. Now that he was gone he had moved about in daily dread and trembling, not knowing what might befall him next. Marie had held several consultations with her lawyer after communicating with St. Clair's brother. It was determined to sell the place and all the servants, except her own personal property, and these she intended to take with her and go back to her father's plantation. "Do you know, Tom, that we've all got to be sold?" said Adolphe. "How did you hear that?" said Tom. "I hid myself behind the curtains when Mrs. was talking with the lawyer. In a few days we shall be sent off to auction, Tom." "The Lord's will be done," said Tom, folding his arms and sighing heavily. "We'll never get another such a master," said Adolphe apprehensively, "but I'd rather be sold than take my chances under Mrs." Tom turned away. His heart was full. The hope of liberty, the thought of distant wife and children, rose up before his patient soul, as to the mariner shipwrecked almost in port rises the vision of the church spire and loving roofs of his native village, seen over the top of some black wave only for one last farewell. He drew his arms tightly over his bosom and choked back the bitter tears, and tried to pray. The poor old soul had such a singular, unaccountable prejudice in favour of liberty, that it was a hard wrench for him, and the more he said, "Thy will be done," the worse he felt. He sought Miss Ophelia, who, ever since Eva's death, had treated him with marked and respectful kindness. "Miss Feely," he said, "Master St. Clair promised me my freedom. He told me that he had begun to take it out for me, and now perhaps if Miss Feely would be good enough to speak about it to Mrs., she would feel like going on with it. Was it as Master St. Clair's wish?" "I'll speak for you, Tom, and do my best," said Miss Ophelia, "but if it depends on Mrs. St. Clair, I can't hope much for you. Nevertheless, I will try." This incident occurred a few days after that of Rosa, while Miss Ophelia was busied in preparations to return north. Seriously reflecting within herself, she considered that perhaps she had shown too hasty a warmth of language in her former interview with Marie, and she resolved that she would now endeavour to moderate her zeal, and to be conciliatory as possible. So the good soul gathered herself up, and taking her knitting, resolved to go into Marie's room, be as agreeable as possible, and negotiate Tom's case with all the diplomatic skill of which she was mistress. She found Marie reclining at length upon a lounge, supporting herself on one elbow by pillows, while Jane, who had been out shopping, was displaying before her certain samples of thin black stuffs. "That will do," said Marie, selecting one. "Only I'm not sure about its being properly mourning." "Laws, missus," said Jane volubly, "Mrs. General Durbanon wore just this very thing after the General died last summer. It makes up lovely." "What do you think?" said Marie to Miss Ophelia. "It's a matter of custom, I suppose," said Miss Ophelia. "You can judge about it better than I." "The fact is," said Marie, "that I haven't a dress in the world that I can wear, and as I'm going to break up the establishment and go off next week, I must decide upon something." "Are you going so soon?" "Yes, St. Clair's brother has written, and he and the lawyer think that the servants and furniture had better be put up at auction and the place left with our lawyer." "There's one thing I wanted to speak with you about," said Miss Ophelia. "Augustine promised Tom his liberty, and began the legal forms necessary to it. I hope you will use your influence to have it perfected." "Indeed, I shall do no such thing," said Marie sharply. "Tom is one of the most valuable servants on the place. It couldn't be afforded anyway. Besides, what does he want of liberty? He's a great deal better off as he is." "But he does desire it very earnestly, and his master promised it," said Miss Ophelia. "I dare say he does want it," said Marie. "They all want it, just because they are a discontented set, always wanting what they haven't got. Now, I'm principled against emancipating in any case. Keep a negro under the care of a master, and he does well enough, and is respectable. But set them free, and they get lazy and won't work, and take to drinking, and go all down to be mean, worthless fellows. I've seen it tried hundreds of times. It's no favor to set them free." "But Tom is so steady, industrious, and pious." "Oh, you needn't tell me. I've seen hundreds like him. He'll do very well as long as he's taken care of. That's all." "But then consider," said Miss Ophelia, "when you set him up for sale, the chances of his getting a bad master." "Oh, that's all humbug," said Marie. "It isn't one time in 100 that a good fellow gets a bad master. Most masters are good, for all the talk that is made. I've lived and grown up here in the South, and I never yet was acquainted with a master that didn't treat his servants well, quite as well as is worth while. I don't feel any fears on that head." "Well," said Miss Ophelia energetically, "I know it was one of the last wishes of your husband that Tom should have his liberty. It was one of the promises that he made to dear little Eva on her deathbed, and I should not think you would feel at liberty to disregard it." Marie had her face covered with her handkerchief at this appeal, and began sobbing and using her smelling bottle with great vehemence. "Everybody goes against me," she said. "Everybody is so inconsiderate. I shouldn't have expected that you would bring up all these remembrances of my troubles to me. It's so inconsiderate. But nobody ever does consider. My trials are so peculiar. It's so hard that when I had only one daughter she should have been taken, and when I had a husband that just exactly suited me, and I'm so hard to be suited, he should be taken, and you seem to have so little feeling for me, and keep bringing it up to me so carelessly, when you know how it overcomes me. I suppose you mean well, but it is very inconsiderate, very." And Marie sobbed and gasped for breath, and called Mammy to open the window, and to bring her the camphor bottle, and to bathe her head and unhook her dress. And in the general confusion that ensued, Miss Ophelia made her escape to her apartment. She saw at once that it would do no good to say anything more, for Marie had an indefinite capacity for hysteric fits, and after this, whenever her husband's or Eva's wishes with regard to the servants were alluded to, she always found it convenient to set one in operation. Miss Ophelia therefore did the next best thing she could for Tom. She wrote a letter to Mrs. Shelby for him, stating his troubles and urging them to send to his relief. The next day Tom and Adolphe and some half a dozen other servants were marched down to a slave warehouse to await the convenience of the trader who was going to make up a lot for auction. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 30. The Slave Warehouse. A slave warehouse. Perhaps some of my readers conjure up horrible visions of such a place. They fancy some foul, obscure den, some horrible Tartarus informis ingens cui lumen ademptum. But no, innocent friend, in these days men have learned the art of sinning expertly and genteelly, so as not to shock the eyes and senses of respectable society. Human property is high in the market, and is, therefore, well fed, well cleaned, tended, and looked after, that it may come to sale sleek and strong and shining. A slave warehouse in New Orleans is a house externally not much unlike many others, kept with neatness, and where every day you may see arranged under a sort of shed along the outside rows of men and women who stand there as a sign of the property sold within. Then you shall be courteously entreated to call and examine, and shall find an abundance of husbands, wives, brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, and young children, to be sold separately or in lots to suit the convenience of the purchaser. And that soul immortal, once bought with blood and anguish by the Son of God, when the earth shook and the rocks rent and the graves were open, can be sold, leased, mortgaged, exchanged for groceries or dry goods to suit the phases of trade or the fancy of the purchaser. It was a day or two after the conversation between Marie and Miss Ophelia that Tom, Adolphe, and about half a dozen others of the St. Clair estate were turned over to the loving kindness of Mr. Skeggs, the keeper of a depot on Street, to await the auction next day. Tom had with him quite a sizable trunk full of clothing, as had most others of them. They were ushered for the night into a long room, where many other men of all ages, sizes, and shades of complexion were assembled, and from which roars of laughter and unthinking merriment were proceeding. "Aha, that's right, go it, boys, go it," said Mr. Skeggs, the keeper. "My people are always so merry. Sambo, I see," he said, speaking approvingly to a burly negro who was performing tricks of low buffoonery which occasioned the shouts which Tom had heard. As might be imagined, Tom was in no humour to join these proceedings, and therefore, setting his trunk as far as possible from the noisy group, he sat down on it and leaned his face against the wall. The dealers in the human article make scrupulous and systematic efforts to promote noisy mirth among them, as a means of drowning reflection and rendering them insensible to their condition. The whole object of the training to which the Negro is put, from the time he is sold in the northern market till he arrives south, is systematically directed towards making him callous, unthinking, and brutal. The slave dealer collects his gang in Virginia or Kentucky, and drives them to some convenient, healthy place, often a watering place, to be fattened. Here they are fed full daily, and because some incline to pine, a fiddle is kept commonly going among them, and they are made to dance daily, and he who refuses to be merry, in whose soul thoughts of wife or child or home are too strong for him to be gay, is marked as sullen and dangerous, and subjected to all the evils which the ill will of an utterly irresponsible and hardened man can inflict upon him. Briskness, alertness, and cheerfulness of appearance, especially before observers, are constantly enforced upon them, both by the hope of thereby getting a good master, and the fear of all that the driver may bring upon them if they prove unsalable. "What dat ar nigger doin' here?" said Sambo, coming up to Tom after Mr. Skeggs had left the room. Sambo was a full black of great size, very lively, voluble, and full of trick and grimace. "What you doin' here?" said Sambo, coming up to Tom and poking him facetiously in the side. "Meditatin', eh?" "I am to be sold at auction to-morrow," said Tom quietly. "Sold at auction, ha, ha! Boys, ain't this yere fun? I wisht I was gwine that ar way. Tell ye, wouldn't I make 'em laugh? But how is it? Dish yere whole lot gwine to-morrow?" said Sambo, laying his hand freely on Adolph's shoulder. "Please to let me alone," said Adolph fiercely, straightening himself up with extreme disgust. "Law, now, boys, dish yere's one of yer white niggers, kind o' cream colour, you know, scented," said he, coming up to Adolph and snuffing. "Oh, Lor! He'd do for a tobaccer shop. They could keep him to scent snuff. Lor! He'd keep a whole shop a gwine, he would." "I say, keep off, can't you?" said Adolph, enraged. "Lor, now, how touchy we is, we white niggers! Look at us, now!" And Sambo gave a ludicrous imitation of Adolph's manner. "Here's de airs and graces. We's been in a good family, I spects." "Yes," said Adolph, "I had a master that could have bought you all for old truck." "Laws, now, only think!" said Sambo, "the gentlemans that we is." "I belong to the St. Clair family," said Adolph proudly. "Lor, you did be hanged if they aren't lucky to get shet of ye. Spects they's gwine to trade ye off with a lot o' old cracked teapots and sich like," said Sambo with a provoking grin. Adolph, enraged at this taunt, flew furiously at his adversary, swearing and striking on every side of him. The rest laughed and shouted, and the uproar brought the keeper to the door. "What now, boys? Order, order!" he said, coming in and flourishing a large whip. All fled in different directions, except Sambo, who, presuming on the favour which the keeper had to him as a licensed wag, stood his ground, ducking his head with a facetious grin whenever the master made a dive at him. "Lor, master, 'tant us! We's reg'lar stiddy. It's these yere new hands. They's real aggravatin'. Kinder pickin' at us all time." The keeper at this turned upon Tom and Adolph, and distributing a few kicks and cuffs without much inquiry, and leaving general orders for all to be good boys and go to sleep, left the apartment. While this scene was going on in the men's sleeping room, the reader may be curious to take a peep at the corresponding apartment allotted to the women. Stretched out in various attitudes over the floor, he may see numberless sleeping forms of every shade of complexion, from the purest ebony to white, and of all years, from childhood to old age, lying now asleep. Here is a fine bright girl of 10 years, whose mother was sold out yesterday, and who to-night cried herself to sleep when nobody was looking at her. Here a worn old negress, whose thin arms and callous fingers tell of hard toil, waiting to be sold to-morrow as a cast-off article for what can be got for her, and some 40 or 50 others, with heads variously enveloped in blankets or articles of clothing, lie stretched around them. But in a corner, sitting apart from the rest, are two females of a more interesting appearance than common. One of these is a respectably dressed mulatto woman between 40 and 50, with soft eyes and a gentle and pleasing physiognomy. She has on her head a high-raised turban made of a gay red Madras handkerchief of the first quality. Her dress is neatly fitted and of good material, showing that she has been provided for with a careful hand. By her side, and nestling closely to her, is a young girl of 15, her daughter. She is a Quadroon, as may be seen from her fairer complexion, though her likeness to her mother is quite discernible. She has the same soft dark eye, with longer lashes, and her curling hair is of a luxuriant brown. She also is dressed with great neatness, and her white delicate hands betray very little acquaintance with servile toil. These two are to be sold to-morrow in the same lot with the St. Clair servants, and the gentleman to whom they belong, and to whom the money for their sale is to be transmitted, is a member of a Christian church in New York, who will receive the money and go thereafter to the sacrament of his Lord and theirs, and think no more of it. These two women, whom we shall call Susan and Emmeline, had been the personal attendants of an amiable and pious lady of New Orleans, by whom they had been carefully and piously instructed and trained. They had been taught to read and write, diligently instructed in the truths of religion, and their lot had been as happy an one as in their condition it was possible to be. But the only son of their protectress had the management of her property, and, by carelessness and extravagance, involved it to a large amount, and at last failed. One of the largest creditors was the respectable firm of B. and Company in New York. B. and Company wrote to their lawyer in New Orleans, who attached the real estate. These two articles and a lot of plantation hands formed the most valuable part of it, and wrote word to that effect to New York. Brother B., being, as we have said, a Christian man and a resident in a free state, felt some uneasiness on the subject. He didn't like trading in slaves and souls of men. Of course he didn't. But then there were $30,000 in the case, and that was rather too much money to be lost for a principal. And so, after much considering and asking advice from those that he knew would advise to suit him, Brother B. wrote to his lawyer to dispose of the business in the way that seemed to him the most suitable, and remit the proceeds. The day after the letter arrived in New Orleans, Susan and Emmeline were attached and sent to the depot to await a general auction on the following morning, and as they glimmer faintly upon us in the moonlight which steals through the grated window, we may listen to their conversation. Both are weeping, but each quietly, that the other may not hear. "Mother, just lay your head on my lap and see if you can't sleep a little," says the girl, trying to appear calm. "I haven't any heart to sleep, Em. I can't. It's the last night we may be together." "Oh, Mother, don't say so. Perhaps we shall get sold together. Who knows?" "If 'twas anybody else's case, I should say so too, Em," said the woman. "But I'm so feared of losing you, that I don't see anything but the danger." "Why, Mother, the man said we were both likely and would sell well." Susan remembered the man's looks and words. With a deadly sickness at her heart, she remembered how he had looked at Emmeline's hands, and lifted up her curly hair, and pronounced her a first-rate article. Susan had been trained as a Christian, brought up in the daily reading of the Bible, and had the same horror of her child's being sold to a life of shame that any other Christian mother might have. But she had no hope, no protection. "Mother, I think we might do first rate, if you could get a place as cook, and I as chambermaid or seamstress in some family." "I dare say we shall. Let's both look as bright and lively as we can, and tell all we can do, and perhaps we shall," said Emmeline. "I want you to brush your hair all back straight tomorrow," said Susan. "What for, Mother? I don't look near so well that way." "Yes, but you'll sell better so." "I don't see why," said the child. "Respectable families would be more apt to buy you if they saw you looked plain and decent, as if you weren't trying to look handsome. I know their ways better'n you do," said Susan. "Well, Mother, then I shall. And, Emmeline, if we shouldn't ever see each other again after tomorrow, if I'm sold way up on a plantation somewhere, and you somewhere else, always remember how you've been brought up, and all Missus has taught you. Take your Bible with you and your hymn book, and if you're faithful to the Lord, He'll be faithful to you." So speaks the poor soul in sore discouragement, for she knows that tomorrow any man, however vile and brutal, however godless and merciless, if he only has money to pay for her, may become owner of her daughter, body and soul. And then, how is the child to be faithful? She thinks of all this as she holds her daughter in her arms, and wishes that she were not so handsome and attractive. It seems almost an aggravation to her to remember how purely and piously, how much above the ordinary lot, she has been brought up, but she has no resort but to pray, and many such prayers to God have gone up from those same trim, neatly arranged, respectable slave prisons, prayers which God has not forgotten, as the coming day shall show, for it is written, "Who causeth one of these little ones to offend, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depths of the sea." The soft, earnest, quiet moonbeam looks in fixedly, marking the bars of the grated windows on the prostrate, sleeping forms. The mother and daughter are singing together a wild and melancholy dirge, common as a funeral hymn among the slaves. "Oh, where is weeping Mary? Oh, where is weeping Mary, rived in the goodly land? She is dead and gone to heaven, she is dead and gone to heaven, rived in the goodly land." These words, sung by voices of a peculiar and melancholy sweetness, in an air which seemed like the sighing of earthly despair after heavenly hope, floated through the dark prison rooms with a pathetic cadence, as verse after verse was breathed out. "Oh, where are Paul and Silas? Oh, where are Paul and Silas? Gone to the goodly land. They are dead and gone to heaven. They are dead and gone to heaven, rived in the goodly land." Sing on, poor souls, the night is short, and the morning will part you for ever. But now it is morning, and everybody is astir, and the worthy Mr. Skeggs is busy and bright, for a lot of goods is to be fitted out for auction. There is a brisk lookout on the toilet, injunctions passed around to every one to put on their best face and be spry, and now all are arranged in a circle for a last review before they are marched up to the Bourse. Mr. Skeggs, with his palmetto on, and his cigar in his mouth, walks around to put farewell touches on his wares. "How's this?" he said, stepping in front of Susan and Emmeline. "Where's your curls, gal?" The girl looked timidly at her mother, who, with the smooth adroitness common among her class, answers, "I was telling her last night to put up her hair smooth and neat, and not having it flying about in curls. Looks more respectable so." "Bother!" said the man, peremptorily turning to the girl. "You go right along and curl yourself real smart," he added, giving a crack to a rattan he held in his hand, "and be back in quick time, too. You go and help her," he added to the mother. "Them curls may make $100 difference in the sale of her." Beneath a splendid dome were men of all nations, marching to and fro over the marble pave. On every side of the circular area were little tribunes or stations for the use of speakers and auctioneers. Two of these on opposite sides of the area were now occupied by brilliant and talented gentlemen enthusiastically forcing up in English and French commingled the bids of connoisseurs in their various wares. A third one on the other side, still unoccupied, was surrounded by a group, waiting the moment of sale to begin. And here we may recognize the St. Clair servants, Tom, Adolphe, and the others, and there too Susan and Emmeline awaiting their turn with anxious and dejected faces. Various spectators intending to purchase or not intending, examining and commenting on their various points and faces with the same freedom that a set of jockeys discuss the merits of a horse. "Holloa, Alf! What brings you here?" said a young exquisite, slapping the shoulder of a sprucely dressed young man who was examining Adolphe through an eyeglass. "Well, I was wanting a valet, and I heard that St. Clair's lot was going. I thought I'd just look at his. Catch me ever buying any of St. Clair's people. Spoilt niggers, every one. Impudent as the devil," said the other. "Never mind that," said the first. "If I get 'em, I'll soon have their airs out of them. They'll soon find that they've another kind of master to deal with than Monsieur St. Clair. 'Pon my word, I'll buy that fellow. I like the shape of him." "You'll find it'll take all you've got to keep him. He's deucedly extravagant." "Yes, but my lord will find that he can't be extravagant with me. Just let him be sent to the calaboose a few times and thoroughly dressed down. I'll tell you if it don't bring him to a sense of his ways. Oh, I'll reform him up hill and down, you'll see. I'll buy him, that's flat." Tom had been standing wistfully examining the multitude of faces thronging around him for one whom he would wish to call master. "And if you should ever be under the necessity, sir, of selecting out of 200 men one who was to become your absolute owner and disposer, you would perhaps realize, just as Tom did, how few there were that you would feel at all comfortable in being made over to." Tom saw abundance of men, great burly gruff men, little chirping dried men, long favoured lank hard men, and every variety of stubbed looking commonplace men, who pick up their fellow men as one picks up chips, putting them into the fire or a basket with equal unconcern according to their convenience. But he saw no St. Clair. A little before the sale commenced, a short, broad, muscular man in a checked shirt considerably open at the bosom, and pantaloons much the worse for dirt and wear, elbowed his way through the crowd like one who is going actively into a business, and coming up to the group began to examine them systematically. From the moment that Tom saw him approaching, he felt an immediate and revolting horror at him that increased as he came near. He was evidently, though short, of gigantic strength. His round bullet head, large light grey eyes with their shaggy sandy eyebrows, and stiff wiry sunburned hair were rather unprepossessing items, it is to be confessed. His large coarse mouth was distended with tobacco, the juice of which from time to time he ejected from him with great decision and explosive force. His hands were immensely large, hairy, sunburned, freckled, and very dirty, and garnished with long nails, in a very foul condition. This man proceeded to a very free personal examination of the lot. He seized Tom by the jaw and pulled open his mouth to inspect his teeth, made him strip up to his sleeve to show his muscle, turned him round, made him jump and spring to show his paces. "Where was you raised?" he added briefly to these investigations. "In Kentuck, mas'r," said Tom, looking about as if for deliverance. "What have you done?" "Had care of mas'r's farm," said Tom. "Likely story," said the other shortly, as he passed on. He paused a moment before Adolphe, then spitting a discharge of tobacco juice on his well-blackened boots, and giving a contemptuous oomph, he walked on. Again he stopped before Susan and Emmeline, put out his heavy, dirty hand, and drew the girl towards him, passed it over her neck and bust, felt her arms, looked at her teeth, and then pushed her back against her mother, whose patient face showed the suffering she had been going through at every motion of the hideous stranger. The girl was frightened and began to cry. "Stop that, you minx!" said the salesman. "No whimpering here. The sale is going to begin." And accordingly the sale began. Adolphe was knocked off at a good sum to the young gentleman who had previously stated his intention of buying him, and the other servants of the St. Clair lot went to various bidders. "Now, up with you, boy, do you hear?" said the auctioneer to Tom. Tom stepped upon the block, gave a few anxious looks round. All seemed mingled in a common indistinct noise, the clatter of the salesman crying off his qualifications in French and English, the quick fire of French and English bids, and almost in a moment came the final thump of the hammer and the clear ring on the last syllable of the word "dollars" as the auctioneer announced his price, and Tom was made over. He had a master. He was pushed from the block. The short, bullet-headed man, seizing him roughly by the shoulder, pushed him to one side, saying in a harsh voice, "Stand there, you!" Tom hardly realized anything, but still the bidding went on, rattling, clattering, now French, now English. Down goes the hammer again. Susan is sold. She goes down from the block, stops, looks wistfully back. Her daughter stretches her hands towards her. She looks with agony in the face of the man who has bought her, a respectable, middle-aged man of benevolent countenance. "Oh, mas'r, please do buy my daughter." "I'd like to, but I'm afraid I can't afford it," said the gentleman, looking with painful interest as the young girl mounted the block and looked around her with a frightened and timid glance. The blood flushes painfully in her otherwise colourless cheek. Her eye has a feverish fire, and her mother groans to see that she looks more beautiful than she ever saw her before. The auctioneer sees his advantage and expatiates volubly in mingled French and English, and bids rise in rapid succession. "I'll do anything in reason," said the benevolent-looking gentleman, pressing in and joining with the bids. In a few moments they have run beyond his purse. He is silent, the auctioneer grows warmer, but bids gradually drop off. It lies now between an aristocratic old citizen and our bullet-headed acquaintance. The citizen bids for a few turns, contemptuously measuring his opponent, but the bullet-head has the advantage over him, both in obstinacy and concealed length of purse, and the controversy lasts but a moment. The hammer falls. He has got the girl, body and soul, unless God can help her. Her master is Mr. Legree, who owns a cotton plantation on the Red River. She is pushed along into the same lot with Tom and two other men, and goes off weeping as she goes. The benevolent gentleman is sorry, but then, the thing happens every day. One sees girls and mothers crying at these sales, always. It can't be helped, and see, and he walks off with his acquisition in another direction. 2 days after, the lawyer of the Christian firm of B. & Company, New York, send on their money to them. On the reverse of that draft so obtained, let them write these words of the great paymaster, to whom they shall make up their account in a future day: "When he maketh inquisition for blood, he forgetteth not the cry of the humble." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 31. The Middle Passage. Thou art of purer eyes than to behold evil, and canst not look upon iniquity. Wherefore lookest thou upon them that deal treacherously, and holdest thy tongue when the wicked devoureth the man that is more righteous than he? Habakkuk 1:13. On the lower part of a small, mean boat on the Red River, Tom sat, chains on his wrists, chains on his feet, and a weight heavier than chains lay on his heart. All had faded from his sky. Moon and star, all had passed by him, as the trees and banks were now passing, to return no more. Kentucky home, with wife and children and indulgent owners; St. Clair home, with all its refinements and splendors; the golden head of Eva, with its saint-like eyes; the proud, gay, handsome, seemingly careless, yet ever kind St. Clair. Hours of ease and indulgent leisure, all gone, and in place thereof, what remains? It is one of the bitterest apportionments of a lot of slavery, that the Negro, sympathetic and assimilative, after acquiring in a refined family the tastes and feelings which form the atmosphere of such a place, is not the less liable to become the bond-slave of the coarsest and most brutal. Just as a chair or table, which once decorated the superb saloon, comes at last battered and defaced to the bar-room of some filthy tavern, or some low haunt of vulgar debauchery. The great difference is that the table and chair cannot feel, and the man can; for even a legal enactment that he shall be taken, reputed, adjudged in law to be a chattel personal, cannot blot out his soul, with its own private little world of memories, hopes, loves, fears, and desires. Mr. Simon Legree, Tom's master, had purchased slaves at one place and another in New Orleans to the number of 8, and driven them, handcuffed, in couples of 2 and 2, down to the good steamer Pirate, which lay at the levee, ready for a trip up the Red River. Having got them fairly on board, and the boat being off, he came round with that air of efficiency which ever characterized him, to take a review of them. Stopping opposite to Tom, who had been attired for sale in his best broadcloth suit, with well-starched linen and shining boots, he briefly expressed himself as follows: "Stand up." Tom stood up. "Take off that stock." And as Tom, encumbered by his fetters, proceeded to do it, he assisted him by pulling it with no gentle hand from his neck, and putting it in his pocket. Legree now turned to Tom's trunk, which previous to this he had been ransacking, and taking from it a pair of old pantaloons and a lapidated coat, which Tom had been wont to put on about his stable work, he said, liberating Tom's hands from the handcuffs, and pointing to a recess among the boxes: "You go there and put these on." Tom obeyed, and in a few moments returned. "Take off your boots," said Mr. Legree. Tom did so. "There," said the former, throwing him a pair of coarse, stout shoes, such as were common among the slaves. "Put these on." In Tom's hurried exchange he had not forgotten to transfer his cherished Bible to his pocket. It was well he did so, for Mr. Legree, having refitted Tom's handcuffs, proceeded deliberately to investigate the contents of his pockets. He drew out a silk handkerchief and put it into his own pocket. Several little trifles which Tom had treasured, chiefly because they had amused Eva, he looked upon with a contemptuous grunt, and tossed them over his shoulder into the river. Tom's Methodist hymn book, which in his hurry he had forgotten, he now held up and turned over. "Humph! Pious, to be sure. So what's your name? You belong to the church, eh?" "Yes, mas'r," said Tom firmly. "Well, I'll soon have that out of you. I have none of your bawling, praying, singing niggers on my place, so remember. Now mind yourself," he said, with a stamp, and a fierce glance of his grey eyes directed at Tom. "I'm your church now, you understand? You've got to be as I say." Something within the silent black man answered no, and as if repeated by an invisible voice came the words of an old prophetic scroll, as Eva had often read them to him: "Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by name. Thou art mine." but Simon Legree heard no voice. That voice is one he never shall hear. He only glared for a moment on the downcast face of Tom and walked off. He took Tom's trunk, which contained a very neat and abundant wardrobe, to the forecastle, where it was soon surrounded by various hands of the boat. With much laughing at the expense of niggers who tried to be gentlemen, the articles very readily were sold to one and another, and the empty trunk finally put up at auction. It was a good joke, they all thought, especially to see how Tom looked after his things as they were going this way and that. And then the auction of the trunk. That was funnier than all, and occasioned abundant witticisms. This little affair being over, Simon sauntered up again to his property. "Now, Tom, I've relieved you of any extra baggage you see. Take mighty good care of them clothes. It'll be long enough 'fore you get more. I go in for making niggers careful. One suit has to do for 1 year on my place." Simon next walked up to the place where Emmeline was sitting, chained to another woman. "Well, my dear," he said, chucking her under the chin, "keep up your spirits." The involuntary look of horror, fright, and aversion with which the girl regarded him did not escape his eye. He frowned fiercely. "None o' your shines, gal. You's got to keep a pleasant face when I speak to ye, d'ye hear? And you old yellow poco moonshine," he said, giving a shove to the mulatto woman to whom Emmeline was chained, "don't you carry that sort of face. You's got to look chipper, I tell ye. I say, all on ye," he said, retreating a pace or two back. "Look at me! Look at me! Look me right in the eye, straight! Now," said he, stamping his foot at every pause. As by a fascination, every eye was now directed to the glaring greenish-grey eye of Simon. "Now," said he, doubling his great heavy fist into something resembling a blacksmith's hammer, "d'ye see this fist? Heft it," he said, bringing it down on Tom's hand. "Look at these yere bones. Well, I tell ye this yere fist has got as hard as iron knocking down niggers. I never see a nigger yet I couldn't bring down with one crack," said he, bringing his fist down so near to the face of Tom that he winked and drew back. "I don't keep none o' your cussed overseers. I does my own overseeing, and I tell you things is seen to. You's every one on ye got to toe the mark, I tell ye, quick, straight, the moment I speak. That's the way to keep in with me. You won't find no soft spot in me nowhere. So now mind yourselves, for I don't show no mercy." The women involuntarily drew in their breath, and the whole gang sat with downcast, dejected faces. Meanwhile Simon turned on his heel and marched up to the bar of the boat for a dram. "That's the way I begin with my niggers," he said, to a gentlemanly man who had stood by him during his speech. "It's my system to begin strong. Just let 'em know what to expect." "Indeed," said the stranger, looking upon him with the curiosity of a naturalist studying some out-of-the-way specimen. "Yes, indeed. I'm none of your gentlemen planters with lily fingers to slop round and be cheated by some old cuss of an overseer. Just feel of my knuckles now. Look at my fist. Tell ye, sir, the flesh on't has come just like a stone. Practising on niggers. Feel on it." The stranger applied his fingers to the implement in question, and simply said, "'Tis hard enough, and, I suppose," he added, "practice has made your heart just like it." "Why, yes, I may say so," said Simon, with a hearty laugh. "I reckon there's as little soft in me as in any one going. Tell you, nobody comes it over me. Niggers never gets round me, neither with squalling nor soft soap, that's a fact." "You have a fine lot there." "Real," said Simon. "There's that Tom. They tell me he was suthin' uncommon. I paid a little high for him, tending him for a driver and a managing chap. Only get the notions out that he's larnt by being treated as niggers never ought to be, he'll do prime. That yellow woman I got took in on. I rayther think she's sickly, but I shall put her through for what she's worth. She may last a year or two. I don't go for saving niggers. Use up and buy more's my way. Makes you less trouble, and I'm quite sure it comes cheaper in the end." And Simon sipped his glass. "And how long do they generally last?" said the stranger. "Well, dunno, 'cordin' as their constitution is. Stout fellers last 6 or 7 years. Trashy ones gets worked up in 2 or 3. I used to, when I fust began, have considerable trouble fussin' with them, and trying to make 'em hold out. Doctorin' on 'em up when they's sick, and givin' on 'em clothes and blankets, and what not, trying to keep 'em all sort o' decent and comfortable. Law, 'twasn't no sort o' use. I lost money on 'em, and 'twas heaps of trouble. Now, you see, I just put 'em straight through, sick or well. When one nigger's dead, I buy another, and I find it comes cheaper and easier every way." The stranger turned away and seated himself beside a gentleman who had been listening to the conversation with repressed uneasiness. "You must not take that fellow to be any specimen of southern planters," said he. "I should hope not," said the young gentleman with emphasis. "He is a mean, low, brutal fellow," said the other. "And yet your laws allow him to hold any number of human beings subject to his absolute will, without even a shadow of protection, and low as he is, you cannot say that there are not many such." "Well," said the other, "there are also many considerate and humane men among planters." "Granted," said the young man, "but in my opinion it is you considerate, humane men that are responsible for all the brutality and outrage wrought by these wretches, because if it were not for your sanction and influence, the whole system could not keep foothold for an hour. If there were no planters except such as these," said he, pointing with his finger to Legree, who stood with his back to them, "the whole thing would go down like a millstone. It is your respectability and humanity that licenses and protects his brutality." "You certainly have a high opinion of my good nature," said the planter, smiling, "but I advise you not to talk quite so loud, as there are people on board the boat who might not be quite so tolerant to opinion as I am. You had better wait till I get up to my plantation, and there you may abuse us all, quite at your leisure." The young man coloured and smiled, and the two were soon busy in a game of backgammon. Meanwhile another conversation was going on in the lower part of the boat, between Emmeline and the mulatto woman with whom she was confined. As was natural, they were exchanging with each other some particulars of their history. "Who did you belong to?" said Emmeline. "Well, my master was Mr. Ellis. Lived on Levy Street. Perhaps you've seen the house." "Was he good to you?" said Emmeline. "Mostly, till he tuck sick. He's lain sick off and on more than 6 months, and been orful uneasy. 'Pears like he warn't willin' to have nobody rest, day or night, and got so cur'ous there couldn't nobody suit him. 'Pears like he just grew crosser every day. Kept me up nights till I got fairly beat out, and couldn't keep awake no longer, and 'cause I got to sleep one night, lors, he'd talk so orful to me, and he'd tell me he'd sell me to just the hardest master he could find, and he'd promise me my freedom, too, when he died." "Had you any friends?" said Emmeline. "Yes, my husband. He's a blacksmith. Mas'r generally hired him out. They took me off so quick I didn't even have time to see him. And I's got 4 children. Oh, dear me!" said the woman, covering her face with her hands. It is a natural impulse in every one when they hear a tale of distress, to think of something to say by way of consolation. Emmeline wanted to say something, but she could not think of anything to say. What was there to be said? As by a common consent, they both avoided, with fear and dread, all mention of the horrible man who was now their master. True, there was a religious trust for even the darkest hour. The mulatto woman was a member of the Methodist Church, and had an unenlightened but very sincere spirit of piety. Emmeline had been educated much more intelligently, taught to read and write, and diligently instructed in the Bible by the care of a faithful and pious mistress. Yet would it not try the faith of the firmest Christian to find themselves abandoned apparently of God, in the grasp of ruthless violence? How much more must it shake the faith of Christ's poor little ones, weak in knowledge and tender in years? The boat moved on, freighted with its weight of sorrow, up the red, mighty, turbid current, through the abrupt, tortuous windings of the Red River, and sad eyes gazed wearily on the steep red clay banks as they glided by in dreary sameness. At last the boat stopped at a small town, and Legree, with his party, disembarked. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 32. Dark Places. The dark places of the earth are full of the habitations of cruelty. Psalm 74:20. Trailing wearily behind a rude wagon and over a ruder road, Tom and his associates faced onward. In the wagon was seated Simon Legree, and the two women, still fettered together, were stowed away with some baggage in the back part of it, and the whole company were seeking Legree's plantation, which lay a good distance off. It was a wild, forsaken road, now winding through dreary pine barrens, where the wind whispered mournfully, and now over log causeways, through long cypress swamps, the doleful trees rising out of the slimy, spongy ground, hung with long wreaths of funeral black moss, while ever and anon the loathsome form of the moccasin snake might be seen sliding among broken stumps and shattered branches that lay here and there rotting in the water. It is disconsolate enough, this riding, to the stranger who, with well-filled pocket and well-appointed horse, threads the lonely way on some errand of business, but wilder, drearier to the man enthralled, whom every weary step bears further from all that man loves and prays for. No one should have thought that witnessed the sunken and dejected expression on those dark faces, the wistful, patient weariness with which those sad eyes rested on object after object that passed them in their sad journey. Simon rode on, however, apparently well pleased, occasionally pulling away at a flask of spirit which he kept in his pocket. "I say, you," he said, as he turned back and caught a glance at the dispirited faces behind him. "Strike up a song, boys. Come." The men looked at each other, and the "come" was repeated with a smart crack of the whip which the driver carried in his hands. Tom began a Methodist hymn. "Jerusalem, my happy home, name ever dear to me. When shall my sorrows have an end? Thy joys when shall—" Jerusalem, my happy home, anonymous hymn, dating from the latter part of the 16th century, sung to the tune of St. Stephen. Words derived from St. Augustine's Meditations. "Shut up, you black cuss!" roared Legree. "Did ye think I wanted any of your infernal old Methodism? I say, tune up now. Something real rowdy, quick." One of the other men struck up one of those unmeaning songs common among the slaves. "Mas'r seed me cotch a coon. Hi, boys, hi! He laughed his split. Did you see the moon? Ho, 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 boys, ho! Ho, yo, hi-yo! The singer appeared to make up the song to his own pleasure, generally hitting on rhyme without much attempt at reason, and the party took up the chorus at intervals. Ho, 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 boys, ho! Hi-yo, hi-yo! It was sung very boisterously and with a forced attempt at merriment, but no wail of despair, no words of impassioned prayer could have had such a depth of woe in them as the wild notes of the chorus, as if the poor dumb heart threatened, prisoned, took refuge in that inarticulate sanctuary of music, and found there a language in which to breathe its prayer to God. There was a prayer in it which Simon could not hear. He only heard the boys singing noisily, and was well pleased. He was making them keep up their spirits. "Well, my little dear," said he, turning to Emmeline, and laying his hand on her shoulder, "we're almost home." When Legree scolded and stormed, Emmeline was terrified, but when he laid his hand on her, and spoke as he now did, she felt as if she had rather he would strike her. The expression of his eyes made her soul sick and her flesh creep. Involuntarily she clung closer to the mulatto woman by her side, as if she were her mother. "You didn't ever wear earrings?" he said, taking hold of her small ear with his coarse fingers. "No, mas'r," said Emmeline, trembling and looking down. "Well, I'll give you a pair when we get home, if you're a good girl. You needn't be so frightened. I don't mean to make you work very hard. You'll have fine times with me, and live like a lady. Only be a good girl." Legree had been drinking to that degree that he was inclining to be very gracious, and it was about this time that the enclosures of the plantation rose to view. The estate had formerly belonged to a gentleman of opulence and taste, who had bestowed some considerable attention to the adornment of his grounds. Having died insolvent, it had been purchased at a bargain by Legree, who used it, as he did everything else, merely as an implement for money-making. The place had that ragged, forlorn appearance which is always produced by the evidence that the care of the former owner has been left to go to utter decay. What was once a smooth shaven lawn before the house, dotted here and there with ornamental shrubs, was now covered with frowsy tangled grass, with horse posts set up here and there in it, where the turf was stamped away, and the ground littered with broken pails, cobs of corn, and other slovenly remains. Here and there a mildewed jessamine or honeysuckle hung raggedly from some ornamental support, which had been pushed to one side by being used as a horse post. What once was a large garden was now all grown over with weeds, through which here and there some solitary exotic reared its forsaken head. What had been a conservatory had now no window shades, and on the mouldering shelves stood some dry forsaken flower pots, with sticks in them whose dried leaves showed they had once been plants. The wagon rolled up a weedy gravel walk under a noble avenue of china trees, whose graceful forms and ever-springing foliage seemed to be the only things there that neglect could not daunt or alter, like noble spirits, so deeply rooted in goodness as to flourish and grow stronger amid discouragement and decay. The house had been large and handsome. It was built in a manner common at the South, a wide verandah of 2 stories running round every part of the house, into which every outer door opened, the lower tier being supported by brick pillars. But the place looked desolate and uncomfortable. Some windows stopped up with boards, some with shattered panes and shutters hanging by a single hinge, all telling of coarse neglect and discomfort. Bits of board, straw, old decayed barrels and boxes garnished the ground in all directions, and 3 or 4 ferocious-looking dogs, roused by the sound of the wagon wheels, came tearing out, and were with difficulty restrained from laying hold of Tom and his companions by the effort of the ragged servants who came after them. "Ye see what ye get," said Legree, caressing the dogs with grim satisfaction, and turning to Tom and his companions. Ye see what ye'd get if you try to run off. These yer dogs has been raised to track niggers, and they'd just as soon chaw one on ye up as eat their supper. So mind yourself. How now, Sambo?" he said to a ragged fellow without any brim to his hat, who was officious in his attentions. "How have things been going?" "Fust rate, masser." "Kimbo," said Legree to another, who was making zealous demonstrations to attract his attention, "ye minded what I telled ye?" "Guess I did, didn't I?" These two colored men were the two principal hands on the plantation. Legree had trained them in savageness and brutality as systematically as he had his bulldogs, and by long practice in hardness and cruelty brought their whole nature to about the same range of capacities. It is a common remark, and one that is thought to militate strongly against the character of the race, that the Negro overseer is always more tyrannical and cruel than the white one. This is simply saying that the Negro mind has been more crushed and debased than the white. It is no more true of this race than of every oppressed race the world over. The slave is always a tyrant if he can get a chance to be one. Legree, like some potentates we read of in history, governed his plantation by a sort of resolution of forces. Sambo and Kimbo cordially hated each other. The plantation hands, one and all, cordially hated them, and by playing off one against the other, he was pretty sure, through one or the other of the three parties, to get informed of whatever was on foot in the place. Nobody can live entirely without social intercourse, and Legree encouraged his two black satellites to a kind of coarse familiarity with him. A familiarity, however, at any moment liable to get one or the other of them into trouble, for on the slightest provocation one of them always stood ready at the nod to be a minister of his vengeance on the other. As they stood there now by Legree, they seemed an apt illustration of the fact that brutal men are lower even than animals. Their coarse, dark, heavy features, their great eyes rolling enviously on each other, their barbarous, guttural, half-brute intonation, their dilapidated garments fluttering in the wind, were all in admirable keeping with the vile and unwholesome character of everything about the place. "Here, you, Sambo," said Legree, "take these yere boys down to the quarters, and here's a gal I've got for you," said he, as he separated the mulatto woman from Emmeline, and pushed her towards him. "I promised to bring you one, you know." The woman gave a start, and drawing back, said suddenly, "Oh, mas'r, I left my old man in New Orleans." "What of that, you? Won't you want one here? None of your words. Go along," said Legree, raising his whip. "Come, mistress," he said to Emmeline, "you go in here with me." A dark, wild face was seen for a moment to glance at the window of the house, and as Legree opened the door a female voice said something in a quick, imperative tone. Tom, who was looking with anxious interest after Emmeline as she went in, noticed this, and heard Legree answer angrily, "You may hold your tongue. I'll do as I please, for all you." Tom heard no more, for he was soon following Sambo to the quarters. The quarters was a little sort of street of rude shanties in a row, in a part of the plantation far off from the house. They had a forlorn, brutal, forsaken air. Tom's heart sank when he saw them. He had been comforting himself with the thought of a cottage, rude indeed, but one which he might make neat and quiet, and where he might have a shelf for his Bible, and a place to be alone out of his labouring hours. He looked into several. They were mere rude shells, destitute of any species of furniture, except a heap of straw, foul with dirt, spread confusedly over the floor, which was merely the bare ground trodden hard by the tramping of innumerable feet. "Which of these will be mine?" said he to Sam submissively. "Dunno. Can turn in here, I s'pose," said Sambo. "'Spects thar's room for another thar. Thar's a pretty smart heap of niggers to each one on 'em now. Sure, I dunno what I's to do with more." It was late in the evening when the weary occupants of the shanties came flocking home. Men and women in soiled and tattered garments, surly and uncomfortable, and in no mood to look pleasantly on newcomers. The small village was alive with no inviting sounds, hoarse, guttural voices contending at the handmills, where their morsel of hard corn was yet to be ground into meal to fit it for the cake that was to constitute their only supper. From the earliest dawn of the day they had been in the fields, pressed to work under the driving lash of the overseers, for it was now in the very heat and hurry of the season, and no means was left untried to press every one up to the top of their capabilities. "True," says the negligent lounger, "picking cotton isn't hard work, isn't it? And it isn't much inconvenience either to have one drop of water fall on your head. Yet the worst torture of the Inquisition is produced by drop after drop, falling moment after moment with monotonous succession on the same spot, and work in itself not hard becomes so by being pressed hour after hour with unvarying, unrelenting sameness, with not even the consciousness of free will to take from its tediousness." Tom looked in vain among the gang as they poured along for companionable faces. He saw only sullen, scowling, embruted men, and feeble, discouraged women, or women that were not women, the strong pushing away the weak, the gross, unrestricted animal selfishness of human beings, of whom nothing good was expected and desired, and who, treated in every way like brutes, had sunk as nearly to their level as it was possible for human beings to do. To a late hour in the night the sound of the grinding was protracted, for the mills were few in number compared with the grinders, and the weary and feeble ones were driven back by the strong, and came on last in their turn. "Ho, yo!" said Sambo, coming to the mulatto woman, and throwing down a bag of corn before her. "What a cuss you name?" "Lucy," said the woman. "Well, Lucy, yo' my woman now. Yo' grind dish yer corn and get my supper baked, you har?" "I ain't your woman, and I won't be," said the woman, with a sharp, sudden courage of despair. "You go 'long." "I'll kick yo' then," said Sambo, raising his foot threateningly. "You may kill me if you choose, the sooner the better. Wisht I was dead," said she. "I say, Sambo, you go to spiling the hands, I'll tell mas'r o' you," said Kimbo, who was busy at the mill, from which he had viciously driven 2 or 3 tired women who were waiting to grind their corn. "And I'll tell him you won't let the women come to the mills, yo' old nigger," said Sambo. "Yo' just keep to yo' own row." Tom was hungry with his day's journey, and almost faint for want of food. "Thar, yo'," said Kimbo, throwing down a coarse bag which contained a peck of corn. "Thar, nigger, grab, take care on't. Yo' won't get no more dish year week." Tom waited till a late hour to get a place at the mills, and then, moved by the utter weariness of 2 women whom he saw trying to grind their corn there, he ground for them, put together the decaying brands of the fire, where many had baked cakes before them, and then went about getting his own supper. It was a new kind of work there, a deed of charity, small as it was, but it woke an answering touch in their hearts. An expression of womanly kindness came over their hard faces. They mixed his cake for him and tended its baking, and Tom sat down by the light of the fire and drew out his Bible, for he had need of comfort. "What's that?" said one of the women. "A Bible," said Tom. "Good Lord! Han't seen none since I was in Kentuck." "Was you raised in Kentuck?" said Tom with interest. "Yes, and well raised too. Never 'spected to come to dish year," said the woman, sighing. "What's dat ar book, anyway?" said the other woman. "Why, the Bible." "Laws a me, what's dat?" said the woman. "Do tell! You never hearn on't?" said the other woman. "I used to har missus a readin' on't, sometimes in Kentuck, but laws a me, we don't har nothin' here but crackin' and swarin'." "Read a piece, anyways," said the first woman, curiously, seeing Tom attentively poring over it. Tom read, "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." "Them's good words enough," said the woman. "Who says 'em?" "The Lord," said Tom. "I just wish I'd knowed whar to find him," said the woman. "I would go. 'Pears like I never should get rested again. My flesh is fairly sore, and I tremble all over every day, and Sambo's allers a jawin' at me 'cause I doesn't pick faster, and nights it's most midnight 'fore I can get my supper, and den 'pears like I don't turn over and shut my eyes 'fore I hear de horn blow to get up, and at it agin in de mornin'. If I knew whar de Lord was, I'd tell him." "He's here, he's everywhere," said Tom. "Lor', you ain't gwine to make me believe dat ar? I know de Lord ain't here," said the woman. "'Tain't no use talking, though. I's jes' gwine to camp down and sleep while I can." The women went off to their cabins, and Tom sat alone by the smouldering fire that flickered up redly in his face. The silver, fair-browed moon rose in the purple sky and looked down, calm and silent, as God looks on the scene of misery and oppression, looked calmly on the lone black man as he sat, with his arms folded and his Bible on his knee. Is God here? Ah, how is it possible for the untaught heart to keep its faith unswerving in the face of dire misrule and palpable unrebuked injustice? In that simple heart waged a fierce conflict, the crushing sense of wrong, the foreshadowing of a whole life of future misery, the wreck of all past hopes, mournfully tossing in the soul's sight like dead corpses of wife and child and friend, rising from the dark wave and surging in the face of the half-drowned mariner. Ah, was it easy here to believe and hold fast the great password of Christian faith, that God is and is the rewarder of them that diligently seek him? Tom rose disconsolate and stumbled into the cabin that had been allotted to him. The floor was already strewn with weary sleepers, and the foul air of the place almost repelled him, but the heavy night dews were chill and his limbs weary, and wrapping about him a tattered blanket which formed his only bed clothing, he stretched himself in the straw and fell asleep. In dreams a gentle voice came over his ear. He was sitting on the mossy seat in the garden by Lake Pontchartrain, and Eva, with her serious eyes bent downward, was reading to him from the Bible, and he heard her read, "When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee. For I am the Lord thy God, the Holy One of Israel, thy Saviour." Gradually the words seemed to melt and fade, as in a divine music. The child raised her deep eyes and fixed them lovingly on him, and rays of warmth and comfort seemed to go from them to his heart, and as if wafted on the music, she seemed to rise on shining wings, from which flakes and spangles of gold fell off like stars, and she was gone. Tom woke. Was it a dream? Let it pass for one. But who shall say that that sweet young spirit which in life so yearned to comfort and console the distressed was forbidden of God to assume this ministry after death? It is a beautiful belief that ever round our head are hovering on angel wings the spirits of the dead. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 33. Cassy. And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed, and they had no comforter, and on the side of their oppressors there was power. but they had no comforter. Ecclesiastes 4:1. It took but a short time to familiarize Tom with all that was to be hoped or feared in his new way of life. He was an expert and efficient workman in whatever he undertook, and was, both from habit and principle, prompt and faithful. Quiet and peaceable in his disposition, he hoped, by unremitting diligence, to avert from himself at least a portion of the evils of his condition. He saw enough of abuse and misery to make him sick and weary, but he determined to toil on with religious patience, committing himself to Him that judgeth righteously, not without hope that some way of escape might yet be open to him. Legree took a silent note of Tom's availability. He rated him as a first-class hand, and yet he felt a secret dislike to him, the native antipathy of bad to good. He saw plainly that when, as was often the case, his violence and brutality fell on the helpless, Tom took notice of it, for so subtle is the atmosphere of opinion that it will make itself felt without words, and the opinion even of a slave may annoy a master. Tom in various ways manifested a tenderness of feeling, a commiseration for his fellow sufferers, strange and new to them, which was watched with a jealous eye by Legree. He had purchased Tom with a view of eventually making him a sort of overseer, with whom he might at times entrust his affairs, in short absences, and in his view the first, second, and third requisite for that place was hardness. Legree made up his mind that, as Tom was not hard to his hand, he would harden him forthwith, and some few weeks after Tom had been on the place, he determined to commence the process. One morning, when the hands were mustered for the field, Tom noticed with surprise a newcomer among them, whose appearance excited his attention. It was a woman, tall and slenderly formed, with remarkably delicate hands and feet, and dressed in neat and respectable garments. By the appearance of her face, she might have been between 35 and 40, and it was a face that, once seen, could never be forgotten, one of those that, at a glance, seem to convey to us an idea of a wild, painful, and romantic history. Her forehead was high, and her eyebrows marked with beautiful clearness. Her straight, well-formed nose, her finely cut mouth, and the graceful contour of her head and neck showed that she must once have been beautiful, but her face was deeply wrinkled with lines of pain and of proud and bitter endurance. Her complexion was sallow and unhealthy, her cheeks thin, her features sharp, and her whole form emaciated. But her eye was the most remarkable feature, so large, so heavily black, overshadowed by long lashes of equal darkness, and so wildly, mournfully despairing. There was a fierce pride and defiance in every line of her face, in every curve of the flexible lip, in every motion of her body, but in her eye was a deep, settled night of anguish, an expression so hopeless and unchanging as to contrast fearfully with the scorn and pride expressed by her whole demeanour. Where she came from and who she was, Tom did not know. The first he did know, she was walking by his side, erect and proud, in the dim grey of the dawn. To the gang, however, she was known, for there was much looking and turning of heads, and a smothered yet apparent exultation among the miserable, ragged, half-starved creatures by whom she was surrounded. "Got to come to it at last. Glad of it," said one. "He, he, he," said another. "You'll know how good it is, missy. We'll see her work. Wonder if she'll get a cutting up at night like the rest of us. I'd be glad to see her down for a flogging, I'll bound," said another. The woman took no notice of these taunts, but walked on with the same expression of angry scorn, as if she heard nothing. Tom had always lived among refined and cultivated people, and he felt intuitively from her air and bearing that she belonged to that class, but how or why she could be fallen to those degrading circumstances he could not tell. The woman neither looked at him nor spoke to him, though all the way to the field she kept close at his side. Tom was soon busy at his work, but as the woman was at no great distance from him, he often glanced an eye to her, at her work. He saw at a glance that a native adroitness and handiness made the task to her an easier one than it proved to many. She picked very fast and very clean, and with an air of scorn, as if she despised both the work and the disgrace and humiliation of the circumstances in which she was placed. In the course of the day, Tom was working near the mulatto woman who had been bought in the same lot with himself. She was evidently in a condition of great suffering, and Tom often heard her praying as she wavered and trembled and seemed about to fall down. Tom, silently as he came near to her, transferred several handfuls of cotton from his own sack to hers. "Oh, don't," said the woman, looking surprised. "It'll get you into trouble." Just then Sambo came up. He seemed to have a special spite against this woman, and flourishing his whip, said in brutal, guttural tones, "What dish yer, Lucy? Foolin' at—" And with the word, kicking the woman with his heavy cowhide shoe, he struck Tom across the face with his whip. Tom silently resumed his task, but the woman, before at the last point of exhaustion, fainted. "I'll bring her to," said the driver with a brutal grin. "I'll give her something better than camphor." And taking a pin from his coat sleeve, he buried it to the head in her flesh. The woman groaned and half rose. "Get up, you beast, and work, will yer? Or I'll show yer a trick more." The woman seemed stimulated for a few moments to an unnatural strength, and worked with desperate eagerness. "See that you keep to dat ar," said the man, "or you'll wish yer's dead to-night, I reckon." "That I do now," Tom heard her say, and again he heard her say, "Oh, Lord, how long? Oh, Lord, why don't you help us?" At the risk of all that he might suffer, Tom came forward again and put all the cotton in his sack into the woman's. "Oh, you mustn't! You don't know what they'll do to ye," said the woman. "I can bear it," said Tom, "better'n you." And he was at his place again. It passed in a moment. Suddenly the stranger woman, whom we have described, and who had, in the course of her work, come near enough to hear Tom's last words, raised her heavy black eyes and fixed them for a second on him. Then, taking a quantity of cotton from her basket, she placed it in his. "You know nothing about this place," she said, "or you wouldn't have done that. When you've been here a month, you'll be done helping anybody. You'll find it hard enough to take care of your own skin." "The Lord forbid, missus," said Tom, using instinctively to his field companion the respectful form proper to the high bred with whom he had lived. "The Lord never visits these parts," said the woman bitterly, as she went nimbly forward with her work, and again the scornful smile curled her lips. But the action of the woman had been seen by the driver across the field, and flourishing his whip, he came up to her. What? He said to the woman with an air of triumph. "You a foolin'? Go along. You're under me now. Mind yourself, or you'll cotch it." A glance like sheet lightning suddenly flashed from those black eyes, and facing about with quivering lip and dilated nostrils, she drew herself up and fixed a glance blazing with rage and scorn on the driver. "Dog," she said, "touch me if you dare. I've power enough yet to have you torn by the dogs, burnt alive, cut to inches. I've only to say the word." "What de devil you here for, den?"
said the man, evidently cowed and sullenly retreating a step or two. "Didn't mean no harm, Miss Cassy." "Keep your distance, then," said the woman, and in truth the man seemed greatly inclined to attend to something at the other end of the field, and started off in quick time. The woman suddenly turned to her work, and laboured with a dispatch that was perfectly astonishing to Tom. She seemed to work by magic. Before the day was through, her basket was filled, crowded down and piled, and she had several times put largely into Tom's. Long after dusk the whole weary train, with their baskets on their heads, defiled up to the building appropriated to the storing and weighing the cotton. Degree was there, busy conversing with the two drivers. "Dat ar Tom's gwine to make a powerful deal of trouble. Kept a-puttin' into Lucy's basket. One of dese yer dat will get all der niggers to feelin' 'bused, if Mas'r don't watch him," said Sambo. "Heyday, the black cuss," said Legree. "He'll have to get a breaking in, won't he, boys?" Both negroes grinned a horrid grin at this intimation. "Ay, ay, let Mas'r Degree alone for breaking in. De debbil hisself couldn't beat Mas'r at dat," said Kimbo. "Well, boys, the best way is to give him the flogging to do till he gets over his notions. Break him in. Lord, Mas'r'll have hard work to get dat out of him." "It'll have to come out of him, though," said Legree, as he rolled his tobacco in his mouth. "Now dar's Lucy, de aggravatingest, ugliest wench on de place," pursued Sambo. "Take care, Sam. I shall begin to think what's the reason for your spite agin Lucy." "Well, Mas'r knows she's sot herself up agin Mas'r, and wouldn't have me when he telled her to." "I'd a flogged her into't," said Legree, spitting. "Only there's such a press o' work, it don't seem worth a while to upset her just now. She's slender, but these yer slender gals will bear half killin' to get their own way." "Well, Lucy was real aggravatin' and lazy, sulkin' round, wouldn't do nothin', and Tom, he stuck up for her." "He did, eh? Well, then, Tom shall have the pleasure of flogging her. It'll be a good practice for him, and he won't put it on to the gal like you devils, neither." "Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha!" laughed both the sooty wretches, and the diabolical sound seemed in truth a not unapt expression of the fiendish character which Legree gave them. "Well, but, Mas'r, Tom and Missy Cassy, and dey among 'em, filled Lucy's basket. I rather guess dere weight's in it, Mas'r." "I do the weighing," said Legree, emphatically. Both the drivers again laughed their diabolical laugh. "So," he added, "Missy Cassy did her day's work." "She picks like de debbil and all his angels." "She's got 'em all in her, I believe," said Legree, and growling a brutal oath, he proceeded to the weighing room. Slowly the weary, dispirited creatures wound their way into the room, and with crouching reluctance presented their baskets to be weighed. Legree noted on a slate, on the side of which was pasted a list of names, the amount. Tom's basket was weighed and approved, and he looked with an anxious glance for the success of the woman he had befriended. Tottering with weakness, she came forward and delivered her basket. It was of full weight, as Legree well perceived, but affecting anger, he said, "What, you lazy beast, short again? Stand aside, you'll catch it pretty soon." The woman gave a groan of utter despair and sat down on a board. The person who had been called Missy Cassy now came forward, and with a haughty, negligent air delivered her basket. As she delivered it, Legree looked in her eyes with a sneering yet inquiring glance. She fixed her black eyes steadily on him, her lips moved slightly, and she said something in French. What it was no one knew, but Legree's face became perfectly demoniacal, in its expression as she spoke. He half raised his hand, as if to strike, a gesture which she regarded with fierce disdain as she turned and walked away. "And now," said Legree, "come here, you, Tom. You see, I telled ye I didn't buy ye just for the common work. I mean to promote ye and make a driver of ye, and to-night ye may just as well begin to get your hand in. Now, ye just take this yer gal and flog her. Ye've seen enough on't to know how." "I beg masser's pardon," said Tom. "Hopes masser won't set me at that. It's what I ain't used to, never did, and can't do, no way possible." "Ye'll larn a pretty smart chance of things you never did know before I've done with ye," said Legree, taking up a cowhide and striking Tom a heavy blow across the cheek, and following up the affliction by a shower of blows. "There," he said, as he stopped to rest. "Now will you tell me you can't do it?" "Yes, masser," said Tom, putting up his hand to wipe the blood that trickled down his face. "I'm willin' to work night and day, and work while there's life and breath in me, but this sheer thing I can't feel it right to do, and, masser, I never shall do it, never." Tom had a remarkably smooth, soft voice, and a habitually respectful manner, that had given Legree an idea that he would be cowardly and easily subdued. When he spoke these last words, a thrill of amazement went through every one. The poor woman clasped her hands and said, "Oh, Lord!" and every one involuntarily looked at each other and drew in their breath, as if to prepare for the storm that was about to burst. Legree looked stupefied and confounded, but at last burst forth, "What, ye blasted black beast! Tell me you don't think it right to do what I tell ye? What have any of you cussed cattle to do with thinking what's right? I'll put a stop to it. Why, what do ye think ye are? Maybe ye think ye're a gentleman master, Tom, to be a-tellin' your master what's right and what ain't. So you pretend it's wrong to flog the gal." "I think so, masser," said Tom. "The poor critter's sick and feeble. 'Twould be downright cruel, and it's what I never will do, nor begin to. Masser, if you mean to kill me, kill me. But as to my raising my hand agin any one here, I never shall. I'll die first." Tom spoke in a mild voice, but with a decision that could not be mistaken. Legree shook with anger, his greenish eyes glared fiercely, and his very whiskers seemed to curl with passion. But like some ferocious beast that plays with its victim before he devours it, he kept back his strong impulse to proceed to immediate violence, and broke out into bitter raillery. "Well, here's a pious dog at last let down among us sinners. A saint, a gentleman, and no less, to talk to us sinners about our sins. Powerful holy critter he must be. Here, you rascal, you make believe to be so pious. Didn't you never hear out of your Bible, 'Servants, obey your masters'? Ain't I your master? Didn't I pay down $1,200 cash for all there is inside your old cussed black shell? Ain't yer mine now, body and soul?" he said, giving Tom a violent kick with his heavy boot. "Tell me." In the very depth of physical suffering, bowed by brutal oppression, this question shot a gleam of joy and triumph through Tom's soul. He suddenly stretched himself up, and looking earnestly to heaven, while the tears and blood that flowed down his face mingled, he exclaimed, "No, no, no. My soul ain't yours, masser. You haven't bought it. Ye can't buy it. It's been bought and paid for by one that is able to keep it. No matter, no matter. You can't harm me." "I can't," said Legree, with a sneer. "We'll see, we'll see. Here, Sambo, Kimbo, Give this dog such a breaking in he won't get over this month." The two gigantic negroes that now laid hold of Tom, with fiendish exultation in their faces, might have formed no unapt personification of powers of darkness. The poor woman screamed with apprehension, and all rose as by a general impulse, while they dragged him unresisting from the place. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 34. The Quadroon's Story. And behold the tears of such as are oppressed, and on the side of their oppressors there was power. Wherefore I praised the dead that are already dead more than the living that are yet alive. Ecclesiastes 4:1. It was late at night, and Tom lay groaning and bleeding alone in an old forsaken room of the gin house, among pieces of broken machinery, piles of damaged cotton, and other rubbish which had there accumulated. The night was damp and close, and the thick air swarmed with myriads of mosquitoes, which increased the restless torture of his wounds, whilst a burning thirst, a torture beyond all others, filled up the uttermost measure of physical anguish. "Oh, good Lord, do look down. Give me the victory. Give me the victory over all," prayed poor Tom in his anguish. A footstep entered the room behind him, and the light of a lantern flashed on his eyes. "Who's there? Oh, for the Lord's massy, please give me some water." The woman, Cassy, for it was she, set down her lantern, and pouring water from a bottle, raised his head and gave him drink. Another and another cup were drained with feverish eagerness. "Drink all you want," she said. "I knew how it would be. It isn't the first time I've been out in the night carrying water to such as you." "Thank you, missus," said Tom, when he was done drinking. "Don't call me missus. I'm a miserable slave like yourself, a lower one than you can ever be," said she bitterly. "But now," said she, going to the door and dragging in a small palliasse, over which she had spread linen cloths wet with cold water, "try, my poor fellow, to roll yourself onto this." Stiff with wounds and bruises, Tom was a long time in accomplishing this movement, but when done he felt a sensible relief from the cooling application to his wounds. The woman, whom long practice with the victims of brutality had made familiar with many healing arts, went on to make many applications to Tom's wounds, by means of which he was soon somewhat relieved. "Now," said the woman, when she had raised his head on a roll of damaged cotton which served for a pillow, "there's the best I can do for you." Tom thanked her, and the woman, sitting down on the floor, drew up her knees, and embracing them with her arms, looked fixedly before her with a bitter and painful expression of countenance. Her bonnet fell back, and long wavy streams of black hair fell around her singular and melancholy face. "It's no use, my poor fellow," she broke out at last. "It's of no use, this you've been trying to do. You were a brave fellow. You had the right on your side, but it's all in vain, and out of the question for you to struggle. You are in the devil's hands. He is the strongest, and you must give up." Give up! And had not human weakness and physical agony whispered that before? Tom started, for the bitter woman with her wild eyes and melancholy voice seemed to him an embodiment of the temptation with which he had been wrestling. "Oh, Lord, oh, Lord!" he groaned. "How can I give up? "There's no use calling on the Lord. He never hears," said the woman steadily. "There isn't any God, I believe, or if there is, He's taken sides against us. All goes against us. Heaven and earth, everything is pushing us into hell. Why shouldn't we go?" Tom closed his eyes and shuddered at the dark atheistic words. "You see," said the woman, "you don't know anything about it. I do. I've been on this place 5 years, body and soul, under this man's foot, and I hate him as I do the devil. Here you are on a lone plantation, 10 miles from any other, in the swamps, not a white person here who could testify if you were burned alive, if you were scalded, cut into inch pieces, set up for the dogs to tear, or hung up and whipped to death. There's no law here of God or man that can do you or any one of us the least good. And this man, there's no earthly thing that he's too good to do. I could make anyone's hair rise and their teeth chatter if I should only tell what I've seen and been knowing to here, and it's no use resisting. Did I want to live with him? Wasn't I a woman delicately bred? And he, God in heaven, what was he, and is he? And yet I've lived with him these 5 years, and cursed every moment of my life, night and day. And now he's got a new one, a young thing only 15, and she brought up, she says, piously. Her good mistress taught her to read the Bible, and she's brought her Bible here to hell with her." And the woman laughed a wild and doleful laugh that rung with a strange supernatural sound through the old ruined shed. Tom folded his hands. All was darkness and horror. "Oh, Jesus, Lord Jesus, have you quite forgot us poor critters?" burst forth at last. "Help, Lord, I perish." The woman sternly continued, "And what are these miserable low dogs you work with, that you should suffer on their account? Every one of them would turn against you the first time they got a chance. They are, all of 'em, as low and cruel to each other as they can be. There's no use in your suffering to keep from hurting them." "Poor critters," said Tom. "What made 'em cruel? And if I give out I shall get used to it, and grow little by little just like 'em. No, no, missus, I've lost everything, wife, children, and home, and a kind masser, and he would have set me free if he'd only lived a week longer. I've lost everything in this world, and it's clean gone for ever, and now I can't lose heaven too. No, I can't get to be wicked besides all." "But it can't be that the Lord will lay sin to our account," said the woman. "He won't charge it to us when we're forced to it. He'll charge it to them that drove us to it." "Yes," said Tom, "but that won't keep us from growing wicked. If I get to be as hard-hearted as that are Sambo, and as wicked, it won't make much odds to me how I come so. It's the bein' so. That are's what I'm a-dreadin'." The woman fixed a wild and startled look on Tom, as if a new thought had struck her, and then, heavily groaning, said, "Oh, God a mercy, you speak the truth. Oh, oh, oh!" And with groans she fell to the floor, like one crushed and writhing under the extremity of mental anguish. There was a silence, a while, in which the breathing of both parties could be heard, when Tom faintly said, "Oh, please, missus." The woman suddenly rose up with her face composed to its usual stern, melancholy expression. Please, missus, I saw him throw my coat in that ar corner, and in my coat pocket is my Bible. If missus would please get it for me." Cassy went and got it. Tom opened at once to a heavily marked passage, much worn of the last scenes in the life of Him by whose stripes we are healed. "If missus would only be so good as read that ar, it's better than water." Cassy took the book with a dry, proud air, and looked over the passage. She then read aloud in a soft voice, and with a beauty of intonation that was peculiar, that touching account of anguish and of glory. Often as she read, her voice faltered, and sometimes failed her altogether, when she would stop with an air of frigid composure till she had mastered herself. When she came to the touching words, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," she threw down the book, and burying her face in the heavy masses of her hair, she sobbed aloud with convulsive violence. Tom was weeping also, and occasionally uttering a smothered ejaculation. "If we only could keep up to that ar," said Tom. "It seemed to come so natural to him, and we have to fight so hard for it. Oh, Lord, help us! Oh, blessed Lord Jesus, do help us!" "Missus," said Tom, after a while, "I can see that, somehow, you're quite 'bove me in everything, but there's one thing missus must learn even from poor Tom. Ye said the Lord took sides against us, because He lets us be 'bused and knocked round, but ye see what come on His own Son, the blessed Lord of glory. Wasn't He allays poor? And have we, any on us, yet come so low as He come? The Lord han't forgot us, I'm sartin on that ar. If we suffer with Him, we shall also reign, Scripture says, but if we deny Him, He also will deny us. Didn't they all suffer, the Lord and all His? It tells how they was stoned and sawn asunder, and wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, and was destitute, afflicted, tormented. Sufferin' ain't no reason to make us think the Lord's turned agin us, but just the contrary, if only we hold on to Him and doesn't give up to sin." "But why does He put us where we can't help but sin?" said the woman. "I think we can help it," said Tom. "You'll see," said Cassy. "What'll you do? To-morrow they'll be at you again. I know 'em. I've seen all their doings. I can't bear to think of all they'll bring you to, and they'll make you give out at last." "Lord Jesus," said Tom, "you will take care of my soul. Oh, Lord, do! Don't let me give out." "Oh, dear," said Cassy, "I've heard all this crying and praying before, and yet they've been broken down and brought under. There's Emmeline, she's trying to hold on, and you're trying, but what use? You must give up or be killed by inches." "Well, then, I will die," said Tom. "Spin it out as long as they can't help my dying sometime. And after that they can't do no more. I'm clar, I'm set. I know the Lord'll help me and bring me through." The woman did not answer. She sat with her black eyes intently fixed on the floor. "May be it's the way," she murmured to herself, "but those that have given up, there's no hope for them, none. We live in filth and grow loathsome till we loathe ourselves, and we long to die, and we don't dare to kill ourselves. No hope, no hope, no hope. This girl now, just as old as I was. You see me now," she said, speaking to Tom very rapidly. "See what I am. Well, I was brought up in luxury. The first I remember is playing about when I was a child, in splendid parlours, when I was kept dressed up like a doll, and company and visitors used to praise me. There was a garden opening from the saloon windows, and there I used to play hide-and-go-seek under the orange trees with my brothers and sisters. I went to a convent, and there I learned music, French, and embroidery, and what not, and when I was 14, I came out to my father's funeral. He died very suddenly, and when the property came to be settled, they found that there was scarcely enough to cover the debts, and when the creditors took an inventory of the property, I was set down in it. My mother was a slave woman, and my father had always meant to set me free, but he had not done it, and so I was set down in the list. I'd always known who I was, but never thought much about it. Nobody ever expects that a strong, healthy man is going to die. My father was a well man, only 4 hours before he died. It was one of the first cholera cases in New Orleans. The day after the funeral, my father's wife took her children and went up to her father's plantation. I thought they treated me strangely, but didn't know. There was a young lawyer who they left to settle the business, and he came by every day and was about the house and spoke very politely to me. He brought with him one day a young man whom I thought the handsomest I had ever seen. I shall never forget that evening. I walked with him in the garden and was lonesome and full of sorrow, and he was so kind and gentle to me, and he told me that he had seen me before I went to the convent, and that he had loved me a great while, and that he would be my friend and protector. In short, though he didn't tell me, he had paid $2,000 for me, and I was his property. I became his willingly, for I loved him. Loved, said the woman, stopping. Oh, how I did love that man! How I love him now, and always shall, while I breathe. He was so beautiful, so high, so noble. He put me into a beautiful house with servants, horses and carriages, and furniture and dresses. Everything that money could buy he gave me. And I didn't set any value on all that. I only cared for him. I loved him better than my God and my own soul, and if I tried, I couldn't do any other from what he wanted me to do. I wanted only one thing. I did want him to marry me. I thought if he loved me as he said he did, and if I was what he seemed to think I was, he would be willing to marry me and set me free. But he convinced me that it would be impossible, and he told me that if we were only faithful to each other, it was marriage before God. If that is true, wasn't I that man's wife? Wasn't I faithful? For 7 years didn't I study every look and motion, and only live and breathe to please him? He had the yellow fever, and for 20 days and nights I watched with him, I alone, and I gave him all his medicine and did everything for him, and then he called me his good angel and said I'd saved his life. We had 2 beautiful children. The first was a boy, and we called him Henry. He was the image of his father. He had such beautiful eyes, such a forehead, and his hair hung all in curls around it. And he had all his father's spirit, and his talent too. Little Elise, he said, looked like me. He used to tell me that I was the most beautiful woman in Louisiana. He was so proud of me and the children. He used to love to have me dress them up and take them and me about in an open carriage, and hear the remarks that people would make on us. And he used to fill my ears constantly with the fine things that were said in praise of me and the children. Oh, those were happy days. I thought I was as happy as anyone could be. But then there came evil times. He had a cousin come to New Orleans who was his particular friend. He thought all the world of him. But from the first time I saw him, I couldn't tell why, I dreaded him, for I felt sure he was going to bring misery on us. He got Henry to going out with him, and often he would not come home nights till 2 or 3 o'clock. I did not dare say a word, for Henry was so high-spirited I was afraid to. He got him to the gaming houses, and he was one of the sort that, when he once got a-going there was no holding back. And then he introduced him to another lady, and I saw soon that his heart was gone from me. He never told me, but I saw it. I knew it day after day. I felt my heart breaking, but I could not say a word. At this the wretch offered to buy me and the children of Henry to clear off his gambling debts, which stood in the way of his marrying as he wished, and he sold us. He told me one day that he had business in the country, and should be gone 2 or 3 weeks. He spoke kinder than usual, and said he should come back, but it didn't deceive me. I knew that the time had come. I was just like one turned into stone. I couldn't speak nor shed a tear. He kissed me and kissed the children a good many times, and went out. I saw him get on his horse, and I watched him till he was quite out of sight, and then I fell down and fainted. Then he came, the cursed wretch. He came to take possession. He told me that he had bought me and my children, and showed me the papers. I cursed him before God, and told him I'd rather die sooner than live with him. "Just as you please," said he, "but if you don't behave reasonably, I'll sell both the children, where you shall never see them again." He told me that he always had meant to have me, from the first time he saw me, and that he had drawn Henry on and got him in debt on purpose to make him willing to sell me. Then he got him in love with another woman, and that I might know, after all that he should not give up for a few airs and tears and things of that sort. I gave up, for my hands were tied. He had my children. Whenever I resisted his will anywhere, he would talk about selling them, and he made me as submissive as he desired. Oh, what a life it was, to live with my heart breaking every day, to keep on, loving, when it was only misery, and to be bound, body and soul, to one I hated. I used to read to Henry, to play to him, to waltz with him, and sing to him, but everything I did for this one was a perfect drag. Yet I was afraid to refuse anything. He was very imperious and harsh to the children. Elise was a timid little thing, but Henry was bold and high-spirited like his father, and he had never been brought under in the least by anyone. He was always finding fault and quarrelling with him, and I used to live in daily fear and dread. I tried to make the child respectful. I tried to keep them apart, for I held on to those children like death, but it did no good. He sold both those children. He took me to ride one day, and when I came home, they were nowhere to be found. He told me he had sold them. He showed me the money, the price of their blood. Then it seemed as if all good forsook me. I raved and cursed God and man, and for a while I believe he really was afraid of me, but he didn't give up so. He told me that my children were sold, but whether I ever saw their faces again depended on him, and that if I wasn't quiet, they should smart for it. Well, you can do anything with a woman when you've got her children. He made me submit. He made me be peaceable. He flattered me with hopes that perhaps he would buy them back, and so things went on a week or 2. One day I was out walking and passed by the calaboose. I saw a crowd about the gate, and I heard a child's voice, and suddenly my Henry broke away from 2 or 3 men who were holding him, and ran screaming and caught my dress. They came up to him swearing dreadfully, and one man, whose face I shall never forget, told him that he wouldn't get away so, that he was going with him into the calaboose, and he'd get a lesson there he'd never forget. I tried to beg and plead. They only laughed. The poor boy screamed and looked into my face and held on to me, until in tearing him off they tore the skirt of my dress half away, and they carried him in screaming, Mother! Mother! Mother!" There was one man stood there, seemed to pity me. I offered him all the money I had if he'd only interfere. He shook his head, and said that the boy had been impudent and disobedient ever since he'd bought him, that he was going to break him in once for all. I turned and ran, and every step of the way I thought that I heard him scream. I got into the house, ran all out of breath to the parlour where I found Butler. I told him and begged him to go and interfere. He only laughed and told me the boy had got his deserts. He'd got to be broken in, the sooner the better. What did I expect? He asked. It seemed to me something in my head snapped at that moment. I felt dizzy and furious. I remembered seeing a great sharp bowie knife on the table. I remember something about catching it and flying upon him, and then all grew dark, and I didn't know any more, not for days and days. When I came to myself, I was in a nice room, but not mine. An old black woman tended me, and a doctor came to see me, and there was a great deal of care taken of me. After a while I found that he had gone away, and left me at this house to be sold, and that's why they took such pains with me. I didn't mean to get well, and hoped I shouldn't, but in spite of me, the fever went off, and I grew healthy, and finally got up. Then they made me dress up every day, and gentlemen used to come in and stand and smoke their cigars, and look at me, and ask questions, and debate my price. I was so gloomy and silent that none of them wanted me. They threatened to whip me if I wasn't gayer, and didn't take some pains to make myself agreeable. At length one day came a gentleman named Stewart. He seemed to have some feeling for me. He saw that something dreadful was on my heart, and he came to see me alone a great many times, and finally persuaded me to tell him. He bought me at last, and promised to do all he could to find and buy back my children. He went to the hotel where my Henry was. They told him he had been sold to a planter up on Pearl River. That was the last I ever heard. Then he found where my daughter was. An old woman was keeping her. He offered an immense sum for her, but they would not sell her. Butler found out that it was for me he wanted her, and he sent me word that I should never have her. Captain Stewart was very kind to me. He had a splendid plantation, and took me to it. In the course of a year I had a son born. Oh, that child! How I loved it! How just like my poor Harry the little thing looked! But I had made up my mind, yes, I had. I would never again let a child live to grow up. I took the little fellow in my arms when he was 2 weeks old, and kissed him and cried over him, and then I gave him laudanum, and held him close to my bosom while he slept to death. How I mourned and cried over it, and who ever dreamed that it was anything but a mistake that had made me give it the laudanum? But it's one of the few things that I'm glad of now. I am not sorry to this day. He at least is out of pain. What better than death could I give him, poor child? After a while the cholera came, and Captain Stewart died. Everybody died that wanted to live, and I, though I went down to death's door, I lived. Then I was sold, and passed from hand to hand, till I grew faded and wrinkled, and I had a fever, and then this wretch bought me, and brought me here, and here I am." The woman stopped. She had hurried on through her story, with a wild, passionate utterance, sometimes seeming to address it to Tom, and sometimes speaking as if in soliloquy. So vehement and overpowering was the force with which she spoke, that for a season Tom was beguiled even from the pain of his wounds, and raising himself on one elbow, watched her as she paced restlessly up and down, her long black hair swaying heavily about her as she moved. "You tell me," she said, after a pause, that there is a God that looks down and sees all these things. Maybe it's so. The sisters in the convent used to tell me of a day of judgment when everything is coming to light. Won't there be vengeance then? They think it's nothing what we suffer, nothing what our children suffer. It's all a small matter, yet I've walked the streets when it seemed as if I had misery enough in my one heart to sink the city. I've wished the houses would fall on me, or the stones sink under me. Yes, and in the judgment day I will stand up before God, a witness against those that have ruined me and my children, body and soul. When I was a girl, I thought I was religious. I used to love God and prayer. Now I'm a lost soul, pursued by devils that torment me day and night. They keep pushing me on, and I'll do it, too, some of these days, she said, clenching her hand while an insane light glanced in her heavy black eyes. I'll send him where he belongs. A short way, too, one of these nights, if they burn me alive for it. A wild, long laugh rang through the deserted room, and ended in a hysteric sob. She threw herself on the floor in convulsive sobbing and struggles. In a few moments the frenzy fit seemed to pass off. She rose slowly and seemed to collect herself. "Can I do anything more for you, my poor fellow?" she said, approaching where Tom lay. "Shall I give you some more water?" There was a graceful and compassionate sweetness in her voice and manner, as she said this, that formed a strange contrast with the former wildness. Tom drank the water and looked earnestly and pitifully into her face. "Oh, missus, I wish you'd go to him that can give you living waters." "Go to him? Where is he? Who is he?" said Cassy. "Him that you read of to me, the Lord." "I used to see the picture of him over the altar when I was a girl," said Cassy, her dark eyes fixing themselves in an expression of mournful reverie. "But he isn't here. There's nothing here but sin, and long, long, long despair. Oh!" She laid her hand on her breast and drew in her breath as if to lift a heavy weight. Tom looked as if he would speak again, but she cut him short with a decided gesture. "Don't talk, my poor fellow. Try to sleep if you can." And placing water in his reach, and making whatever little arrangements for his comforts she could, Cassy left the shed. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 35. The Tokens. And slight withal may be the things that bring back on the heart the weight which it would fling aside for ever. It may be a sound, a flower, the wind, the ocean, which shall wound, striking the electric chain wherewith we're darkly bound. Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Can. 4. The sitting-room of Legree's establishment was a large, long room, with a wide, ample fireplace. It had once been hung with a showy and expensive paper, which now hung mouldering, torn and discoloured from the damp walls. The place had that peculiar, sickening, unwholesome smell, compounded of mingled damp dirt and decay, which one often notices in close old houses. The wallpaper was defaced in spots by slops of beer and wine, or garnished with chalk memorandums and long sums footed up as if somebody had been practising arithmetic there. In the fireplace stood a brazier full of burning charcoal, for though the weather was not cold, the evenings always seemed damp and chilly in that great room, and Legree, moreover, wanted a place to light his cigars and heat his water for punch. The ruddy glare of the charcoal displayed the confused and unpromising aspect of the room. Saddles, bridles, several sorts of harness, riding whips, overcoats, and various articles of clothing, scattered up and down the room in confused variety, and the dogs of whom we have before spoken had encamped themselves among them to suit their own taste and convenience. Legree was just mixing himself a tumbler of punch, pouring his hot water from a cracked and broken-nosed pitcher, grumbling as he did so. "Plague on that Sambo to kick up this 'ere row between me and the new hands. The fellow won't be fit to work for a week now, right in the press of the season." "Yes, just like you," said a voice behind his chair. It was the woman, Cassy, who had stolen upon his soliloquy. "Ha, you she-devil! You've come back, have you?" "Yes, I have," she said coolly. "Come to have my own way, too." "You lie, you jade! I'll be up to my word. Either behave yourself or stay down to the quarters, and fare and work with the rest." "I'd rather 10,000 times," said the woman, "live in the dirtiest hole at the quarters than be under your hoof." "But you are under my hoof, for all that," said he, turning upon her with a savage grin. "That's one comfort. So sit down here on my knee, my dear, and hear to reason," said he, laying hold on her wrist. "Simon Legree, take care," said the woman with a sharp flash of her eye, a glance so wild and insane in its light as to be almost appalling. "You're afraid of me, Simon," she said deliberately, "and you've reason to be. But be careful, for I've got the devil in me." These last words she whispered in a hissing tone close to his ear. "Get out! I believe to my soul you have," said Legree, pushing her from him, and looking uncomfortably at her. "After all, Cassy," he said, "why can't you be friends with me, as you used to?" "Used to?" said she bitterly. She stopped short. A word of choking feelings rising in her heart kept her silent. Cassy had always kept over Legree the kind of influence that a strong, impassioned woman can ever keep over the most brutal man, but of late she had grown more and more irritable and restless under the hideous yoke of her servitude, and her irritability at times broke out into raving insanity, and this liability made her a sort of object of dread to Legree, who had that superstitious horror of insane persons which is common to coarse and uninstructed minds. When Legree brought Emmeline to the house, all the smouldering embers of womanly feeling flashed up in the worn heart of Cassy, and she took part with the girl, and a fierce quarrel ensued between her and Legree. Legree, in a fury, swore she should be put to field service if she would not be peaceable. Cassy, with proud scorn, declared she would go to the field, and she worked there one day, as we have described, to show how perfectly she scorned the threat. Legree was secretly uneasy all day, for Cassy had an influence over him from which he could not free himself. When she presented her basket at the scales, he had hoped for some concession, and addressed her in a sort of half-conciliatory, half-scornful tone, and she had answered with the bitterest contempt. The outrageous treatment of poor Tom had roused her still more, and she had followed Legree to the house with no particular intention but to upbraid him for his brutality. "I wish, Cassy," said Legree, "you'd behave yourself decently." "You talk about behaving decently? And what have you been doing? You, who haven't even sense enough to keep from spoiling one of your best hands right in the most pressing season, just for your devilish temper." "I was a fool, it's a fact, to let any such brangle come up," said Legree. "But when the boy set up his will, he had to be broke in." "I reckon you won't break him in." "Won't I?" said Legree, rising passionately. "I'd like to know if I won't. He'll be the first nigger that ever came it round me. I'll break every bone in his body, but he shall give up." Just then the door opened and Sambo entered. He came forward, bowing and holding out something in a paper. "What's that, you dog?" said Legree. "It's a witch thing, masser." "A what?" "Something that niggers gets from witches. Keeps 'em from feelin' when they's flogged. He had it tied round his neck with a black string." Legree, like most godless and cruel men, was superstitious. He took the paper and opened it uneasily. There dropped out of it a silver dollar and a long shining curl of fair hair which, like a living thing, twined itself round Legree's fingers. "Damnation!" he screamed in sudden passion, stamping on the floor and pulling furiously at the hair as if it burned him. "Where did this come from? Take it off! Burn it up! Burn it up!" he screamed, tearing it off and throwing it into the charcoal. "What did you bring it to me for?" Sambo stood with his heavy mouth wide open and aghast with wonder, and Cassy, who was preparing to leave the apartment, stopped and looked at him in perfect amazement. "Don't you bring me any more of your devilish things," said he, shaking his fist at Sambo, who retreated hastily toward the door, and picking up the silver dollar, he sent it smashing through the finger pane out into the darkness. Sambo was glad to make his escape. When he was gone, Legree seemed a little ashamed of his fit of alarm. He sat doggedly down in his chair and began sullenly sipping his tumbler of punch. Cassy prepared herself for going out unobserved by him, and slipped away to minister to poor Tom, as we have already related. And what was the matter with Legree? And what was there in a simple curl of fair hair to appall that brutal man, familiar with every form of cruelty? To answer this we must carry the reader backward in his history. Hard and reprobate as the godless man seemed now, there had been a time when he had been rocked on the bosom of a mother, cradled with prayers and pious hymns, his now seared brow bedewed with the waters of holy baptism. In early childhood a fair-haired woman had led him, at the sound of Sabbath bell, to worship and to pray. Far in New England that mother had trained her only son with long unwearied love and patient prayers, born of a hard-tempered sire on whom that gentle woman had wasted a world of unvalued love. Legree had followed in the steps of his father. Boisterous, unruly, and tyrannical, he despised all her counsel and would none of her reproof, and at an early age broke from her to seek his fortunes at sea. He never came home but once after, and then his mother, with the yearning of a heart that must love something and has nothing else to love, clung to him and sought, with passionate prayers and entreaties, to win him from a life of sin to his soul's eternal good. That was Legree's day of grace. Then good angels called him. Then he was almost persuaded, and mercy held him by the hand. His heart inly relented. There was a conflict, but sin got the victory, and he set all the force of his rough nature against the conviction of his conscience. He drank and swore, was wilder and more brutal than ever, and one night, when his mother, in the last agony of her despair, knelt at his feet, he spurned her from him, threw her senseless on the floor, and with brutal curses fled to his ship. The next Legree heard of his mother was when one night, as he was carousing among drunken companions, a letter was put into his hand. He opened it, and a lock of long curling hair fell from it and twined about his fingers. The letter told him his mother was dead, and that, dying, she blessed and forgave him. There is a dread, unhallowed necromancy of evil that turns things sweetest and holiest to phantoms of horror and affright. That pale, loving mother, her dying prayers, her forgiving love, wrought in that demoniac heart of sin only as a damning sentence, bringing with it a fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation. Legree burned the hair and burned the letter, and when he saw them hissing and crackling in the flame, inly shuddered as he thought of everlasting fires. He tried to drink and revel and swear away the memory, but often in the deep night, whose solemn stillness arraigns the bad soul in forced communion with herself, he had seen that pale mother rising by his bedside, and felt the soft twining of that hair around his fingers, till the cold sweat would roll down his face, and he would spring from his bed in horror. Ye who have wondered to hear in the same evangel that God is love, and that God is a consuming fire, see ye not how to the soul resolved in evil, perfect love is the most fearful torture, the seal and sentence of the direst despair? "Blast it," said Legree to himself as he sipped his liquor. "Where did he get that? If it didn't just look like who? I thought I'd forgot that. Curse me if I think there's any such thing as forgetting anything anyhow, hang it. I'm lonesome. I mean to call Em. She hates me, the monkey. I don't care. I'll make her come." Legree stepped out into a large entry which went upstairs by what had formerly been a superb winding staircase, but the passageway was dirty and dreary, encumbered with boxes and unsightly litter. The stairs, uncarpeted, seemed winding up in the gloom to nobody knew where. The pale moonlight streamed through a shattered fanlight over the door. The air was unwholesome and chilly, like that of a vault. Legree stopped at the foot of the stairs and heard a voice singing. It seemed strange and ghost-like in that dreary old house, perhaps because of the already tremulous state of his nerves. Hark! What is it? A wild, pathetic voice chants a hymn common among the slaves. "Oh, there'll be morning, morning, morning. Oh, there'll be morning at the judgment seat of Christ." "Blast the girl," said Legree. "I'll choke her." "Em, Em," he called harshly, but only a mocking echo from the walls answered him. The sweet voice still sung on. "Parents and children there shall part. Parents and children there shall part to meet no more." And clear and loud swelled through the empty halls the refrain, "Oh, there'll be morning, morning, morning. Oh, there'll be morning at the judgment seat of Christ." Legree stopped. He would have been ashamed to tell of it, but large drops of sweat stood on his forehead. His heart beat heavy and thick with fear. He even thought he saw something white rising and glimmering in the gloom before him, and shuddered to think what if the form of his dead mother should suddenly appear to him. "I know one thing," he said to himself as he stumbled back in the sitting-room and sat down. "I'll let that fellow alone after this. What did I want of his cussed paper? I believe I am bewitched, sure enough. I've been shivering and sweating ever since. Where did he get that hair? It couldn't have been that. I burnt that up, I know I did. It would be a joke if hair could rise from the dead." Ah, Legree, that golden tress was charmed. Each hair had in it a spell of terror and remorse for thee, and was used by a mightier power to bind thy cruel hands from inflicting uttermost evil on the helpless. "I say," said Legree, stamping and whistling to the dogs, "wake up, some of you, and keep me company." But the dogs only opened one eye at him, sleepily, and closed it again. "I'll have Sambo and Kimbo up here to sing and dance one of their hell dances, and keep off these horrid notions," said Legree. And putting on his hat, he went on to the verandah and blew a horn, with which he commonly summoned his two sable drivers. Legree was often wont, when in a gracious humour, to get these two worthies into his sitting-room, and after warming them up with whisky, amuse himself by setting them to singing, dancing, or fighting, as the humour took him. It was between 1 and 2 o'clock at night, as Cassy was returning from her ministrations to poor Tom, that she heard the sound of wild shrieking, whooping, hallooing, and singing from the sitting-room, mingled with the barking of dogs and other symptoms of general uproar. She came up on the verandah steps and looked in. Legree and both the drivers, in a state of furious intoxication, were singing, whooping, upsetting chairs, and making all manner of ludicrous and horrid grimaces at each other. She rested her small, slender hand on the window-blind, and looked fixedly at them. There was a world of anguish, scorn, and fierce bitterness in her black eyes as she did so. "Would it be a sin to rid the world of such a wretch?" she said to herself. She turned hurriedly away, and passing round to a back door, glided upstairs and tapped at Emmeline's door. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 36. Emmeline and Cassy. Cassy entered the room and found Emmeline sitting, pale with fear, in the furthest corner of it. As she came in, the girl started up nervously, but on seeing who it was, rushed forward, and catching her arm, said, "Oh, Cassy, is it you? I'm so glad you've come. I was afraid it was. Oh, you don't know what a horrid noise there has been downstairs all this evening." "I ought to know," said Cassy dryly. "I've heard it often enough." "Oh, Cassy, do tell me. Couldn't we get away from this place? I don't care where. Into the swamp, among the snakes, anywhere. Couldn't we get somewhere away from here?" "Nowhere but into our graves," said Cassy. "Did you ever try?" "I've seen enough of trying and what comes of it," said Cassy. "I'd be willing to live in the swamps and gnaw the bark from the trees. I ain't afraid of snakes. I'd rather have one near me than him," said Emmeline eagerly. "There have been a good many here of your opinion," said Cassy, "but you couldn't stay in the swamps. You'd be tracked by the dogs and brought back, and then—" "What would he do?" said the girl, looking with breathless interest into her face. "What wouldn't he do, you'd better ask," said Cassy. "He's learned his trade well among the pirates in the West Indies. You wouldn't sleep much if I should tell you things I've seen, things that he tells of sometimes for good jokes. I've heard screams here that I haven't been able to get out of my head for weeks and weeks. There's a place way out down by the quarters where you can see a black, blasted tree and the ground all covered with black ashes. Ask anyone what was done there, and see if they will dare to tell you." "Oh, what do you mean?" "I won't tell you. I hate to think of it. And I tell you, the Lord only knows what we may see to-morrow, if that poor fellow holds out as he's begun." "Horrid!" said Emmeline, every drop of blood receding from her cheeks. "Oh, Cassy, Do tell me what I shall do." "What I've done. Do the best you can. Do what you must, and make it up in hating and cursing." "He wanted to make me drink some of his hateful brandy," said Emmeline, "and I hate it so." "You'd better drink," said Cassy. "I hated it too, and now I can't live without it. One must have something. Things don't look so dreadful when you take that." "Mother used to tell me never to touch any such thing," said Emmeline. "Mother told you," said Cassy, with a thrilling and bitter emphasis on the word mother. "What use is it for mothers to say anything? You are all to be bought and paid for, and your souls belong to whoever gets you. That's the way it goes. I say, drink brandy, drink all you can, and it'll make things come easier." "Oh, Cassy, do pity me." "Pity you? Don't I? Haven't I a daughter? Lord knows where she is, and whose she is now, going the way her mother went before her, I suppose, and that her children must go after her. There's no end to the curse, for ever." "I wish I'd never been born," said Emmeline, wringing her hands. "That's an old wish with me," said Cassy. "I got used to wishing that. I'd die if I dared to," she said, looking out into the darkness with that still, fixed despair which was the habitual expression of her face when at rest. "It would be wicked to kill oneself," said Emmeline. "I don't know why. No wickeder than things we live and do day after day. But the sisters told me things when I was in the convent that make me afraid to die. If it would only be the end of us, why then—" Emmeline turned away and hid her face in her hands. While this conversation was passing in the chamber, Legree, overcome with his carouse, had sunk to sleep in the room below. Legree was not an habitual drunkard. His coarse, strong nature craved and could endure a continual stimulation that would have utterly wrecked and crazed a finer one. But a deep underlying spirit of cautiousness prevented his often yielding to appetite in such measure as to lose control of himself. This night, however, in his feverish efforts to banish from his mind those fearful elements of woe and remorse which woke within him, he had indulged more than common, so that when he had discharged his sable attendance, he fell heavily on a settle in the room and was sound asleep. Oh, how dares the bad soul to enter the shadowy world of sleep, that land whose dim outlines lie so fearfully near to the mystic scene of retribution? Legree dreamed. In his heavy and feverish sleep, a veiled form stood beside him and laid a cold, soft hand upon him. He thought he knew who it was, and shuddered with creeping horror, though the face was veiled. Then he thought he felt that hair twining round his fingers, and then that it slid smoothly round his neck and tightened, and he could not draw his breath. And then he thought voices whispered to him, whispers that chilled him with horror. Then it seemed to him he was on the edge of a frightful abyss, holding on and struggling in mortal fear, while dark hands stretched up and were pulling him over, and Cassy came behind him laughing and pushed him. And then rose up that solemn veiled figure and drew aside the veil. It was his mother, and she turned away from him, and he fell, down, 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 amid the confused noise of shrieks and groans and shouts of demon laughter, and Legree awoke. Calmly the rosy hue of dawn was stealing into the room. The morning star stood with its solemn, holy eye of light, looking down on the man of sin from out the brightening sky. Oh, with what freshness, what solemnity and beauty is each new day born, as if to say to insensate man, "Behold, thou hast one more chance. Strive for immortal glory." There is no speech nor language where this voice is not heard. But the bold bad man heard it not. He woke with an oath and a curse. What to him was the gold and purple, the daily miracle of morning? What to him the sanctity of the star which the Son of God has hallowed as his own emblem? Brute-like, he saw without perceiving, and stumbling forward, poured out a tumbler of brandy and drank half of it. "I've had a hell of a night," he said to Cassy, who just then entered from an opposite door. "You'll get plenty of the same sort by and by," said she dryly. "What do you mean, you minx?" "You'll find out one of these days," returned Cassy in the same tone. "Now, Simon, I've one piece of advice to give you." "The devil you have!" "My advice is," said Cassy steadily, as she began adjusting some things about the room, "that you let Tom alone." "What business is't of yours?" "What? To be sure, I don't know what it should be. If you want to pay 1,200 for a fellow, and use him right up in the press of the season, just to serve your own spite, it's no business of mine. I've done what I could for him." "You have? What business have you meddling in my matters?" "None, to be sure. I've saved you some thousands of dollars at different times by taking care of your hands. That's all the thanks I get. If your crop comes shorter into market than any of theirs, you won't lose your bet, I suppose. Tompkins won't lord it over you, I suppose, and you'll pay down your money like a lady, won't you? I think I see you doing it." Legree, like many other planters, had but one form of ambition, to have in the heaviest crop of the season, and he had several bets on this very present season pending in the next town. Cassy, therefore, with woman's tact, touched the only string that could be made to vibrate. "Well, I'll let him off at what he's got," said Legree, "but he shall beg my pardon and promise better fashions." "That he won't do," said Cassy. "Won't, eh?" "No, he won't," said Cassy. "I'd like to know why, mistress," said Legree, in the extreme of scorn. "Because he's done right, and he knows it, and won't say he's done wrong." "Who a cuss cares what he knows? The nigger shall say what I please, or—" "Or you'll lose your bet on the cotton crop by keeping him out of the field just at this very press." "But he will give up. Course he will. Don't I know what niggers is? He'll beg like a dog this morning." "He won't, Simon. You don't know this kind. You may kill him by inches. You won't get the first word of confession out of him." "We'll see. Where is he?" said Legree, going out. "In the waste room of the gin house," said Cassy. Legree, though he talked so stoutly to Cassy, still sallied forth from the house with a degree of misgiving which was not common with him. His dreams of the past night, mingled with Cassy's prudential suggestions, considerably affected his mind. He resolved that nobody should be witness of his encounter with Tom, and determined, if he could not subdue him by bullying, to defer his vengeance to be wreaked in a more convenient season. The solemn light of dawn, the angelic glory of the morning star, had looked in through the rude window of the shed where Tom was lying, and as if descending on that starbeam came the solemn words, "I am the root and offspring of David, and the bright and morning star." The mysterious warnings and intimations of Cassy, so far from discouraging his soul, in the end had roused it as with a heavenly call. He did not know but that the day of his death was dawning in the sky, and his heart throbbed with solemn throes of joy and desire, as he thought that the wondrous all of which he had often pondered, the great white throne with its ever-radiant rainbow, the white-robed multitude with voices as many waters, the crowns, the palms, the harps, might all break upon his vision before that sun should set again. And therefore, without shuddering or trembling, he heard the voice of his persecutor as he drew near. "Well, my boy," said Legree, with a contemptuous kick, "how do you find yourself? Didn't I tell yer I could larn yer a thing or two? How do yer like it, eh? How did yer wailing agree with yer, Tom? Ain't quite so crank as ye was last night. Ye couldn't treat a poor sinner now to a bit of sermon, could ye, eh?" Tom answered nothing. "Get up, you beast," said Legree, kicking him again. This was a difficult matter for one so bruised and faint, and as Tom made efforts to do so, Legree laughed brutally. "What makes ye so spry this morning, Tom? Cotched cold, maybe, last night?" Tom by this time had gained his feet, and was confronting his master with a steady, unmoved front. "The devil you can," said Legree, looking him over. "I believe you haven't got enough yet. Now, Tom, get right down on your knees and beg my pardon for your shines last night." Tom did not move. "Down, you dog," said Legree, striking him with his riding-whip. "Mas'r Legree," said Tom, "I can't do it. I did only what I thought was right. I shall do just so again if ever the time comes. I never will do a cruel thing, come what may." "Yes, but you don't know what may come, Master Tom. Ye think what you've got is something. I tell you 'tan't anything, nothing 'tall. How would you like to be tied to a tree, and have a slow fire lit up around ye? Wouldn't that be pleasant, eh, Tom?" "Mas'r," said Tom, "I know ye can do dreadful things, but—" he stretched himself upward and clasped his hands, "but after ye've killed the body there ain't no more ye can do. And oh, there's all eternity to come after that." Eternity! The word thrilled through the black man's soul with light and power as he spoke. It thrilled through the sinner's soul, too, like the bite of a scorpion. Legree gnashed on him with his teeth, but rage kept him silent, and Tom, like a man disenthralled, spoke in a clear and cheerful voice. "Mas'r Legree, as ye bought me, I'll be a true and faithful servant to ye. I'll give ye all the work of my hands, all my time, all my strength, but my soul I won't give up to mortal man. I will hold on to the Lord and put his commands before all. Die or live, you may be sure on't, Mas'r Legree, I ain't a grain afeard to die. I'd as soon die as not. Ye may whip me, starve me, burn me, it'll only send me sooner where I want to go." "I'll make ye give out, though, 'fore I've done," said Legree in a rage. "I shall have help," said Tom. "You'll never do it." "Who the devil's going to help you?" said Legree scornfully. "The Lord Almighty," said Tom. "Damn you," said Legree, as with one blow of his fist he felled Tom to the earth. A cold, soft hand fell on Legree's at this moment. He turned. It was Cassy's, but the cold, soft touch recalled his dream of the night before, and flashing through the chambers of his brain came all the fearful images of the night watches, with a portion of the horror that accompanied them. "Will you be a fool?" said Cassy in French. "Let him go. Let me alone to get him fit to be in the field again. Isn't it just as I told you?" They say the alligator, the rhinoceros, though enclosed in bullet-proof mail, have each a spot where they are vulnerable, and fierce, reckless, unbelieving reprobates have commonly this point in superstitious dread. Legree turned away, determined to let the point go for the time. Well, have it your own way, he said doggedly to Cassy. Hark ye, he said to Tom, I won't deal with ye now because the business is pressing, and I want all my hands, but I never forget. I'll score it against ye, and sometime I'll have my pay out of your old black hide, mind ye. Legree turned and went out. There you go, said Cassy, looking darkly after him. Your reckoning's to come yet, my poor fellow. How are you? The Lord God hath sent his angel and shut the lion's mouth for this time, said Tom. For this time, to be sure, said Cassy, but now you've got his ill will upon you to follow you day in, day out, hanging like a dog on your throat, sucking your blood, bleeding away your life, drop by drop. I know the man. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 37. Liberty. No matter with what solemnities he may have been devoted upon the altar of slavery, the moment he touches the sacred soil of Britain, the altar and the god sink together in the dust, and he stands redeemed, regenerated, and disenthralled by the irresistible genius of universal emancipation. Curran. John Philpot Curran, 1750 to 1817, Irish orator and judge who worked for Catholic emancipation. A while we must leave Tom in the hands of his persecutors, while we turn to pursue the fortunes of George and his wife, whom we left in friendly hands, in a farmhouse on the roadside. Tom Loker we left groaning and tousling in a most immaculately clean Quaker bed, under the motherly supervision of Aunt Dorcas, who found him to the full as tractable a patient as a sick bison. Imagine a tall, dignified, spiritual woman, whose clear muslin cap shades waves of silvery hair, parted on a broad, clear forehead, which overarches thoughtful grey eyes. A snowy handkerchief of Lys crape is folded neatly across her bosom. Her glossy brown silk dress rustles peacefully as she glides up and down the chamber. "The devil!" says Tom Loker, giving a great throw to the bedclothes. "I must request thee, Thomas, not to use such language," says Aunt Dorcas, as she quietly rearranged the bed. "Well, I won't, Granny, if I can help it," says Tom, "but it is enough to make a fellow swear. So cursedly hot." Dorcas removed a comforter from the bed, straightened the clothes again, and tucked them in, till Tom looked something like a chrysalis, remarking as she did so, "I wish, friend, thee would leave off cursing and swearing, and think upon thy ways." "What the devil," said Tom, "should I think of them for? Last thing ever I want to think of, hang it all." And Tom flounced over, untucking and disarranging everything in a manner frightful to behold. "That fellow and gal are here, I s'pose," he said sullenly, after a pause. "They are so," said Dorcas. "They'd better be off up to the lake," said Tom. "The quicker the better." "Probably they will do so," said Aunt Dorcas, knitting peacefully. "And hark ye," said Tom, "we've got correspondents in Sandusky that watch the boats for us. I don't care if I tell now. I hope they will get away, just to spite Marks. The cursed puppy! Damn him!" "Thomas," said Dorcas. "I tell you, Granny, If you bottle a fellow up too tight, I shall split," said Tom. "But about the gal, tell 'em to dress her up some way so as to alter her. Her description's out in Sandusky." "We will attend to that matter," said Dorcas, with characteristic composure. As we at that place take leave of Tom Loker, we may as well say that, having lain 3 weeks at the Quaker dwelling, sick with a rheumatic fever which set in company with his other afflictions, Tom arose from his bed a somewhat sadder and wiser man, and in place of slave-catching betook himself to life in one of the new settlements, where his talents developed themselves more happily in trapping bears, wolves, and other inhabitants of the forest, in which he made himself quite a name in the land. Tom always spoke reverently of the Quakers. "Nice people," he would say. "Wanted to convert me, but couldn't come to it exactly. But tell you what, stranger, they do fix up a sick fellow first rate. No mistake. Make just the tallest kind of broth and knick-knacks." As Tom had informed them that their party would be looked for in Sandusky, it was thought prudent to divide them. Jim, with his old mother, was forwarded separately, and a night or two after, George and Eliza, with their child, were driven privately into Sandusky and lodged beneath a hospital roof, preparatory to taking their last passage on the lake. Their night was now far spent, and the morning star of liberty rose fair before them. Electric word! What is it? Is there anything more in it than a name, a rhetorical flourish? Why, men and women of America, does your heart's blood thrill at that word, for which your fathers bled and your braver mothers were willing that their noblest and best should die? Is there anything in it glorious and dear for a nation that is not also glorious and dear for a man? What is freedom to a nation but freedom to the individuals in it? What is freedom to that young man who sits there with his arms folded over his broad chest, the tint of African blood in his cheek, its dark fires in his eyes? What is freedom to George Harris? To your fathers, freedom was the right of a nation to be a nation. To him it is the right of a man to be a man and not a brute, the right to call the wife of his bosom his wife, and to protect her from lawless violence, the right to protect and educate his child, the right to have a home of his own, a religion of his own, a character of his own, unsubject to the will of another. All these thoughts were rolling and seething in George's breast as he was pensively leaning his head on his hand, watching his wife as she was adapting to her slender and pretty form the articles of man's attire, in which it was deemed safest she should make her escape. "Now for it," said she, as she stood before the glass, and shook down her silky abundance of black curly hair. "I say, George, it's almost a pity, isn't it?" she said, as she held up some of it playfully. "Pity it's all got to come off?" George smiled sadly and made no answer. Eliza turned to the glass, and the scissors glittered as one long lock after another was detached from her head. "There now, that'll do," she said, taking up a hairbrush. "Now for a few fancy touches. There, ain't I a pretty young fellow?" she said, turning around to her husband, laughing and blushing at the same time. "You always will be pretty, do what you will," said George. "What does make you so sober?" said Eliza, kneeling on one knee and laying her hand on his. "We are only within 24 hours of Canada, they say. Only a day and a night on the lake, and then, oh, then—" "Oh, Eliza," said George, drawing her towards him, "that is it. Now my fate is all narrowing down to a point. to come so near, to be almost in sight and then lose all. I should never live under it, Eliza." "Don't fear," said his wife hopefully. "The good Lord would not have brought us so far if he didn't mean to carry us through. I seem to feel him with us, George." "You are a blessed woman, Eliza," said George, clasping her with a convulsive grasp. "But, oh, tell me, can this great mercy be for us? Will these years and years of misery come to an end? Shall we be free?" "I am sure of it, George," said Eliza, looking upward, while tears of hope and enthusiasm shone on her long dark lashes. "I feel it in me that God is going to bring us out of bondage this very day." "I will believe you, Eliza," said George, rising suddenly up. "I will believe. Come, let's be off." "Well, indeed," said he, holding her off at arm's length and looking admiringly at her. "You are a pretty little fellow. That crop of little short curls is quite becoming. Put on your cap so, a little to one side. I never saw you look quite so pretty. But it's almost time for the carriage. I wonder if Mrs. Smith has got Harry rigged." The door opened, and a respectable middle-aged woman entered, leading little Harry, dressed in girl's clothes. "What a pretty girl he makes," said Eliza, turning him round. "We call him Harriet, you see. Don't the name come nicely?" The child stood gravely regarding his mother in her new and strange attire, observing a profound silence, and occasionally drawing deep sighs and peeping at her from under his dark curls. "Does Harry know, mamma?" said Eliza, stretching her arms toward him. The child clung shyly to the woman. "Come, Eliza, why do you try to coax him when you know that he has got to be kept away from you?" "I know it's foolish," said Eliza, "yet I can't bear to have him turn away from me. But come, where's my cloak? Here. How is it men put on cloaks, George?" "You must wear it so," said her husband, throwing it over his shoulders. "So then," said Eliza, imitating the motion, "and I must stamp and take long steps and try to look saucy." "Don't exert yourself," said George. "There is now and then a modest young man, and I think it would be easier for you to act that character." "And these gloves, mercy upon us!" said Eliza. "Why, my hands are lost in them." "I advise you to keep them on pretty strictly," said George. "Your slender paw might bring us all out. Now, Mrs. Smith, you are to go under our charge and be our auntie. You mind." "I've heard," said Mrs. Smith, "that there have been men down warning all the packet captains against a man and woman with a little boy." "They have," said George. "Well, if we see any such people, we can tell them." A hack now drove to the door, and the friendly family who had received the fugitives crowded around them with farewell greetings. The disguises the party had assumed were in accordance with the hints of Tom Loker. Mrs. Smith, a respectable woman from the settlement in Canada whither they were fleeing, being fortunately about crossing the lake to return thither, had consented to appear as the aunt of little Harry, and in order to attach him to her, he had been allowed to remain the last 2 days under her sole charge, and an extra amount of petting, jointed to an indefinite amount of seed cakes and candy, had cemented a very close attachment on the part of the young gentleman. The hack drove to the wharf. The 2 young men, as they appeared, walked up the plank into the boat, Eliza gallantly giving her arm to Mrs. Smith, and George attending to their baggage. George was standing at the captain's office settling for his party, when he overheard two men talking by his side. "I've watched every one that came on board," said one, "and I know they're not on board this boat." The voice was that of the clerk of the boat. The speaker whom he addressed was our sometime friend Marks, who, with that valuable perseverance which characterized him, had come on to Sandusky, seeking whom he might devour. "You would scarcely know the woman from a white one," said Marks. "The man is a very light mulatto. He has a brand in one of his hands." The hand with which George was taking the tickets and change trembled a little, but he turned coolly around, fixed an unconcerned glance on the face of the speaker, and walked leisurely toward another part of the boat, where Eliza stood waiting for him. Mrs. Smith, with little Harry, sought the seclusion of the ladies' cabin, where the dark beauty of the supposed little girl drew many flattering comments from the passengers. George had the satisfaction, as the bell rang out its farewell peal, to see Marks walk down the plank to the shore, and drew a long sigh of relief when the boat had put a returnless distance between them. It was a superb day. The blue waves of Lake Erie danced, rippling and sparkling in the sunlight. A fresh breeze blew from the shore, and the lordly boat ploughed her way right gallantly onward. Oh, what an untold world there is in one human heart! Who thought, as George walked calmly up and down the deck of the steamer, with his shy companion at his side, of all that was burning in his bosom? The mighty good that seemed approaching seemed too good, too fair, even to be a reality, and he felt a jealous dread every moment of the day that something would rise to snatch it from him. But the boat swept on, hours fleeted, and at last, clear and full, rose the blessed English shores, shores charmed by a mighty spell, with one touch to dissolve every incantation of slavery, no matter in what language pronounced, or by what national power confirmed. George and his wife stood arm in arm as the boat neared the small town of Amherstburg in Canada. His breath grew thick and short. A mist gathered before his eyes. He silently pressed the little hand that lay trembling on his arm. The bell rang. The boat stopped. Scarcely seeing what he did, he looked out his baggage and gathered his little party. The little company were landed on the shore. They stood still till the boat had cleared, and then, with tears and embracings, the husband and wife, with their wondering child in their arms, knelt down and lifted up their hearts to God. 'Twas something like the burst from death to life, from the grave's cerements to the robes of heaven, from sin's dominion and from passion's strife, to the pure freedom of a soul forgiven, where all the bonds of death and hell are riven, and mortal puts on immortality, when mercy's hand hath turned the golden key, and mercy's voice hath said, "Rejoice, thy soul is free." The little party were soon guided by Mrs. Smith to the hospitable abode of a good missionary whom Christian charity has placed here as a shepherd to the outcast and wandering, who are constantly finding an asylum on this shore. Who can speak the blessedness of that first day of freedom? Is not the sense of liberty a higher and a finer one than any of the five? To move, speak, and breathe, go out and come in unwatched, and free from danger. Who can speak the blessings of that rest which comes down on the free man's pillow, under laws which ensure to him the rights that God has given to man? How fair and precious to that mother was that sleeping child's face endeared by the memory of 1,000 dangers. How impossible was it to sleep in the exuberant possession of such blessedness! And yet these two had not 1 acre of ground, not a roof that they could call their own. They had spent their all to the last dollar. They had nothing more than the birds of the air or the flowers of the field, yet they could not sleep for joy. O ye who take freedom from man, with what words shall ye answer it to God? End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 38. The Victory. Thanks be unto God who giveth us the victory. 1 Corinthians 15:57. Have not many of us in the weary way of life felt in some hours how far easier it were to die than to live? The martyr, when faced even by a death of bodily anguish and horror, finds in the very terror of his doom a strong stimulant and tonic. There is a vivid excitement, a thrill and fervour which may carry through any crisis of suffering that is the birth hour of eternal glory and rest. But to live, to wear on, day after day, of mean, bitter, low, harassing servitude, every nerve dampened and depressed, every power of feeling gradually smothered, this long and wasting heart martyrdom, this slow daily bleeding away of the inward life, drop by drop, hour after hour, this is the true searching test of what there may be in man or woman. When Tom stood face to face with his persecutor, and heard his threats, and thought in his very soul that his hour was come, his heart swelled bravely in him, and he thought he could bear torture and fire, bear anything, with the vision of Jesus and heaven, but just a step beyond. But when he was gone, and the present excitement passed off, came back the pain of his bruised and weary limbs, came back the sense of his utterly degraded, hopeless, forlorn estate, and the day passed wearily enough. Long before his wounds were healed, Legree insisted that he should be put to the regular field work, and then came day after day of pain and weariness, aggravated by every kind of injustice and indignity that the ill will of a mean and malicious mind could devise. Whoever in our circumstances has made trial of pain, even with all the alleviations which for us usually attend it, must know the irritation that comes with it. Tom no longer wondered at the habitual surliness of his associates. Nay, he found the placid, sunny temper which had been the habitude of his life broken in on and sorely strained by the inroads of the same thing. He had flattered himself on leisure to read his Bible, but there was no such thing as leisure there. In the height of the season, Legree did not hesitate to press all his hands through, Sundays and weekdays alike. Why shouldn't he? He made more cotton by it, and gained his wager, and if it wore out a few more hands, he could buy better ones. At first Tom used to read a verse or two of his Bible by the flicker of the fire, after he had returned from his daily toil. But after the cruel treatment he received, he used to come home so exhausted that his head swam and his eyes failed when he tried to read, and he was fain to stretch himself down with the others in utter exhaustion. Is it strange that the religious peace and trust which had upborne him hitherto should give way to tossings of soul and despondent darkness? The gloomiest problem of this mysterious life was constantly before his eyes, Souls crushed and ruined, evil triumphant, and God silent. It was weeks and months that Tom wrestled in his own soul in darkness and sorrow. He thought of Miss Ophelia's letter to his Kentucky friends, and would pray earnestly that God would send him deliverance. And then he would watch day after day in the vague hope of seeing somebody sent to redeem him. And when nobody came, he would crush back to his soul bitter thoughts that it was vain to serve God, that God had forgotten him. He sometimes saw Cassy, and sometimes, when summoned to the house, caught a glimpse of the dejected form of Emmeline, but held very little communion with either. In fact, there was no time for him to commune with anybody. One evening he was sitting in utter dejection and prostration by a few decaying brands where his coarse supper was baking. He put a few bits of brushwood on the fire and strove to raise the light, and then drew his worn Bible from his pocket. There were all the marked passages which had thrilled his soul so often, words of patriarchs and seers, poets and sages, who from early time had spoken courage to man, voices from the great cloud of witnesses who ever surround us in the race of life. Had the word lost its power, or could the failing eye and weary sense no longer answer to the touch of that mighty inspiration? Heavily sighing, he put it in his pocket. A coarse laugh roused him. He looked up. Legree was standing opposite to him. "Well, old boy," he said, "you find your religion don't work, it seems. I thought I should get that through your wool at last." The cruel taunt was more than hunger and cold and nakedness. Tom was silent. "You were a fool," said Legree, "for I meant to do well by you when I bought you. You might have been better off than Sambo or Kimbo either, and had easy times, and instead of getting cut up and thrashed every day or two, ye might have had liberty to lord it round and cut up the other niggers, and ye might have had now and then a good warming of whisky punch. Come, Tom, don't you think you'd better be reasonable? Heave that ar pack of trash in the fire and join my church." "The Lord forbid," said Tom fervently. "You see the Lord ain't going to help you. If he had been, he wouldn't have let me get you. This sheer religion is all a mess of lying trumpery, Tom. I know all about it. Ye'd better hold to me. I'm somebody, and can do something." "No, mas'r," said Tom, "I'll hold on. The Lord may help me or not help, but I'll hold to him and believe him to the last." "The more fool you," said Legree, spitting scornfully at him and spurning him with his foot. "Never mind, I'll catch you down yet, and bring you under. You'll see." And Legree turned away. When a heavy weight presses the soul to the lowest level at which endurance is possible, there is an instant and desperate effort of every physical and moral nerve to throw off the weight, and hence the heaviest anguish often precedes a return tide of joy and courage. So it was now with Tom. The atheistic taunts of his cruel masters sunk his before dejected soul to the lowest ebb, and though the hand of faith still held to the eternal rock, it was a numb, despairing grasp. Tom sat like one stunned at the fire. Suddenly everything around him seemed to fade, and a vision rose before him of one crowned with thorns, buffeted and bleeding. Tom gazed in awe and wonder at the majestic patience of the face. The deep, pathetic eyes thrilled him to his inmost heart. His soul woke as with floods of emotion. He stretched out his hands and fell upon his knees, when gradually the vision changed. The sharp thorns became rays of glory, and in splendour inconceivable he saw that same face bending compassionately towards him, and a voice said, "He that overcometh shall sit down with me on my throne, even as I also overcome, and am set down with my Father on his throne." How long Tom lay there he knew not. When he came to himself, the fire was gone out, his clothes were wet with the chill and drenching dews, but the dread soul crisis was past, and in the joy that filled him he no longer felt hunger, cold, degradation, disappointment, wretchedness. From his deepest soul he that hour loosed and parted from every hope in life that now is, and offered his own will and unquestioning sacrifice to the Infinite. Tom looked up to the silent, ever-living stars, types of the angelic hosts who ever look down on man, and the solitude of the night rung with the triumphant words of a hymn which he had sung often in happier days, but never with such feeling as now. The earth shall be dissolved like snow, the sun shall cease to shine, but God who called me here below shall be for ever mine. And when this mortal life shall fail, and flesh and sense shall cease, I shall possess within the veil a life of joy and peace. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining like the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. Those who have been familiar with the religious histories of the slave population know that relations like what we have narrated are very common among them. We have heard some from their own lips of a very touching and affecting character. The psychologist tells us of a state in which the affections and images of the mind become so dominant and overpowering that they press into their service the outward imagining. Who shall measure what an all-pervading spirit may do with these capabilities of our mortality, or the ways in which he may encourage the desponding souls of the desolate? If the poor forlorn slave believes that Jesus hath appeared and spoken to him, who shall contradict him? Did he not say that his mission in all ages was to bind up the broken-hearted and set at liberty them that are bruised? When the dim grey of dawn woke the slumberers to go forth to the field, there was among those tattered and shivering wretches one who walked with an exultant tread, for firmer than the ground he trod on was his strong faith in almighty eternal love. Ah, Legree, try all your forces now. Utmost agony, woe, degradation, want, and loss of all things shall only hasten on the process by which he shall be made a king and a priest unto God. From this time an inviolable sphere of peace encompassed the lowly heart of the oppressed one. An ever-present Saviour hallowed it as a temple. Past now the bleeding of earthly regrets, past its fluctuations of hope and fear and desire, the human will, bent and bleeding and struggling long, was now entirely merged in the divine. So short now seemed the remaining voyage of life. So near, so vivid seemed eternal blessedness, that life's uttermost woes fell from him unharming. All noticed the change in his appearance. Cheerfulness and alertness seemed to return to him, and a quietness which no insult or injury could ruffle seemed to possess him. "What the devil's got into Tom?" Legree said to Sambo. "A while ago he was all down in the mouth, and now he's pairt as a cricket." "Dunno, mas'r. Gwine to run off, maybe." "Like to see him try that," said Legree with a savage grin. "Wouldn't we, Sambo?" "Guess we would, ha, ha, ho," said the sooty gnome, laughing obsequiously. "Lord, de fun! to see him stickin' in de mud, chasin' and tearin' through de bushes, dogs a-holdin' on to him. Lord, I laughed fit to split dat time we cotched Molly. I thought they'd had her all stripped up afore I could get 'em off. She cars de marks o' dat spree yet." "I reckon she will, to her grave," said Legree. "But now, Sambo, you look sharp. If the nigger's got anything of this sort going, trip him up." "Mas'r let me 'lone for dat," said Sambo. "I'll tree de coon. Ho, ho, ho!" This was spoken as Legree was getting on his horse to go to the neighbouring town. That night, as he was returning, he thought he would turn his horse and ride round the quarters and see if all was safe. It was a superb moonlight night, and the shadows of the graceful china trees lay minutely pencilled on the turf below, and there was that transparent stillness in the air which it seems almost unholy to disturb. Legree was a little distance from the quarters when he heard the voice of someone singing. It was not a usual sound there, and he paused to listen. A musical tenor voice sang, "When I can read my title clear to mansions in the skies, I'll bid farewell to every fear and wipe my weeping eyes. Should earth against my soul engage and hellish darts be hurled, then I can smile at Satan's rage and face a frowning world. Let cares like a wild deluge come and storms of sorrow fail, may I but safely reach my home, my God, my heaven, my all." "On My Journey Home," hymn by Isaac Watts, found in many of the southern country songbooks of the antebellum period. "So ho!" said Legree to himself. "He thinks so, does he? How I hate these cursed Methodist hymns! Here, you nigger," said he, coming suddenly out upon Tom and raising his riding whip, "how dare you be getting up this yere row when you ought to be in bed? Shut your old black gash and get along in with you." "Yes, mass'r," said Tom with ready cheerfulness as he rose to go in. Legree was provoked beyond measure by Tom's evident happiness, and riding up to him belaboured him over his head and shoulders. "There you go," he said. "See if you'll feel so comfortable after that." But the blows fell now only on the outer man, and not as before on the heart. Tom stood perfectly submissive, and yet Legree could not hide from himself that his power over his bond thrall was somehow gone. And as Tom disappeared in his cabin, and he wheeled his horse suddenly round, there passed through his mind one of those vivid flashes that often send the lightning of conscience across the dark and wicked soul. He understood full well that it was God who was standing between him and his victim, and he blasphemed him. That submissive and silent man, whom taunts, nor threats, nor stripes, nor cruelties could disturb, roused a voice within him, such as of old his Master roused in the demoniac soul, saying, "What have we to do with thee, thou Jesus of Nazareth? Art thou come to torment us before the time?" Tom's whole soul overflowed with compassion and sympathy for the poor wretches by whom he was surrounded. To him it seemed as if his life's sorrows were now over, and as if, out of that strange treasury of peace and joy with which he had been endowed from above, he longed to pour out something for the relief of their woes. It is true opportunities were scanty, but on the way to the fields and back again, and during the hours of labour, chances fell in his way of extending a helping hand to the weary, the disheartened and discouraged. The poor, worn-down, brutalized creatures at first could scarce comprehend this, but when it was continued week after week and month after month, it began to awaken long silent chords in their benumbed hearts. Gradually and imperceptibly the strange, silent, patient man, who was ready to bear everyone's burdens and sought help from none, who stood aside for all and came last and took least, yet was foremost to share his little all with any who needed. The man who, in cold nights, would give up his tattered blanket to add to the comfort of some woman who shivered with sickness, and who filled the baskets of the weaker ones in the field, at the terrible risk of coming short in his own measure, and who, though pursued with unrelenting cruelty by their common tyrant, never joined in uttering a word of reviling or cursing, this man at last began to have a strange power over them, and when the more pressing season was past, and they were allowed again their Sundays for their own use, many would gather together to hear from him of Jesus. They would gladly have met to hear and pray and sing in some place together, but Legree would not permit it, and more than once broke up such attempts with oaths and brutal execrations, so that the blessed news had to circulate from individual to individual. Yet who can speak the simple joy with which some of those poor outcasts, to whom life was a joyless journey to a dark unknown, heard of the compassionate Redeemer and a heavenly home? It is the statement of missionaries that of all races of the earth none have received the gospel with such eager docility as the African. The principle of reliance and unquestioning faith, which is its foundation, is more a native element in this race than any other, and it has often been found among them that a stray seed of truth, born on some breeze of accident into hearts the most ignorant, has sprung up into fruit whose abundance has shamed that of higher and more skilful culture. The poor mulatto woman, whose simple faith had been well nigh crushed and overwhelmed by the avalanche of cruelty and wrong which had fallen upon her, felt her soul raised up by the hymns and passages of Holy Writ, which this lowly missionary breathed into her ear in intervals, as they were going to and returning from work, and even the half-crazed and wandering mind of Cassy was soothed and calmed by his simple and unobtrusive influences. Stung to madness and despair by the crushing agonies of a life, Cassy had often resolved in her soul an hour of retribution when her hand should avenge on her oppressor all the injustice and cruelty to which she had been witness, or which she had in her own person suffered. One night, after all in Tom's cabin were sunk to sleep, he was suddenly aroused by seeing her face at the hole between the logs that served for a window. She made a silent gesture for him to come out. Tom came out the door. It was between 1 and 2 o'clock at night, broad, calm, still moonlight. Tom remarked, as the light of the moon fell upon Cassy's large black eyes, that there was a wild and peculiar glare in them, unlike their wonted fixed despair. "Come here, Father Tom," she said, laying her small hand on his wrist, and drawing him forward with a force as if the hands were of steel. "Come here. I've news for you." "What, Missy Cassy?" said Tom anxiously. "Tom, wouldn't you like your liberty?" "I shall have it, Missy, in God's time," said Tom. "Ay, but you may have it to-night," said Cassy, with a flash of sudden energy. "Come on." Tom hesitated. "Come," said she in a whisper, fixing her black eyes on him. "Come along. He's asleep. Sound. I put enough into his brandy to keep him so. I wish I'd had more. I shouldn't have wanted you. But come, the back door is unlocked. There's an axe there. I put it there. His room door is open. I'll show you the way. I'd a done it myself, only my arms are so weak. Come along." "Not for 10,000 worlds, missy," said Tom firmly, stopping and holding her back as she was pressing forward. "But think of all these poor creatures," said Cassy. "We might set them all free, and go somewhere in the swamps and find an island, and live by ourselves. I've heard of its being done. Any life is better than this." "No," said Tom firmly. "No, good never comes of wickedness. I'd sooner chop my right hand off." "Then I shall do it," said Cassy, turning. "Oh, Missy Cassy," said Tom, throwing himself before her, "for the dear Lord's sake that died for ye, don't sell your precious soul to the devil that way. Nothing but evil will come of it. The Lord hasn't called us to wrath. We must suffer and wait his time." "Wait!" said Cassy. "Haven't I waited till my head is dizzy and my heart sick? What has he made me suffer? What has he made hundreds of poor creatures suffer? Isn't he wringing the life blood out of you? I'm called on. They call me. His time's come, and I'll have his heart's blood." "No, no, no," said Tom, holding her small hands, which were clenched with spasmodic violence. "No, ye poor lost soul, that ye mustn't do. The dear blessed Lord never shed no blood but his own, and that he poured out for us when we was enemies. Lord, help us to follow his steps and love our enemies." "Love!" said Cassy, with a fierce glare. "Love such enemies! It isn't in flesh and blood." "No, missy, it isn't," said Tom, looking up, "but he gives it to us, and that's the victory. When we can love and pray over all and through all, the battle's past and the victory's come. Glory be to God." And with streaming eyes and choking voice the black man looked up to heaven. "And this, O Africa, latest called of nations, called to the crown of thorns, the scourge, the bloody sweat, the cross of agony, this is to be thy victory. By this shalt thou reign with Christ when his kingdom shall come on earth." The deep fervour of Tom's feelings, the softness of his voice, his tears, fell like dew on the wild unsettled spirit of the poor woman. A softness gathered over the lurid fires of her eye. She looked down, and Tom could feel the relaxing muscles of her hands as she said, "Didn't I tell you that evil spirits followed me? Oh, Father Tom, I can't pray. I wish I could. I never have prayed since my children were sold. What you say must be right. I know it must. But when I try to pray, I can only hate and curse. I can't pray." "Poor soul," said Tom compassionately. "Satan desires to have ye, and sift ye as wheat. I pray the Lord for ye. Oh, Missy Cassy, turn to the dear Lord Jesus. He came to bind up the broken-hearted and comfort all that mourn." Cassy stood silent, while large heavy tears dropped from her downcast eyes. "Missy Cassy," said Tom in a hesitating tone, after surveying her in silence, "if ye only could get away from here. If the thing was possible, I'd 'vise ye and Emmeline to do it. That is, if ye could go without blood guiltiness, not otherwise." "Would you try it with us, Father Tom?" "No," said Tom. "Time was when I would, but the Lord's given me a work among these yere poor souls, and I'll stay with 'em and bear my cross with 'em till the end. It's different with you. It's a snare to you. It's more'n you can stand, and you'd better go if you can." "I know no way but through the grave," said Cassy. "There's no beast or bird but can find a home somewhere. Even the snakes and the alligators have their places to lie down and be quiet, but there's no place for us. Down in the darkest swamps their dogs will hunt us out and find us. Everybody and everything is against us. Even the very beasts side against us. And where shall we go?" Tom stood silent. At length he said, "Him that saved Daniel in the den of lions, that saved the children in the fiery furnace, Him that walked on the sea and bade the winds be still, He's yet alive, and I've faith to believe He can deliver you. Try it, and I'll pray with all my might for you." By what strange law of mind is it that an idea long overlooked and trodden underfoot as a useless stone suddenly sparkles out in new light as a discovered diamond? Cassy had often revolved for hours all possible or probable schemes of escape, and dismissed them all as hopeless and impracticable. But at this moment there flashed through her mind a plan so simple and feasible in all its details as to awaken an instant hope. "Father Tom, I'll try it," she said suddenly. "Amen," said Tom. "The Lord help ye." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 39. The Stratagem. The way of the wicked is as darkness. He knoweth not at what he stumbleth. Proverbs 4:19. The garret of the house that Legree occupied, like most other garrets, was a great desolate space, dusty, hung with cobwebs, and littered with cast-off lumber. The opulent family that had inhabited the house in the days of its splendour had imported a great deal of splendid furniture, some of which they had taken away with them, while some remained standing desolate in the mouldering, unoccupied rooms, or stored away in this place. One or two immense packing boxes, in which this furniture was bought, stood against the sides of the garret. There was a small window there, which let in through its dingy, dusty panes a scanty, uncertain light on the tall, high-backed chairs and dusty tables that had once seen better days. Altogether it was a weird and ghostly place, but ghostly as it was, it wanted not in legends among the superstitious negroes to increase its terrors. Some few years ago a negro woman who had incurred Legree's displeasure was confined there for several weeks. What passed there we do not say. The negroes used to whisper darkly to each other, but it was known that the body of the unfortunate creature was one day taken down from there and buried, and after that it was said that oaths and cursings, and the sound of violent blows, used to ring through that old garret and mingled with wailings and groans of despair. Once, when Legree chanced to overhear something of this kind, he flew into a violent passion, and swore that the next one that told stories about that garret should have an opportunity of knowing what was there, for he would chain them up there for a week. This hint was enough to repress talking, though of course it did not disturb the credit of the story in the least. Gradually the staircase that led to the garret, and even the passageway to the staircase, were avoided by everyone in the house, from everyone fearing to speak of it, and the legend was gradually falling into desuetude. It had suddenly occurred to Cassy to make use of the superstitious excitability which was so great in Legree for the purpose of her liberation and that of her fellow-sufferer. The sleeping-room of Cassy was directly under the garret. One day, without consulting Legree, she suddenly took it upon her, with some considerable ostentation, to change all the furniture and appurtenances of the room to one at some considerable distance. The under-servants, who were called on to effect this movement, were running and bustling about with great zeal and confusion when Legree returned from a ride. "Hallo, you Cass," said Legree, "what's in the wind now?" "Nothing, only I choose to have another room," said Cassy doggedly. "And what for, pray?" said Legree. "I choose to," said Cassy. "The devil you do, and what for?" "I'd like to get some sleep now and then." "Sleep? Well, what hinders your sleeping?" "I could tell, I suppose, if you want to hear," said Cassy dryly. "Speak out, you minx," said Legree. "Oh, nothing. I suppose it wouldn't disturb you. Only groans, and people scuffing and rolling round on the garret floor, half the night, from 12 to morning." "People up garret?" said Legree uneasily, but forcing a laugh. "Who are they, Cassy?" Cassy raised her sharp black eyes and looked in the face of Legree with an expression that went through his bones as she said, "To be sure, Simon. Who are they? I'd like to have you tell me. You don't know, I suppose." With an oath Legree struck at her with his riding-whip, but she glided to one side and passed through the door, and looking back said, "If you'll sleep in that room you'll know all about it. Perhaps you'd better try it." And then immediately she shut and locked the door. Legree blustered and swore and threatened to break down the door, but apparently thought better of it and walked uneasily into the sitting-room. Cassy perceived that her shaft had struck home, and from that hour, with the most exquisite address, she never ceased to continue the train of influences she had begun. In a knot-hole of the garret that had opened, she had inserted the neck of an old bottle in such a manner that when there was the least wind, most doleful and lugubrious wailing sounds proceeded from it, which in a high wind increased to a perfect shriek, such as to credulous and superstitious ears might easily seem to be that of horror and despair. These sounds were from time to time heard by the servants, and revived in full force the memory of the old ghost legend. A superstitious creeping horror seemed to fill the house, and though no one dared to breathe it to Legree, he found himself encompassed by it, as by an atmosphere. No one is so thoroughly superstitious as the godless man. The Christian is composed by the belief of a wise, all-ruling Father, whose presence fills the void unknown with light and order. But to the man who has dethroned God, the spirit land is indeed, in the words of the Hebrew poet, a land of darkness and the shadow of death, without any order, where the light is as darkness. Life and death to him are haunted grounds, filled with goblin forms of vague and shadowy dread. Legree had had the slumbering moral elements in him roused by his encounters with Tom, roused only to be resisted by the determinate force of evil, but still there was a thrill and commotion of the dark inner world, produced by every word or prayer or hymn, that reacted in superstitious dread. The influence of Cassy over him was of a strange and singular kind. He was her owner, her tyrant and tormentor. She was, as he knew, wholly and without any possibility of help or redress in his hands, and yet so it is that the most brutal man cannot live in constant association with a strong female influence and not be greatly controlled by it. When he first bought her, she was, as she said, a woman delicately bred, and then he crushed her without scruple beneath the foot of his brutality. But as time and debasing influences and despair hardened womanhood within her and waked the fires of fiercer passions, she had become in a measure his mistress, and he alternately tyrannized over and dreaded her. This influence had become more harassing and decided since partial insanity had given a strange, weird, unsettled cast to all her words and language. A night or two after this, Legree was sitting in the old sitting-room by the side of a flickering wood fire that threw uncertain glances round the room. It was a stormy, windy night, such as raises whole squadrons of nondescript noises in rickety old houses. Windows were rattling, shutters flapping, and wind carousing, rumbling, and tumbling down the chimney, and every once in a while puffing out smoke and ashes as if a legion of spirits were coming after them. Legree had been casting up accounts and reading newspapers for some hours, while Cassy sat in the corner sullenly looking into the fire. Legree laid down his paper, and seeing an old book lying on the table which he had noticed Cassy reading the first part of the evening, took it up and began to turn it over. It was one of those collections of stories of bloody murders, ghostly legends, and supernatural visitations, which, coarsely got up and illustrated, have a strange fascination for one who once begins to read them. Legree poohed and pished, but read, turning page after page, till finally, after reading some way, he threw down the book with an oath. "You don't believe in ghosts, do you, Cass?" said he, taking the tongs and settling the fire. "I thought you'd more sense than to let noises scare you." "No matter what I believe," said Cassy sullenly. "Fellows used to try to frighten me with their yarns at sea," said Legree. "Never come it round me that way. I'm too tough for any such trash, tell ye." Cassy sat looking intensely at him in the shadow of the corner. There was that strange light in her eyes that always impressed Legree with uneasiness. "Them noises was nothing but rats and the wind," said Legree. "Rats will make a devil of a noise. I used to hear 'em sometimes down in the hold of the ship. And wind! Lord's sake, ye can make anything out o' wind." Cassy knew Legree was uneasy under her eyes, and therefore she made no answer, but sat fixing them on him with that strange, unearthly expression as before. "Come, speak out, woman, don't ye think so?" said Legree. "Can rats walk downstairs and come walking through the entry and open a door when you've locked it and set a chair against it?" said Cassy. "And come walking right up to your bed, and put out their hand so?" Cassy kept her glittering eyes fixed on Legree as she spoke, and he stared at her like a man in the nightmare, till when she finished by laying her hand icy cold on his, he sprung back with an oath. "Woman, what do you mean? Nobody did." "Oh, no, of course not. Did I say they did?" said Cassy, with a smile of chilling derision. "But have you really seen?" Come, Cass, what is it? Now, speak out."
"You may sleep there yourself," said Cassy, "if you want to know."
"Did it come from the garret, Cassy?"
"It? What?" said Cassy.
"Why, what you told of."
"I didn't tell you anything," said Cassy, with dogged sullenness.
Legree walked up and down the room uneasily. "I'll have this yere thing examined. I'll look into it this very night. I'll take my pistols."
"Do," said Cassy. "Sleep in that room. I'd like to see you doing it. Fire your pistols. Do."
Legree stamped his foot and swore violently.
"Don't swear," said Cassy. "Nobody knows who may be hearing you. Hark! What was that?"
"What?" said Legree, starting. A heavy old Dutch clock that stood in the corner of the room began and slowly struck 12. For some reason or other, Legree neither spoke nor moved. A vague horror fell on him, while Cassy, with a keen, sneering glitter in her eyes, stood looking at him, counting the strokes.
12 o'clock. Well, now we'll see," said she, turning and opening the door into the passageway, and standing as if listening. "Hark! What's that?" said she, raising her finger.
"It's only the wind," said Legree. "Don't you hear how cursedly it blows?"
"Simon, come here," said Cassy in a whisper, laying her hand on his, and leading him to the foot of the stairs. "Do you know what that is? Hark!" A wild shriek came pealing down the stairway. It came from the garret. Legree's knees knocked together. His face grew white with fear. "Hadn't you better get your pistols?" said Cassy with a sneer that froze Legree's blood. "It's time this thing was looked into, you know. I'd like to have you go up now. They're at it."
"I won't go," said Legree, with an oath.
"Why not? There ain't any such thing as ghosts, you know. Come." And Cassy flitted up the winding stairway, laughing and looking back after him. "Come on."
"I believe you are the devil," said Legree. "Come back, you hag. Come back, Cass. You shan't go." But Cassy laughed wildly and fled on. He heard her open the entry doors that led to the garret. A wild gust of wind swept down, extinguishing the candle he held in his hand, and with it the fearful, unearthly screams. They seemed to be shrieked in his very ear. Legree fled frantically into the parlour, whither in a few moments he was followed by Cassy, pale, calm, cold as an avenging spirit, and with that same fearful light in her eye. "I hope you are satisfied," said she. "Blast you, Cass," said Legree.
"What for?" said Cassy. "I only went up and shut the doors. What's the matter with that garret, Simon, do you suppose?" said she.
"None of your business," said Legree.
"Oh, it ain't? Well," said Cassy, "at any rate, I'm glad I don't sleep under it." Anticipating the rising of the wind that very evening, Cassy had been up and opened the garret window. Of course, the moment the doors were opened, the wind had drafted down and extinguished the light. This may serve as a specimen of the game that Cassy played with Legree, until he would sooner have put his head into a lion's mouth than to have explored that garret. Meanwhile, in the night, when everybody else was asleep,
Cassy slowly and carefully accumulated there a stock of provisions sufficient to afford subsistence for some time. She transferred, article by article, a greater part of her own and Emmeline's wardrobe. All things being arranged, they only waited a fitting opportunity to put their plan in execution. By cajoling Legree and taking advantage of a good-natured interval, Cassy had got him to take her with him to the neighbouring town, which was situated directly on the Red River. With a memory sharpened to almost preternatural clearness, she remarked every turn in the road, and formed a mental estimate of the time to be occupied in traversing it. At the time when all was matured for action, our readers may perhaps like to look behind the scenes and see the final coup d'etat. It was now near evening. Legree had been absent on a ride to a neighbouring farm. For many days Cassy had been unusually gracious and accommodating in her humours, and Legree and she had been, apparently, on the best of terms. At present we may behold her and Emmeline in the room of the latter, busy in sorting and arranging 2 small bundles. "There, these will be large enough," said Cassy. "Now put on your bonnet, and let's start. It's just about the right time." "Why, they can see us yet," said Emmeline. "I mean they shall," said Cassy coolly. "Don't you know that they must have their chase after us at any rate? The way of the thing is to be just this. We will steal out of the back door and run down by the quarters. Sambo or Kimbo will be sure to see us. They will give chase, and we will get into the swamp. Then they can't follow us any further till they go up and give the alarm, and turn out the dogs, and so on. And while they are blundering round and tumbling over each other, as they always do, you and I will slip along to the creek that runs back of the house, and wade along in it till we get opposite the back door. That will put the dogs all at fault, for scent won't lie in the water. Every one will run out of the house to look after us, and then we'll whip in at the back door and up into the garret, where I've got a nice bed made up in one of the great boxes. We must stay in that garret a good while, for I tell you he will raise heaven and earth after us. He'll muster some of those old overseers on the other plantations, and have a great hunt, and they'll go over every inch of ground in that swamp. He makes it his boast that nobody ever got away from him. So let him hunt at his leisure." "Cassy, how well you have planned it," said Emmeline. "Who ever would have thought of it but you?" There was neither pleasure nor exultation in Cassy's eyes, only a despairing firmness. "Come," she said, reaching her hand to Emmeline. The 2 fugitives glided noiselessly from the house, and flitted through the gathering shadows of evening along by the quarters. The crescent moon, set like a silver signet in the western sky, delayed a little the approach of night. As Cassy expected, when quite near the verge of the swamps that encircled the plantation, they heard a voice calling to them to stop. It was not Sambo, however, but Legree, who was pursuing them with violent execrations. At the sound, the feebler spirit of Emmeline gave way, and laying hold of Cassy's arm, she said, "Oh, Cassy, I'm going to faint." "If you do, I'll kill you," said Cassy, drawing a small glittering stiletto and flashing it before the eyes of the girl. The diversion accompanied the purpose. Emmeline did not faint, and succeeded in plunging with Cassy into a part of the labyrinth of swamp so deep and dark that it was perfectly hopeless for Legree to think of following them without assistance. "Well," said he, chuckling brutally, "at any rate they've got themselves into a trap now, the baggage. They're safe enough. They shall sweat for it." "Hello there, Sambo, Kimbo, all hands," called Legree, coming to the quarters, when the men and women were just returning from work. "There's 2 runaways in the swamps. I'll give $5 to any nigger as catches 'em. Turn out the dogs. Turn out Tiger and Fury and the rest." The sensation proved by this news was immediate. Many of the men sprang forward officiously to offer their services, either from the hope of the reward or from that cringing subserviency which is one of the most baleful effects of slavery. Some ran one way and some another. Some were for getting flambeaux of pine knots. Some were uncoupling the dogs, whose hoarse, savage bay added not a little to the animation of the scene. "Mas'r, shall we shoot him if we can't cotch him?" said Sambo, to whom his master brought out a rifle. "You may fire on Cass if you like. It's time she was gone to the devil where she belongs, but the gal not," said Legree. "And now, boys, be spry and smart. $5 for him that gets him, and a glass of spirits to every one of you, anyhow." The whole band, with the glare of blazing torches, and whoop and shout and savage yell of man and beast, proceeded down to the swamp, followed at some distance by every servant in the house. The establishment was, of a consequence, wholly deserted when Cassy and Emmeline glided into it the back way. The whooping and shouts of their pursuers were still filling the air, and looking from the sitting-room windows, Cassy and Emmeline could see the troop, with their flambeaux, just dispersing themselves along the edge of the swamp. "See there," said Emmeline, pointing to Cassy, "the hunt is begun. Look how those lights dance about. Hark, the dogs! Don't you hear? If we were only there, our chances wouldn't be worth a picayune. Oh, for pity's sake, do let's hide ourselves, quick!" "There's no occasion for hurry," said Cassy coolly. "They are all out after the hunt. That's the amusement of the evening. We'll go upstairs by and by." "Meanwhile," said she, deliberately taking a key from the pocket of a coat that Legree had thrown down in his hurry, "meanwhile, I shall take something to pay our passage." She unlocked the desk, took from it a roll of bills, which she counted over rapidly. "Oh, don't let's do that," said Emmeline. "Don't?" said Cassy. "Why not? Would you have us starve in the swamps, or have that will pay our way to the Free States? Money will do anything, girl." And as she spoke, she put the money in her bosom. "It would be stealing," said Emmeline in a distressed whisper. "Stealing!" said Cassy with a scornful laugh. "They who steal, body and soul, needn't talk to us. Every one of these bills is stolen from poor, starving, sweating creatures who must go to the devil at last for his profit. Let him talk about stealing. But come, we may as well go up garret. I've got a stock of candles there and some books to pass away the time. You may be pretty sure they won't come there to inquire after us. If they do, I'll play ghost for them." When Emmeline reached the garret, she found an immense box, in which some heavy pieces of furniture had once been brought, turned on its side, so that the opening faced the wall, or rather the eaves. Cassy lit a small lamp, and creeping round under the eaves, they established themselves in it. It was spread with a couple of small mattresses and some pillows. A box near by was plentifully stored with candles, provisions, and all the clothing necessary to their journey, which Cassy had arranged into bundles of an astonishingly small compass. "There," said Cassy, as she fixed the lamp into a small hook, which she had driven into the side of the box for that purpose. "This is to be our home for the present. How do you like it?"
Are you sure they won't come and search the garret?" "I'd like to see Simon Legree doing that," said Cassy. "No, indeed, he will be too glad to keep away. As to the servants, they would any of them stand and be shot sooner than show their faces here." Somewhat reassured, Emmeline settled herself back on her pillow. "What did you mean, Cassy, by saying you would kill me?" she said simply. "I meant to stop your fainting," said Cassy, "and I did do it. And now I tell you, Emmeline, you must make up your mind not to faint, let what will come. There's no sort of need of it. If I had not stopped you, that wretch might have had his hands on you now." Emmeline shuddered. The two remained some time in silence. Cassy busied herself with a French book. Emmeline, overcome with the exhaustion, fell into a doze, and slept some time. She was awakened by loud shouts and outcries, the tramp of horses' feet, and the baying of dogs. She started up with a faint shriek. "Only the hunt coming back," said Cassy coolly. "Never fear. Look out of this knot-hole. Don't you see 'em all down there? Simon has to give up for this night. Look how muddy his horse is, flouncing about in the swamp. The dogs, too, look rather crestfallen. Ah, my good sir, you'll have to try the race again and again. The game isn't there." "Oh, don't speak a word," said Emmeline. "What if they should hear you?" "If they do hear anything, it will make them very particular to keep away," said Cassy. "No danger. We may make any noise we please, and it will only add to the effect." At length the stillness of midnight settled down over the house. Legree, cursing his ill luck, and vowing dire vengeance on the morrow, went to bed. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 40. The Martyr. Deem not the just by heaven forgot, though life its common gifts deny, though with a crushed and bleeding heart and spurned of man he goes to die. For God hath marked each sorrowing day, and numbered every bitter tear, and heaven's long years of bliss shall pay for all his children suffer here. Bryant. This poem does not appear in the collected works of William Cullen Bryant, nor in the collected poems of his brother John Howard Bryant. It was probably copied from a newspaper or magazine. The longest way must have its close, the gloomiest night will wear on to a morning. An eternal, inexorable lapse of moments is ever hurrying the day of the evil to an eternal night, and the night of the just to an eternal day. We have walked with our humble friend thus far in the valley of slavery, first through flowery fields of ease and indulgence, then through heart-breaking separations from all that man holds dear. Again we have waited with him in a sunny island where generous hands concealed his chains with flowers, and lastly we have followed him where the last ray of earthly hope went out in night, and seen how in the blackness of earthly darkness the firmament of the unseen has blazed with stars of new and significant lustre. The morning star now stands over the tops of the mountains, and gales and breezes not of earth show that the gates of day are unclosing. The escape of Cassy and Emmeline irritated the before surly temper of Legree to the last degree,
and his fury, as was to be expected, fell upon the defenceless head of Tom. When he hurriedly announced the tidings among his hands, there was a sudden light in Tom's eye, a sudden upraising of his hands that did not escape him. He saw that he did not join the muster of the pursuers. He thought of forcing him to do it, but having had of old experience of his inflexibility when commanded to take part in any deed of inhumanity, he would not, in his hurry, stop to enter into any conflict with him. Tom, therefore, remained behind with a few who had learned of him to pray, and offered up prayers for the escape of the fugitives. When Legree returned, baffled and disappointed, all the long-working hatred of his soul towards his slave began to gather in a deadly and desperate form. Had not this man braved him, steadily, powerfully, resistlessly, ever since he bought him? Was there not a spirit in him which, silent as it was, burned on him like the fires of perdition? "I hate him," said Legree that night as he sat up in his bed. "I hate him, and isn't he mine? Can't I do what I like with him? Who's to hinder, I wonder?" And Legree clenched his fist and shook it as if he had something in his hands that he could rend in pieces. But then Tom was a faithful, valuable servant, and although Legree hated him the more for that, yet the consideration was still somewhat of a restraint to him. The next morning he determined to say nothing as yet, to assemble a party from some neighbouring plantations with dogs and guns, to surround the swamp and go about the hunt systematically. If it succeeded, well and good. If not, he would summon Tom before him, and, his teeth clenched and his blood boiled, then he would break the fellow down, or— there was a dire inward whisper to which his soul assented. Ye say that the interest of the master is a sufficient safeguard for the slave. In the fury of man's mad will, he will wittingly and with open eye sell his own soul to the devil to gain his ends, and will he be more careful of his neighbour's body? "Well," said Cassy the next day from the garret, as she reconnoitred through the knot-hole, "the hunt's going to begin again to-day." 3 or 4 mounted horsemen were curvetting about on the space in front of the house, and 1 or 2 leashes of strange dogs were struggling with the negroes who held them, baying and barking at each other. The men are, 2 of them, overseers of plantations in the vicinity, and others were some of Legree's associates at the tavern bar of a neighbouring city, who had come for the interest of the sport. A more hard-favoured set, perhaps, could not be imagined. Legree was serving brandy profusely round among them, as also among the negroes who had been detailed from the various plantations for this service. For it was an object to make every service of this kind among the negroes as much of a holiday as possible. Cassy placed her ear at the knot-hole, and as the morning air blew directly toward the house, she could overhear a good deal of the conversation. A grave sneer overcast the dark, severe gravity of her face as she listened, and heard them divide out the ground, discuss the rival merits of the dogs, give orders about firing and the treatment of each in case of capture. Cassy drew back and, clasping her hands, looked upward and said, "O great Almighty God, we are all sinners, but what have we done more than all the rest of the world, that we should be treated so?" There was a terrible earnestness in her face and voice as she spoke. "If it wasn't for you, child," she said, looking at Emmeline, "I'd go out to them, and I'd thank any of them that would shoot me down, for what use will freedom be to me? Can it give me back my children, or make me what I used to be?"
Emmeline, in her childlike simplicity, was half afraid of the dark moods of Cassy. She looked perplexed, but made no answer. She only took her hand with a gentle caressing movement.
"Don't,"
said Cassy, trying to draw it away.
"You'll get me to loving you, and I never mean to love anything again."
"Poor Cassy," said Emmeline, "don't feel so. If the Lord gives us liberty, perhaps He'll give you back your daughter. At any rate, I'll be like a daughter to you. I know I'll never see my poor old mother again. I shall love you, Cassy, whether you love me or not." The gentle childlike spirit conquered. Cassy sat down by her, put her arm round her neck, stroked her soft brown hair, and Emmeline then wondered at the beauty of her magnificent eyes, now soft with tears. "Oh, Em," said Cassy, "I've hungered for my children and thirsted for them, and my eyes fail with longing for them. Here, here," she said, striking her breast, "it's all desolate, all empty. If God would give me back my children, then I could pray." "You must trust Him, Cassy," said Emmeline. "He is our Father." "His wrath is upon us," said Cassy. "He has turned away in anger." "No, Cassy, He will be good to us. Let us hope in Him," said Emmeline. "I always have had hope." The hunt was long, animated, and thorough, but unsuccessful, and with grave ironic exultation Cassy looked down on Legree, as, weary and dispirited, he alighted from his horse. "Now, Kimbo," said Legree, as he stretched himself down in the sitting-room, "you just go and walk that Tom up here right away. The old cuss is at the bottom of this here whole matter, and I'll have it out of his old black hide, or I'll know the reason why." Sambo and Kimbo both, though hating each other, were joined in one mind by a no less cordial hatred of Tom. Legree had told them at first that he had bought him for a general overseer in his absence, and this had begun an ill will on their part which had increased in their debased and servile natures as they saw him becoming obnoxious to their master's displeasure. Kimbo therefore departed with a will to execute his orders. Tom heard the message with a forewarning heart, for he knew all the plans of the fugitives' escape and the place of their present concealment. He knew the deadly character of the man he had to deal with, and his despotic power. But he felt strong in God to meet death rather than betray the helpless. He sat his basket down by the roe, and looking up said, "Into thy hands I commend my spirit. Thou hast redeemed me, O Lord, God of truth," and then quietly yielded himself to the rough, brutal grasp with which Kimbo seized him. "Aye, aye," said the giant as he dragged him along. "Ye'll cotch it now. I'll bound massa's back's up high. No sneaking out now, tell ye. Ye'll get it, and no mistake. See how ye'll look now, helping massa's niggers to run away. See what ye'll get." The savage words, none of them reached that ear. A higher voice there was saying, "Fear not them that kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do." Nerve and bone of that poor man's body vibrated to those words, as if touched by the finger of God, and he felt the strength of 1,000 souls in one. As he passed along, the trees and bushes, the huts of his servitude, the whole scene of his degradation seemed to whirl by him as the landscape by the rushing ear. His soul throbbed, his home was in sight, and the hour of release seemed at hand.
"Well, Tom," said Legree, walking up and seizing him grimly by the collar of his coat, and speaking through his teeth in a paroxysm of determined rage, "do you know I've made up my mind to kill you?" "It's very likely, mas'r," said Tom calmly. "I have," said Legree with a grim, terrible calmness, "done just that thing, Tom, unless you'll tell me what you know about these yere gals." Tom stood silent. "D'ye hear?" said Legree, stamping with a roar like that of an incensed lion. "Speak!" "I han't got nothing to tell, mas'r," said Tom, with a low, firm, deliberate utterance. "Do you dare to tell me, ye old black Christian, ye don't know?" said Legree. Tom was silent. "Speak!" thundered Legree, striking him furiously. "Do you know anything?" "I know, mas'r, but I can't tell anything. I can die." Legree drew in a long breath, and suppressing his rage, took Tom by the arm, and approaching his face almost to his, said in a terrible voice, "Hark ye, Tom, ye think 'cause I've let you off before I don't mean what I say, but this time I've made up my mind and counted the cost. You've always stood it out agen me. Now I'll conquer ye or kill ye, one or t'other. I'll count every drop of blood there is in you, and take 'em one by one till ye give up." Tom looked up to his master and answered, "Mas'r, if you was sick or in trouble or dying, and I could save ye, I'd give ye my heart's blood. And if taking every drop of blood in this poor old body would save your precious soul, I'd give 'em freely, as the Lord gave his for me. Oh, mas'r, don't bring this great sin on your soul. It will hurt you more than 't will me. Do the worst you can. My troubles will be over soon, but if ye don't repent, yours won't never end." Like a strange snatch of heavenly music, heard in the lull of a tempest, this burst of feeling made a moment's blank pause. Legree stood aghast, and looked at Tom, and there was such a silence that the tick of the old clock could be heard measuring, with silent touch, the last moments of mercy and probation to that hardened heart. It was but a moment. There was one hesitating pause, one irresolute, relenting thrill, and the spirit of evil came back with sevenfold vehemence, and Legree, foaming with rage, smote his victim to the ground. Scenes of blood and cruelty are shocking to our ear and heart. What man has nerve to do, man has not nerve to hear. What brother man and brother Christian must suffer cannot be told us even in our secret chamber, it so harrows the soul. And yet, O my country, these things are done under the shadow of thy laws. O Christ, thy church sees them almost in silence. But of old there was one whose suffering changed an instrument of torture, degradation, and shame into a symbol of glory, honour, and immortal life, and where his spirit is, neither degrading stripes, nor blood, nor insults can make the Christian's last struggle less than glorious. Was he alone that long night, whose brave, loving spirit was bearing up in that old shed against buffeting and brutal stripes? Nay, there stood by him one, seen by him alone, like unto the Son of God. The tempter stood by him too, blinded by furious, despotic will, every moment pressing him to shun that agony by the betrayal of the innocent. But the brave, true heart was firm on the eternal rock.
Like his master, he knew that, if he saved others, himself he could not save, nor could utmost extremity wring from him words, save of prayers and holy trust. "He's most gone, mas'r," said Sambo, touched in spite of himself by the patience of his victim. "Pay away till he gives up. Give it to him," shouted Legree. "I'll take every drop of blood he has, unless he confesses." Tom opened his eyes and looked upon his master. "Ye poor miserable critter," he said, "there ain't no more ye can do. I forgive ye with all my soul." And he fainted entirely away. "I believe my soul he's done for, finally," said Legree, stepping forward to look at him. "Yes, he is. Well, his mouth shut up at last, that's one comfort." "Yes, Legree, but who shall shut up that voice in thy soul? That soul, past repentance, past prayer, past hope, in whom the fire that never shall be quenched is already burning." Yet Tom was not quite gone. His wondrous words and pious prayers had struck upon the hearts of the imbruted blacks who had been the instruments of cruelty upon him, and the instant Legree withdrew they took him down, and in their ignorance sought to call him back to life, as if that were any favour to him. "Sartin we's been doin' a drefful wicked thing," said Sambo. "Hopes mas'r'll have to count for it, and not we." They washed his wounds. They provided a rude bed of some refuse cotton for him to lie down on, and one of them, stealing up to the house, begged a drink of brandy of Legree, pretending that he was tired and wanted it for himself. He brought it back and poured it down Tom's throat. "Oh, Tom," said Kimbo, "we's been awful wicked to ye." "I forgive ye with all my heart," said Tom faintly. "Oh, Tom, do tell us who is Jesus, anyhow," said Sambo. "Jesus that's been a-standin' by you so all this night. Who is he?" The word roused the failing, fainting spirit. He poured forth a few energetic sentences of that wondrous one, his life, his death, his everlasting presence and power to save. They wept, both the two savage men. "Why didn't I never hear this before?" said Sambo. "But I do believe. I can't help it. Lord Jesus, have mercy on us." "Poor critters," said Tom. "I'd be willing to bar all I have, if it'll only bring ye to Christ. O Lord, give me these 2 more souls, I pray." That prayer was answered. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 41. The Young Master. 2 days after, a young man drove a light wagon up through the avenue of china trees, and throwing the reins hastily on the horse's neck, sprang out and inquired for the owner of the place. It was George Shelby, and to show how he came to be there we must go back in our story. The letter of Miss Ophelia to Mrs. Shelby had, by some unfortunate accident, been detained for a month or 2 at some remote post office before it reached its destination, and, of course, before it was received, Tom was already lost to view among the distant swamps of the Red River. Mrs. Shelby read the intelligence with the deepest concern, but any immediate action upon it was an impossibility. She was then in attendance on the sick bed of her husband, who lay delirious in the crises of a fever. Master George Shelby, who in the interview had changed from a boy to a tall young man, was her constant and faithful assistant, and her only reliance in superintending his father's affairs.
Miss Ophelia had taken the precaution to send them the name of the lawyer who did business for the St. Clairs, and the most that, in the emergency, could be done was to address a letter of inquiry to him. The sudden death of Mr. Shelby a few days after brought, of course, an absorbing pressure of other interests for a season. Mr. Shelby showed his confidence in his wife's ability by appointing her sole executrix upon his estates, and thus immediately a large and complicated amount of business was brought upon her hands. Mrs. Shelby, with characteristic energy, applied herself to the work of straightening the entangled web of affairs, and she and George were for some time occupied with collecting and examining accounts, selling property and settling debts, for Mrs. Shelby was determined that everything should be brought into tangible and recognizable shape, let the consequences to her prove what they might. In the meantime they received a letter from the lawyer to whom Miss Ophelia had referred them, saying that he knew nothing of the matter, that the man was sold at a public auction, and that beyond receiving the money he knew nothing of the affair. Neither George nor Mrs. Shelby could be easy at this result, and accordingly, some 6 months after, the latter, having business for his mother down the river, resolved to visit New Orleans in person and push his inquiries in hopes of discovering Tom's whereabouts and restoring him. After some months of unsuccessful search, by the merest accident, George fell in with a man in New Orleans who happened to be possessed of the desired information, and with his money in his pocket, our hero took steamboat for Red River, resolving to find out and repurchase his old friend. He was soon introduced into the house, where he found Legree in the sitting-room. Legree received the stranger with a kind of surly hospitality. "I understand," said the young man, "that you bought in New Orleans a boy named Tom. He used to be on my father's place, and I came to see if I couldn't buy him back." Legree's brow grew dark, and he broke out passionately, "Yes, I did buy such a fellow, and a hell of a bargain I had of it, too. The most rebellious, saucy, impudent dog. Set up my niggers to run away. Got off 2 gals worth 800 or 1,000 apiece. He owned to that, and when I bid him tell me where they was, he up and said he knew, but he wouldn't tell, and stood to it, though I gave him the cussedest flogging I ever gave a nigger yet. I believe he's trying to die, but I don't know as he'll make it out." "Where is he?" said George impetuously. "Let me see him." The cheeks of the young man were crimson, and his eyes flashed fire, but he prudently said nothing as yet. "He's in dat ar shed," said a little fellow who stood holding George's horse. Legree kicked the boy and swore at him, but George, without saying another word, turned and strode to the spot. Tom had been lying 2 days since the fatal night, not suffering, for every nerve of suffering was blunted and destroyed. He lay for the most part in a quiet stupor, for the laws of a powerful and well-knit frame would not at once release the imprisoned spirit. By stealth there had been there in the darkness of the night poor desolated creatures who stole from their scanty hour's rest, that they might repay to him some of those ministrations of love in which he had always been so abundant. Truly those poor disciples had little to give, only the cup of cold water, but it was given with full hearts. Tears had fallen on that honest, insensible face, tears of late repentance in the poor, ignorant heathen whom his dying love and patience had awakened to repentance, and bitter prayers breathed over him to a late-found Saviour, of whom they scarce knew more than the name, but whom the yearning, ignorant heart of man never implores in vain. Cassy, who had glided out of her place of concealment, and by overhearing learned the sacrifice that had been made for her and Emmeline, had been there the night before, defying the danger of detection, and moved by the last few words which the affectionate soul had yet strength to breathe, the long winter of despair, the ice of years had given way, and the dark, despairing woman had wept and prayed. When George entered the shed, he felt his head giddy and his heart sick. "Is it possible?" said he, kneeling down by him. "Uncle Tom, my poor, poor old friend!" Something in the voice penetrated to the ear of the dying. He moved his head gently, smiled, and said, "Jesus can make a dying bed feel soft as down pillows are." Tears, which did honour to his manly heart, fell from the young man's eyes as he bent over his poor friend. "Oh, dear Uncle Tom, do wake, do speak once more. Look up. Here's Mas'r George, your own little Mas'r George. Don't you know me?" "Mas'r George," said Tom, opening his eyes and speaking in a feeble voice. "Mas'r George." He looked bewildered. Slowly the idea seemed to fill his soul, and the vacant eye became fixed and brightened. The whole face lighted up, the hard hands clasped, and tears ran down the cheeks. "Bless the Lord, it is! It is! It's all I wanted. They haven't forgot me. It warms my soul. It does my heart good. Now I shall die content. Bless the Lord on my soul." "You shan't die. You mustn't die. Nor think of it. I've come to buy you and take you home," said George with impetuous vehemence. "Oh, Mas'r George, you're too late. The Lord's bought me and is going to take me home, and I long to go. Heaven is better than Kintuck." "Oh, don't die. It'll kill me. It'll break my heart to think what you've suffered. And lying in this old shed here. Poor, poor fellow." "Don't call me poor fellow," said Tom solemnly. "I have been poor fellow, but that's all past and gone now. I'm right in the door, going into glory. Oh, Mas'r George, heaven has come. I've got the victory. The Lord Jesus has given it to me. Glory be to his name." George was awestruck at the force, the vehemence, the power with which these broken sentences were uttered. He sat gazing in silence. Tom grasped his hand and continued, "Ye mustn't now tell Chloe, poor soul, how ye found me. 'Twould be so drefful to her. Only tell her ye found me going into glory, and that I couldn't stay for no one, and tell her the Lord stood by me everywhere and allays, and made everything light and easy. And oh, the poor chillun, and the baby, my old heart's been most broke for 'em, time and agin. Tell 'em all to follow me, follow me. Give my love to Mas'r and dear good Missus and everybody in the place. Ye don't know, 'pears like I loves 'em all. I loves every creature everywhere. It's nothing but love. Oh, Mas'r George, what a thing 'tis to be a Christian." At that moment Legree sauntered up to the door of the shed, looked in with a dogged air of affected carelessness, and turned away. "The old Satan!" said George in his indignation. "It's a comfort to think the devil will pay him for this, some of these days." "Oh, don't! Oh, ye mustn't!" said Tom, grasping his hand. "He's a poor miserable critter. It's awful to think on't. Oh, if he only could repent, the Lord would forgive him now, but I'm feared he never will." "I hope he won't," said George. "I never want to see him in heaven." "Hush, Mas'r George, it worries me. Don't feel so. He ain't done me no real harm. Only open the gate of the kingdom for me, that's all." At this moment the sudden flush of strength which the joy of meeting his young master had infused into the dying man gave way. A sudden sinking fell upon him. He closed his eyes, and that mysterious and sublime change passed over his face that told the approach of other worlds. He began to draw his breath with long, deep inspirations, and his broad chest rose and fell heavily. The expression of his face was that of a conqueror. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ?" he said, in a voice that contended with mortal weakness, and with a smile he fell asleep. George sat fixed with solemn awe. It seemed to him that the place was holy, and as he closed the lifeless eyes and rose up from the dead, only one thought possessed him, that expressed by his simple old friend: what a thing it is to be a Christian. He turned. Legree was standing sullenly behind him. Something in that dying scene had checked the natural fierceness of youthful passion. The presence of the man was simply loathsome to George, and he felt only an impulse to get away from him with as few words as possible. Fixing his keen dark eyes on Legree, he simply said, pointing to the dead, "You have got all you ever can of him. What shall I pay you for the body? I will take it away and bury it decently." "I don't sell dead niggers," said Legree doggedly. "You are welcome to bury him where and when you like." "Boys," said George in an authoritative tone to 2 or 3 negroes who were looking at the body, "help me lift him up and carry him to my wagon, and get me a spade." One of them ran for a spade. The other 2 assisted George to carry the body to the wagon. George neither spoke to nor looked at Legree, who did not countermand his orders, but stood whistling with an air of forced unconcern. He sulkily followed them to where the wagon stood at the door. George spread his cloak in the wagon and had the body carefully disposed of in it, moving the seat so as to give it room. Then he turned, fixed his eyes on Legree, and said with forced composure, "I have not as yet said to you what I think of this most atrocious affair. This is not the time and place. But, sir, this innocent blood shall have justice. I will proclaim this murder. I will go to the very first magistrate and expose you." "Do," said Legree, snapping his fingers scornfully. "I'd like to see you doing it. Where you going to get witnesses? How you going to prove it? Come now." George saw at once the force of this defiance. There was not a white person on the place, and in all Southern courts the testimony of colored blood is nothing. He felt at that moment as if he could have rent the heavens with his heart's indignant cry for justice, but in vain. "After all, what a fuss for a dead nigger," said Legree. The word was as a spark to a powder magazine. Prudence was never a cardinal virtue of the Kentucky boy. George turned, and with one indignant blow knocked Legree flat upon his face, and as he stood over him, blazing with wrath and defiance, he would have formed no bad personification of his great namesake triumphing over the dragon. Some men, however, are decidedly bettered by being knocked down. If a man lays them fairly flat in the dust, they seem immediately to conceive a respect for him, and Legree was one of that sort. As he rose, therefore, and brushed the dust from his clothes, he eyed the slow retreating wagon with some evident consideration, nor did he open his mouth till it was out of sight. Beyond the boundaries of the plantation, George had noticed a dry sandy knoll shaded by a few trees. There they made the grave. "Shall we take off the cloak, mas'r?" said the negroes, when the grave was ready. No, no, bury it with him. It's all I can give you now, poor Tom, and you shall have it." They laid him in, and the men shovelled away silently. They banked it up and laid green turf over it. "You may go, boys," said George, slipping a quarter into the hand of each. They lingered about, however. "If young Mas'r would please buy us," said one. "We'd serve him so faithful," said the other. "Hard times here, Mas'r," said the first. "Do, Mas'r, buy us, please." I can't," said George, with difficulty, motioning them off. "It's impossible." The poor fellows looked dejected and walked off in silence. "Witness, eternal God," said George, kneeling on the grave of his poor friend, "oh, witness, that from this hour I will do what one man can to drive out this curse of slavery from my land." There is no monument to mark the last resting place of our friend. He needs none. His Lord knows where he lies, and will raise him up immortal to appear with him when he shall appear in his glory. Pity him not. Such a life and death is not for pity. Nor in the riches of omnipotence is the chief glory of God, but in self-denying, suffering love. And blessed are the men whom he calls to fellowship with him, bearing their cross after him with patience. Of such it is written, "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 42. An Authentic Ghost Story. For some remarkable reason, ghostly legends were uncommonly rife about this time among the servants on Legree's place. It was whisperingly asserted that footsteps in the dead of the night had been heard descending the garret stairs and patrolling the house. In vain the doors of the upper entry had been locked. The ghost either carried a duplicate key in its pocket, or availed itself of a ghost's immemorial privilege of coming through the keyhole, and promenaded as before with a freedom that was alarming. Authorities were somewhat divided as to the outward form of the spirit, owing to a custom quite prevalent among negroes, and for aught we know among whites too, of invariably shutting the eyes and covering up heads under blankets, petticoats, or whatever else might come in use for a shelter on these occasions. Of course, as everybody knows, when the bodily eyes are thus out of the lists, the spiritual eyes are uncommonly vivacious and perspicuous, and therefore there were abundance of full-length portraits of the ghost, abundantly sworn and testified to, which, as is often the case with portraits, agreed with each other in no particular, except the common family peculiarity of the ghost tribe, the wearing of a white sheet. The poor souls were not versed in ancient history, and did not know that Shakespeare had authenticated this costume by telling how, quote, "the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the streets of Rome," unquote. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1, lines 115 to 116. And therefore their all hitting upon this is a striking fact of pneumatology which we recommend to the attention of spiritual media generally. Be it as it may, we have private reasons for knowing that a tall figure in a white sheet did walk, at the most approved ghostly hours, around the Legree premises, pass out the doors, glide about the house, disappear at intervals, and reappearing, pass up the silent stairway into that fatal garret, and that in the morning the entry doors were all found shut and locked as firm as ever. Legree could not help overhearing this whispering, and it was all the more exciting to him from the pains that were taken to conceal it from him. He drank more brandy than usual, held up his head briskly, and swore louder than ever in the daytime,
but he had bad dreams, and the visions of his head on his bed were anything but agreeable. The night after Tom's body had been carried away, he rode to the next town for a carouse, and had a high time, got home late and tired, locked his door, took out the key, and went to bed. After all, let a man take what pains he may to hush it down, a human soul is an awful, ghostly, unquiet possession for a bad man to have. Who knows the metes and bounds of it? Who knows all its awful perhapses, those shudderings and tremblings which it can no more live down than it can outlive its own eternity? What a fool is he who locks his door to keep out spirits, who has in his own bosom a spirit he dares not meet alone, whose voice, smothered far down and piled over with mountains of earthiness, is yet like the forewarning trumpet of doom. But Legree locked his door and set a chair against it. He set a night lamp at the head of his bed and put his pistols there. He examined the catches and fastenings of the windows, and then swore he didn't care for the devil and all his angels, and went to sleep. Well, he slept, for he was tired, slept soundly, but finally there came over his sleep a shadow, a horror, an apprehension of something dreadful hanging over him. It was his mother's shroud, he thought, but Cassy had it, holding it up and showing it to him. He heard a confused noise of screams and groanings, and with it all he knew he was asleep, and he struggled to wake himself. He was half awake. He was sure something was coming into his room. He knew the door was opening, but he could not stir hand or foot. At last he turned with a start. The door was open, and he saw a hand putting out his light. It was a cloudy, misty moonlight, and there he saw it, something white gliding in. He heard the still rustle of its ghostly garments. It stood still by his bed. A cold hand touched his. A voice said 3 times in a low, fearful whisper, "Come, come, come." And while he lay sweating with terror, he knew not when or how the thing was gone. He sprang out of bed and pulled at the door. It was shut and locked, and the man fell down in a swoon. After this, Legree became a harder drinker than ever before. He no longer drank cautiously, prudently, but imprudently and recklessly. There were reports around the country soon after that he was sick and dying. Excess had brought on that frightful disease that seems to throw the lurid shadows of a coming retribution back into the present life. None could bear the horrors of that sick room, when he raved and screamed and spoke of sights which almost stopped the blood of those who heard him, and at his dying bed stood a stern, white, inexorable figure, saying, "Come, come, come." By a singular coincidence, on the very night that this vision appeared to Legree, the house door was found open in the morning, and some of the negroes had seen 2 white figures gliding down the avenue toward the high road. It was near sunrise when Cassy and Emmeline paused for a moment in a little knot of trees near the town. Cassy was dressed after the manner of the Creole Spanish ladies, wholly in black. A small black bonnet on her head, covered by a veil thick with embroidery, concealed her face. It had been agreed that, in their escape, she was to personate the character of a Creole lady, and Emmeline that of her servant. Brought up from early life in connection with the highest society, the language, movements, and air of Cassy were all in agreement with this idea, and she had still enough remaining with her of a once splendid wardrobe and sets of jewels to enable her to personate the thing to advantage. She stopped in the outskirts of the town where she had noticed trunks for sale, and purchased a handsome one. This she requested the man to send along with her, and accordingly, thus escorted by a boy wheeling her trunk, and Emmeline behind her carrying her carpet-bag and sundry bundles, she made her appearance at the small tavern like a lady of consideration.
The first person that struck her after her arrival was George Shelby, who was staying there awaiting the next boat. Cassy had remarked the young man from her loophole in the garret, and seen him bear away the body of Tom, and observed with secret exultation his rencontre with Legree. Subsequently she had gathered from the conversation she had overheard among the negroes as she glided about in her ghostly disguise after nightfall, who he was, and in what relation he stood to Tom. She therefore felt an immediate accession of confidence when she found that he was, like herself, awaiting the next boat. Cassy's air and manner, address, and evident command of money prevented any rising disposition to suspicion in the hotel. People never inquire too closely into those who are fair on the main point of paying well, a thing which Cassy had foreseen when she provided herself with money. In the edge of the evening a boat was heard coming along, and George Shelby handed Cassy aboard with the politeness which comes naturally to every Kentuckian, and exerted himself to provide her with a good stateroom. Cassy kept her room and bed on pretext of illness during the whole time they were on the Red River, and was waited on with obsequious devotion by her attendant. When they arrived at the Mississippi River, George, having learned that the course of the strange lady was upward, like his own, proposed to take a stateroom for her on the same boat with himself, good-naturedly compassionating her feeble health, and desirous to do what he could to assist her. Behold, therefore, the whole party safely transferred to the good steamer Cincinnati, and sweeping up the river under a powerful head of steam. Cassy's health was much better. She sat upon the guards, came to the table, and was remarked upon in the boat as a lady that must have been very handsome. From the moment that George got the first glimpse of her face, he was troubled with one of those fleeting and indefinite likenesses which almost everybody can remember and has been at times perplexed with. He could not keep himself from looking at her and watching her perpetually. At table or sitting at her stateroom door, still she would encounter the young man's eyes fixed on her and politely withdrawn when she showed by her countenance that she was sensible to the observation. Cassy became uneasy. She began to think that he suspected something, and finally resolved to throw herself entirely on his generosity, and entrusted him with her whole history. George was heartily disposed to sympathize with anyone who had escaped from Legree's plantation, a place that he could not remember or speak of with patience, and with a courageous disregard of consequences which is characteristic of his age and state, he assured her that he would do all in his power to protect and bring them through. The next stateroom to Cassy's was occupied by a French lady named de Thou, who was accompanied by a fine little daughter, a child of some 12 summers. This lady, having gathered from George's conversation that he was from Kentucky, seemed evidently disposed to cultivate his acquaintance, in which design she was seconded by the graces of her little girl, who was about as pretty a plaything as ever diverted the weariness of a fortnight's trip on a steamboat. George's chair was often placed at her stateroom door, and Cassy, as she sat upon the guards, could hear their conversation. Madame de Thou was very minute in her inquiries as to Kentucky, where she said she had resided in a former period of her life. George discovered to his surprise that her former residence must have been in his own vicinity, and her inquiries showed a knowledge of people and things in his vicinity that was perfectly surprising to him. "Do you know," said Madame de Thou to him one day, "of any man in your neighbourhood of the name of Harris?" "There is a fellow of that name lives not far from my father's place," said George. "We never had much intercourse with him, though." "He is a large slave owner, I believe," said Madame de Thou, with a manner which seemed to betray more interest than she was exactly willing to show.
"He is," said George, looking rather surprised at her manner. "Did you ever know of his having, perhaps, you may have heard of his having a mulatto boy named George?" "Oh, certainly, George Harris. I know him well. He married a servant of my mother's, but has escaped now to Canada." "He has?" said Madame de Thou quickly. "Thank God!" George looked a surprised inquiry, but said nothing. Madame de Thou leaned her head on her hand and burst into tears. "He is my brother," she said. "Madame!" said George, with a strong accent of surprise. "Yes," said Madame de Thou, lifting her head proudly and wiping her tears. "Mr. Shelby, George Harris is my brother." "I am perfectly astonished," said George, pushing back his chair a pace or two, and looking at Madame de Thou. "I was sold to the South when he was a boy," said she. "I was bought by a good and generous man. He took me with him to the West Indies, set me free, and married me. It is but lately that he died, and I was going up to Kentucky to see if I could find and redeem my brother." "I heard him speak of a sister Emily that was sold south," said George. "Yes, indeed, I am the one," said Madame de Thou. "Tell me what sort of a—" "A very fine young man," said George, notwithstanding the curse of slavery that lay on him. "He sustained a first-rate character, both for intelligence and principle. I know, you see," he said, "because he married in our family." "What sort of a girl?" said Madame de Thou eagerly. "A treasure," said George. "A beautiful, intelligent, amiable girl, very pious. My mother had brought her up and trained her as carefully almost as a daughter. She could read and write, embroider and sew beautifully, and was a beautiful singer." "Was she born in your house?" said Madame de Thou. "No, father bought her once, in one of his trips to New Orleans, and brought her up as a present to mother. She was about 8 or 9 years old then. Father would never tell mother what he gave for her, but the other day, in looking over his old papers, we came across the bill of sale. He paid an extravagant sum for her, to be sure, I suppose on account of her extraordinary beauty." George sat with his back to Cassy, and did not see the absorbed expression of her countenance as he was giving these details. At this point in the story she touched his arm, and with a face perfectly white with interest said, "Do you know the names of the people he bought her of?" "A man of the name of Simmons, I think, was the principal in the transaction. At least, I think that was the name on the bill of sale." "Oh, my God!" said Cassy, and fell insensible on the floor of the cabin. George was wide awake now, and so was Madame de Thou. Though neither of them could conjecture what was the cause of Cassy's fainting, still they made all the tumult which is proper in such cases, George upsetting a wash-pitcher and breaking 2 tumblers in the warmth of his humanity, and various ladies in the cabin, hearing that somebody had fainted, crowded the state-room door and kept out all the air they possibly could, so that, on the whole, everything was done that could be expected. Poor Cassy, when she recovered, turned her face to the wall and wept and sobbed like a child. Perhaps, mother, you can tell what she was thinking of. Perhaps you cannot. But she felt as sure in that hour that God had had mercy on her, and that she should see her daughter, as she did months afterwards, but we anticipate. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 43. Results. The rest of our story is soon told. George Shelby, interested as any other young man might be by the romance of the incident, no less than by feelings of humanity, was at the pains to send to Cassy the bill of sale of Eliza, whose date and name all corresponded with her own knowledge of facts, and felt no doubt upon her mind as to the identity of her child. It remained now only for her to trace out the path of the fugitives. Madame de Thou and she, thus drawn together by the singular coincidence of their fortunes, proceeded immediately to Canada, and began a tour of inquiry among the stations where the numerous fugitives from slavery are located. At Amherstburg they found the missionary with whom George and Eliza had taken shelter on their first arrival in Canada, and through him were enabled to trace the family to Montreal. George and Eliza had now been 5 years free. George had found constant occupation in the shop of a worthy machinist, where he had been earning a competent support for his family, which in the meantime had been increased by the addition of another daughter. Little Harry, a fine bright boy, had been put to a good school and was making rapid proficiency in knowledge. The worthy pastor of the station in Amherstburg, where George had first landed, was so much interested in the statements of Madame de Thou and Cassy that he yielded to the solicitations of the former to accompany them to Montreal in their search, she bearing all the expense of the expedition. The scene now changes to a small neat tenement in the outskirts of Montreal. The time evening. A cheerful fire blazes on the hearth. A tea-table, covered with a snowy cloth, stands prepared for the evening meal. In one corner of the room was a table covered with a green cloth, where was an open writing desk, pens, paper, and over it a shelf of well-selected books. This was George's study. The same zeal for self-improvement which led him to steal the much-coveted arts of reading and writing amid all the toil and discouragements of his early life still led him to devote all his leisure time to self-cultivation. At this present time he is seated at the table, making notes from a volume of the family library he has been reading. "Come, George," says Eliza, "you've been gone all day. Do put down that book and let's talk while I'm getting tea. Do." And little Eliza seconds the effort by toddling up to her father and trying to pull the book out of his hand, and install herself on his knee as a substitute. "Oh, you little witch," says George, yielding, as in such circumstances man always must. "That's right," says Eliza as she begins to cut a loaf of bread. A little older she looks, her form a little fuller, her air more matronly than of yore, but evidently contented and happy, as woman need be. "Harry, my boy, how did you come on in that sum to-day?" says George, as he laid his hand on his son's head. Harry has lost his long curls, but he can never lose those eyes and eyelashes and that fine, bold brow that flushes with triumph, as he answers, "I did it, every bit of it myself, father, and nobody helped me." "That's right," says his father. "Depend on yourself, my son. You have a better chance than ever your poor father had." At this moment there is a rap at the door, and Eliza goes and opens it. The delighted "Why, this you?" calls up her husband, and the good pastor of Amherstburg is welcomed. There are 2 more women with him, and Eliza asks them to sit down. Now, if the truth must be told, the honest pastor had arranged a little programme according to which this affair was to develop itself, and on the way up all had very cautiously and prudently exhorted each other not to let things out except according to previous arrangement. What was the good man's consternation, therefore, just as he had motioned to the ladies to be seated, and was taking out his pocket-handkerchief to wipe his mouth so as to proceed to his introductory speech in good order, when Madame de Thou upset the whole plan by throwing her arms around George's neck and letting all out at once by saying,
"Oh, George, don't you know me? I'm your sister, Emily." Cassy had seated herself more composedly, and would have carried on her part very well, had not little Eliza suddenly appeared before her, in exact shape and form, every outline and curl, just as her daughter was when she saw her last. The little thing peered up in her face, and Cassy caught her up in her arms, pressed her to her bosom, saying, what at the moment she really believed, "Darling, I'm your mother." In fact, it was a troublesome matter to do up exactly in proper order, but the good pastor at last succeeded in getting everybody quiet, and delivering the speech with which he had intended to open the exercises, and in which at last he succeeded so well that his whole audience were sobbing about him in a manner that ought to satisfy any orator, ancient or modern. They knelt together, and the good man prayed, for there are some feelings so agitated and tumultuous that they can find rest only by being poured into the bosom of Almighty love. And then, rising up, the new-found family embraced each other with a holy trust in Him who from such peril and dangers and by such unknown ways had brought them together. The notebook of a missionary among the Canadian fugitives contains truth stranger than fiction. How can it be otherwise when a system prevails which whirls families and scatters their members as the wind whirls and scatters the leaves of autumn? These shores of refuge, like the eternal shore, often unite again in glad communion, hearts that for long years have mourned each other as lost. And affecting beyond expression is the earnestness with which every new arrival among them is met, if perchance it may bring tidings of mother, sister, child, or wife, still lost to view in the shadows of slavery. Deeds of heroism are wrought here more than those of romance, when defying torture and braving death itself, the fugitive voluntarily threads his way back to the terrors and perils of that dark land, that he may bring out his sister or mother or wife. One young man, of whom a missionary has told us, twice recaptured and suffering shameful stripes for his heroism, had escaped again, and in a letter which we heard read tells his friends that he is going back a third time, that he may at last bring away his sister. My good sir, is this man a hero or a criminal? Would not you do as much for your sister, and can you blame him? But to return to our friends, whom we left wiping their eyes and recovering themselves from too great and sudden a joy. They are now seated around the social board and are getting decidedly companionable, only that Cassy, who keeps little Eliza on her lap, occasionally squeezes the little thing in a manner that rather astonishes her, and obstinately refuses to have her mouth stuffed with cake to the extent the little one desires, alleging, what the child rather wonders at, that she has got something better than cake and doesn't want it. And indeed, in 2 or 3 days, such a change has passed over Cassy that our readers would scarcely know her. The despairing, haggard expression of her face has given way to one of gentle trust. She seemed to sink at once into the bosom of the family and take the little ones into her heart as something for which it long had waited. Indeed, her love seemed to flow more naturally to the little Eliza than to her own daughter, for she was the exact image and body of the child whom she had lost. The little one was a flowery bond between mother and daughter, through whom grew up acquaintanceship and affection. Eliza's steady, consistent piety, regulated by the constant reading of the sacred word, made her a proper guide for the shattered and wearied mind of her mother. Cassy yielded at once and with her whole soul to every good influence, and became a devout and tender Christian. After a day or two, Madame de Thou told her brother more particularly of her affairs. The death of her husband had left her an ample fortune, which she generously offered to share with the family. When she asked George what way she could best apply it for him, he answered, "Give me an education, Emily,
That has always been my heart's desire. Then I can do the rest." On mature deliberation, it was decided that the whole family should go for some years to France, whither they sailed, carrying Emmeline with them. The good looks of the latter won the affection of the first mate of the vessel, and shortly after entering the port, she became his wife. George remained 4 years at a French university, and applying himself with an unintermitted zeal, obtained a very thorough education. Political troubles in France at last led the family again to seek an asylum in this country. George's feelings and views as an educated man may be best expressed in a letter to one of his friends. "I feel somewhat at a loss as to my future course. True, as you have said to me, I might mingle in the circles of the whites in this country. My shade of colour is so slight, and that of my wife and family scarce perceptible. Well, perhaps on sufferance I might, but to tell you the truth, I have no wish to. My sympathies are not for my father's race, but for my mother's. To him I was no more than a fine dog or horse. To my poor heart-broken mother I was a child, and though I never saw her, after the cruel sail that separated us, till she died, yet I know she always loved me dearly. I know it by my own heart. When I think of all she suffered, of my own early sufferings, of the distresses and struggles of my heroic wife, of my sister sold in the New Orleans slave market. Though I hope to have no unchristian sentiments, yet I may be excused for saying I have no wish to pass for an American, or to identify myself with them. It is with the oppressed, enslaved African race that I cast in my lot, and if I wished anything, I would wish myself 2 shades darker rather than 1 lighter. The desire and yearning of my soul is for an African nationality. I want a people that shall have a tangible, separate existence of its own, and where am I to look for it? Not in Haiti, for in Haiti they had nothing to start with. A stream cannot rise above its fountain. The race that formed the character of the Haitians was a worn-out, effeminate one, and of course the subject race will be centuries in rising to anything. Where then shall I look? On the shores of Africa I see a republic formed of picked men, who by energy and self-educating force have in many cases individually raised themselves above a condition of slavery. Having gone through a preparatory stage of feebleness, this republic has at last become an acknowledged nation on the face of the earth, acknowledged by both France and England. There it is my wish to go and find myself a people. I am aware now that I shall have you all against me, but before you strike, hear me. During my stay in France, I have followed up with intense interest the history of my people in America. I have noted the struggle between abolitionist and colonizationist, and have received some impressions as a distant spectator which could never have occurred to me as a participator. I grant that this Liberia may have subserved all sorts of purposes by being played off in the hands of our oppressors against us. Doubtless the scheme may have been used in unjustifiable ways as a means of retarding our emancipation. But the question to me is there not a God above all man's schemes? May he not have overruled their designs and founded for us a nation by them? In these days a nation is born in a day. A nation starts now with all the great problems of republican life and civilization wrought out to its hand. It has not to discover, but only to apply. Let us, then, all take hold together with all our might, and see what we can do with this new enterprise, and the whole splendid continent of Africa opens before us and our children. Our nation shall roll the tide of civilization and Christianity along its shores, and plant there mighty republics that, growing with the rapidity of tropical vegetation, shall be for all coming ages. Do you say that I am deserting my enslaved brethren? I think not. If I forget them 1 hour, 1 moment of my life, so may God forget me. But what can I do for them here? Can I break their chains? No, not as an individual, but let me go and form part of a nation, which shall have a voice in the councils of nations, and then we can speak. A nation has a right to argue, remonstrate, implore, and present the cause of its race, which an individual has not. If Europe ever becomes a grand council of free nations, as I trust in God it will, if there serfdom and all unjust and oppressive social inequalities are done away, and if they, as France and England have done, acknowledge our position, then in the great Congress of Nations we will make our appeal and present the cause of our enslaved and suffering race, and it cannot be that free enlightened America will not then desire to wipe from her escutcheon that bar sinister which disgraces her among nations, and is as truly a curse to her as to the enslaved. But you will tell me our race have equal rights to mingle in the American Republic as the Irishman, the German, the Swede. Granted they have. We ought to be free to meet and mingle, to rise by our individual worth without any consideration of caste or color, and they who deny us this right are false to their own professed principles of human equality. We ought in particular to be allowed here. We have more than the rights of common men. We have the claim of an injured race for reparation. But then I do not want it. I want a country, a nation of my own. I think that the African race has peculiarities yet to be unfolded in the light of civilization and Christianity, which, if not the same with those of the Anglo-Saxon, may prove to be morally of even a higher type. To the Anglo-Saxon race has been entrusted the destinies of the world during its pioneer period of struggle and conflict. To that mission its stern, inflexible, energetic elements were well adapted, but as a Christian I look for another era to arise. On its borders I trust we stand, and the throes that now convulse the nations are, to my hope, but the birth-pangs of an hour of universal peace and brotherhood. I trust that the development of Africa is to be essentially a Christian one. If not a dominant and commanding race, they are at least an affectionate, magnanimous, and forgiving one. Having been called in the furnace of injustice and oppression, they have need to bind closer to their hearts that sublime doctrine of love and forgiveness, through which alone they are to conquer, which is to be their mission to spread over the continent of Africa. In myself, I confess, I am feeble for this. Full half the blood in my veins is the hot and hasty Saxon, but I have an eloquent preacher of the gospel ever by my side, in the person of my beautiful wife. When I wander, her gentler spirit ever restores me, and keeps before my eyes the Christian calling and mission of our race. As a Christian patriot, as a teacher of Christianity, I go to my country, my chosen, my glorious Africa, and to her in my heart I sometimes apply those splendid words of prophecy, whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee, I will make thee an eternal excellence, a joy of many generations. You will call me an enthusiast. You will tell me that I have not well considered what I am undertaking. But I have considered and counted the cost. I go to Liberia, not as an Elysium of romance, but as to a field of work. I expect to work with both hands, to work hard, to work against all sorts of difficulties and discouragements, and to work till I die. This is what I go for, and in this I am quite sure I shall not be disappointed. Whatever you may think of my determination, do not divorce me from your confidence. and think that in whatever I do, I act with a heart wholly given to my people. George Harris. George, with his wife, children, sister, and mother, embarked for Africa some few weeks after. If we are not mistaken, the world will yet hear from him there. Of our other characters, we have nothing very particular to write, except a word relating to Miss Ophelia and Topsy, and a farewell chapter which we shall dedicate to George Shelby. Miss Ophelia took Topsy home to Vermont with her, much to the surprise of the grave, deliberative body whom a New Englander recognizes under the term "our folks." Our folks at first thought it an odd and unnecessary addition to their well-trained domestic establishment, but so thoroughly efficient was Miss Ophelia in her conscientious endeavour to do her duty by her élève that the child rapidly grew in grace and in favour with the family and neighbourhood. At the age of womanhood she was, by her own request, baptized and became a member of the Christian church in the place, and showed so much intelligence, activity, and zeal, and desire to do good in the world, that she was at last recommended and approved as a missionary to one of the stations in Africa, and we have heard that the same activity and ingenuity which, when a child, made her so multiform and restless in her developments, is now employed in a safer and wholesomer manner in teaching the children of her own country. P.S. It will be a satisfaction to some mother also to state that some inquiries which were set on foot by Madame de Thou have resulted recently in the discovery of Cassy's son. Being a young man of energy, he had escaped some years before his mother and had been received and educated by friends of the oppressed in the north. He will soon follow his family to Africa. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 44. The Liberator. George Shelby had written to his mother merely a line stating the day that she might expect him home. Of the death scene of his old friend he had not the heart to write. He had tried several times, but only succeeded in half choking himself, and invariably finished by tearing up the paper, wiping his eyes, and rushing somewhere to get quiet. There was a pleased bustle all through the Shelby mansion that day, in expectation of the arrival of young Master George. Mrs. Shelby was seated in her comfortable parlour, where a cheerful hickory fire was dispelling the chill of the late autumn evening. A supper table, glittering with plate and cut glass, was set out, on whose arrangements our former friend, old Chloe, was presiding. Arrayed in a new calico dress, with clean white apron and high, well-starched turban, her black polished face glowing with satisfaction, she lingered with needless punctiliousness around the arrangements of the table, merely as an excuse for talking a little to her mistress. "Laws, now, won't it look natural to him?" she said. "Thar, I set his plate just whar he likes it, round by the fire. Master George allers wants de warm seat. Oh, go 'way! Why didn't Sally get out de best teapot, de little new one Master George got for Missus Christmas? I'll have it out." "And Missus has heard from Master George?" she said inquiringly. "Yes, Chloe, but only a line. Just to say he would be home to-night if he could. That's all." "Didn't say nothin' 'bout my old man, s'pose?" said Chloe, still fidgeting with the teacups. "No, he didn't. He did not speak of anything, Chloe. He said he would tell all when he got home." "Jes' like Master George. He's allers so fierce for tellin' everything hisself. I allers minded dat in Master George.
don't see for my part how white people generally can bar to have to write things much as they do, writing such slow, uneasy kind of work." Mrs. Shelby smiled. "I'm a-thinking my old man won't know de boys and de baby. Lor, she's de biggest gal now. Good she is, too, and peart, Polly is. She's out to the house now, watching de hoe cake. I's got just de very pattern my old man liked so much a-bakin'. Just sich as I gin him the mornin' he was took off. Lord bless us, how I felt dat ar mornin'." Mrs. Shelby sighed and felt a heavy weight on her heart at this allusion. She had felt uneasy ever since she received her son's letter, lest something should prove to be hidden behind the veil of silence which he had drawn. "Missus has got dem bills?" said Chloe anxiously. "Yes, Chloe." "'Cause I wants to show my old man dem very bills de perfectioner gave me. And, say he, 'Chloe, I wish you'd stay longer.' 'Thank you, mas'r,' says I would, only my old man's comin' home, and Missus, she can't do without me no longer. There's just what I telled him. Very nice man dat Mas'r Jones was." Chloe had pertinaciously insisted that the very bills in which her wages had been paid should be preserved to show her husband, in memorial of her capability, and Mrs. Shelby had readily consented to humour her in the request. "He won't know, Polly, my old man won't. Laws, it's 5 years since they tuck him. She was a baby den. Couldn't but just stand. Remember how tickled he used to be, 'cause she would keep a-fallin' over when she sought out to walk. Laws a me." The rattling of wheels now was heard. "Massa George!" said Aunt Chloe, starting to the window. Mrs. Shelby ran to the entry door and was folded in the arms of her son. Aunt Chloe stood anxiously straining her eyes out into the darkness. "Oh, poor Aunt Chloe!" said George, stopping compassionately and taking her hard black hand between both of his. "I'd have given all my fortune to have brought him with me, but he's gone to a better country." There was a passionate exclamation from Mrs. Shelby, but Aunt Chloe said nothing. The party entered the supper-room. The money of which Chloe was so proud was still lying on the table. "Thar," said she, gathering it up and holding it with a trembling hand to her mistress. "Don't never want to see nor hear on't again. Just as I knew 'twould be. Sold and murdered on dem ar old plantations." Chloe turned and was walking proudly out of the room. Mrs. Shelby followed her softly and took one of her hands, drew her down into a chair, and sat down by her. "My poor, good Chloe," said she. Chloe leaned her head on her mistress's shoulder and sobbed out, "Oh, missus, 'scuse me, my heart's broke, dat's all." "I know it is," said Mrs. Shelby as her tears fell fast, "and I cannot heal it, but Jesus can. He healeth the broken-hearted, and bindeth up their wounds." There was a silence for some time, and all wept together. At last George, sitting down beside the mourner, took her hand, and with simple pathos repeated the triumphant scene of her husband's death and his last messages of love. About a month after this, one morning, all the servants of the Shelby estate were convened together in the great hall that ran through the house to hear a few words from their young master. To the surprise of all, he appeared among them with a bundle of papers in his hand, containing a certificate of freedom to every one on the place, which he read successively and presented amid the sobs and tears and shouts of all present. Many, however, pressed around him, earnestly begging him not to send them away, and with anxious faces tendering back their free papers. "We don't want to be no freer than we are. We's allers had all we wanted. We don't want to leave the old place, and Mas'r and Missus and the rest." "My good friends," said George, as soon as he could get a silence, "there'll be no need for you to leave me. The place wants as many hands to work it as it did before. We need the same about the house as we did before. But you are now free men and free women. I shall pay you wages for your work, such as we shall agree on. The advantage is that in case of my getting in debt or dying, things that might happen, you cannot now be taken up and sold. I expect to carry on the estate and to teach you what perhaps it will take you some time to learn, how to use the rights I give you as free men and women. I expect you to be good and willing to learn, and I trust in God that I shall be faithful and willing to teach. And now, my friends, look up and thank God for the blessing of freedom." An aged patriarchal negro, who had grown grey and blind on the estate, now rose, and lifting his trembling hand, said, "Let us give thanks unto the Lord." As all kneeled by one consent, a more touching and hearty Te Deum never ascended to heaven, though borne on the peal of organ, bell, and cannon, than came from that honest old heart. On rising, another struck up a Methodist hymn of which the burden was, "The year of Jubilee is come, return, ye ransomed sinners, home." "One thing more," said George, as he stopped the congratulations of the throng. "You all remember our good old Uncle Tom?" George here gave a short narration of the scene of his death, and of his loving farewell to all on the place, and added, "It was on his grave, my friends, that I resolved before God that I would never own another slave, while it was possible to free him, that nobody through me should ever run the risk of being parted from home and friends, and dying on a lonely plantation as he died. So, when you rejoice in your freedom, think that you owe it to that good old soul, and pay it back in kindness to his wife and children. Think of your freedom every time you see Uncle Tom's cabin, and let it be a memorial to put you all in mind to follow in his steps, and be honest and faithful and Christian as he was." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larraine Paquette. Chapter 45. Concluding Remarks. The writer has often been inquired of whether this narrative is a true one, and to these inquiries she will give one general answer. The separate incidents that compose the narrative are, to a very great extent, authentic, occurring many of them either under her own observation or that of her personal friends. She or her friends have observed characters the counterpart of almost all that are here introduced, and many of the sayings are word for word as heard herself or reported to her. The personal appearance of Eliza, the character ascribed to her, are sketches drawn from life. The incorruptible fidelity, piety, and honesty of Uncle Tom had more than one development to her personal knowledge. Some of the most deeply tragic and romantic, some of the most terrible incidents have also their parallels in reality. The incident of the mothers crossing the Ohio River on the ice is a well-known fact. The story of old Prue in the second volume was an incident that fell under the personal observation of a brother of the writer, then collecting clerk to a large mercantile house in New Orleans. From the same source was derived the character of the planter Legree. Of him her brother thus wrote, speaking of visiting his plantation on a collecting tour: "He actually made me feel of his fist, which was like a blacksmith's hammer or a nodule of iron, telling me that it was calloused with knocking down niggers."
When I left the plantation, I drew a long breath and felt as if I had escaped from an ogre's den. That the tragical fate of Tom also has too many times had its parallel, there are living witnesses all over our land to testify. Let it be remembered that in all Southern states it is a principle of jurisprudence that no person of colored lineage can testify in a suit against a white, and it will be easy to see that such a case may occur wherever there is a man whose passions outweigh his interests, and a slave who has manhood or principle enough to resist his will. There is actually nothing to protect the slave's life but the character of the master. Facts too shocking to be contemplated occasionally force their way to the public ear, and the comment that one often hears made on them is more shocking than the thing itself. It is said, very likely such cases may now and then occur, but they are no sample of general practice. If the laws of New England were so arranged that a master could now and then torture an apprentice to death, would it be received with equal composure? Would it be said, these cases are rare and no samples of general practice? This injustice is an inherent one in the slave system. It cannot exist without it. The public and shameless sale of beautiful mulatto and quadroon girls has acquired a notoriety from the incidents following the capture of the Pearl. We extract the following from the speech of Honorable Horace Mann, one of the legal counsel for the defendants in that case. He says, "In that company of 76 persons who attempted in 1848 to escape from the District of Columbia in the schooner Pearl, and whose officers I assisted in defending, there were several young and healthy girls who had those peculiar attractions of form and feature which connoisseurs prize so highly. Elizabeth Russell was one of them. She immediately fell into the slave trader's fangs, and was doomed for the New Orleans market. The hearts of those that saw her were touched with pity for her fate. They offered $1,800 to redeem her, and some there were who offered to give that would not have much left after the gift, but the fiend of a slave trader was inexorable. She was dispatched to New Orleans, but when about halfway there, God had mercy on her and smote her with death. There were 2 girls named Edmondson in the same company. When about to be sent to the same market, an older sister went to the shambles to plead with the wretch who owned them for the love of God to spare his victims. He bantered her, telling what fine dresses and fine furniture they would have. "Yes," she said, "that may do very well in this life, but what will become of them in the next?" They too were sent to New Orleans, but were afterwards redeemed at an enormous ransom and brought back. Is it not plain from this that the histories of Emmeline and Cassy may have many counterparts? Justice, too, obliges the author to state that the fairness of mind and generosity attributed to St. Clare are not without a parallel, as the following anecdote will show. A few years since, a young Southern gentleman was in Cincinnati with a favorite servant who had been his personal attendant from a boy. The young man took advantage of this opportunity to secure his own freedom, and fled to the protection of a Quaker, who was quite noted in affairs of this kind. The owner was exceedingly indignant. He had always treated the slave with such indulgence, and his confidence in his affection was such, that he believed he must have been practised upon to induce him to revolt from him. He visited the Quaker in high anger, but being possessed of uncommon candour and fairness, was soon quieted by his arguments and representations. It was a side of the subject which he never had heard, never had thought on, and he immediately told the Quaker that, if his slave would, to his own face, say that it was his desire to be free, he would liberate him. An interview was forthwith procured, and Nathan was asked by his young master whether he had ever had any reason to complain of his treatment in any respect. "No, massa," said Nathan, "you've always been good to me." "Well, then, why do you want to leave me?"
Mas'r may die, and then who get me? I'd rather be a free man." After some deliberation, the young master replied, "Nathan, in your place, I think I should feel very much so myself. You are free." He immediately made him out free papers, deposited a sum of money in the hands of the Quaker to be judiciously used in assisting him to start in life, and left a very sensible and kind letter of advice to the young man. That letter was for some time in the writer's hands. The author hopes she has done justice to that nobility, generosity, and humanity which in many cases characterize individuals at the South. Such instances save us from utter despair of our kind. But she asks any person who knows the world, are such characters common anywhere? For many years of her life the author avoided all reading upon or allusion to the subject of slavery, considering it as too painful to be inquired into, and one which advancing light and civilization would certainly live down. But since the Legislature Act of 1850, when she heard with perfect surprise and consternation Christian and humane people actually recommending the remanding escaped fugitives into slavery as a duty binding on good citizens, when she heard on all hands from kind, compassionate, and estimable people in the free states of the North deliberations and discussions as to what Christian duty could be on this head, she could only think, these men and Christians cannot know what slavery is. If they did, such a question could never be open for discussion. And from this arose a desire to exhibit it in a living, dramatic reality. She has endeavored to show it fairly in its best and its worst phases. In its best aspect she has perhaps been successful, but oh, who can say what yet remains untold in that valley and shadow of death that lies the other side? To you, generous, noble-minded men and women of the South, you whose virtue and magnanimity and purity of character are the greater for the severer trial it has encountered, to you is her appeal. Have you not in your own secret souls, in your own private conversing's, felt that there are woes and evils in this accursed system, far beyond what are here shadowed or can be shadowed? Can it be otherwise? Is man ever a creature to be trusted with wholly irresponsible power? And does not the slave system, by denying the slave all legal right of testimony, make every individual owner an irresponsible despot? Can anybody fail to make the inference what the practical result will be? If there is, as we admit, a public sentiment among you, men of honor, justice, and humanity, is there not also another kind of public sentiment among the ruffian, the brutal, and debased? And cannot the ruffian, the brutal, the debased, by slave law own just as many slaves as the best and purest? Are the honorable, the just, the high-minded, and compassionate the majority anywhere in this world? The slave trade is now by American law considered as piracy. But a slave trade, as ever was carried on the coast of Africa, is an inevitable attendant and result of American slavery. And its heartbreak and its horrors, can they be told? The writer has given only a faint shadow, a dim picture of the anguish and despair that are at this very moment riving thousands of hearts, shattering thousands of families, and driving a helpless and sensitive race to frenzy and despair. There are those living who know the mothers whom this accursed traffic has driven to the murder of their children, and themselves seeking in death a shelter from woes more dreaded than death. Nothing of tragedy can be written, can be spoken, can be conceived that equals the frightful reality of scenes daily and hourly acting on our shores, beneath the shadow of American law and the shadow of the cross of Christ. And now, men and women of America, is this a thing to be trifled with, apologized for, and passed over in silence. Farmers of Massachusetts, of New Hampshire, of Vermont, of Connecticut, who read this book by the blaze of your winter evening fire. Strong-hearted, generous sailors and shipowners of Maine, is this a thing for you to countenance and encourage? Brave and generous men of New York, farmers of rich and joyous Ohio, and ye of the wide prairie states, answer, is this a thing for you to protect and countenance? And you, mothers of America, you who have learned by the cradles of your own children to love and feel for all mankind, by the sacred love you bear your child, by your joy in his beautiful, spotless infancy, by the motherly pity and tenderness with which you guide his growing years, by the anxieties of his education, by the prayers you breathe for his soul's eternal good, I beseech you, pity the mother who has all your affections and not one legal right to protect, guide, or educate the child of her bosom. By the sick hour of your child, by those dying eyes which you can never forget, by those last cries that wrung your heart when you could neither help nor save, by the desolation of that empty cradle, that silent nursery, I beseech you, pity those mothers that are constantly made childless by the American slave trade, and say, mothers of America, is this a thing to be defended, sympathized with, passed over in silence? Do you say that the people of the Free State have nothing to do with it and can do nothing? Would to God this were true, but it is not true. The people of the Free States have defended, encouraged, and participated, and are more guilty for it before God than the South, in that they have not the apology of education or custom. If the mothers of the Free States had all felt as they should in times past, the sons of the Free States would not have been the holders and proverbially the hardest masters of slaves. The sons of the Free States would not have connived at the extension of slavery in our national body. The sons of the Free States would not, as they do, trade the souls and bodies of men as an equivalent to money in their mercantile dealings. There are multitudes of slaves temporarily owned and sold again by merchants in northern cities, and shall the whole guilt or obloquy of slavery fall only on the South? Northern men, northern mothers, northern Christians have something more to do than denounce their brethren at the South. They have to look to the evil among themselves. But what can any individual do? Of that every individual can judge. There's one thing that every individual can do. They can see to it that they feel right. An atmosphere of sympathetic influence encircles every human being, and the man or woman who feels strongly, healthily, and justly on the great interests of humanity is a constant benefactor to the human race. See, then, to your sympathies in this matter. Are they in harmony with the sympathies of Christ? Or are they swayed and perverted by the sophistries of worldly policy? Christian men and women of the North, still further, you have another power. You can pray. Do you believe in prayer? Or has it become an indistinct apostolic tradition? You pray for the heathen abroad. Pray also for the heathen at home, and pray for those distressed Christians whose whole chance of religious improvement is an accident of trade and sale, from whom any adherence to the morals of Christianity is, in many cases, an impossibility, unless they have given them from above the courage and grace of martyrdom. But still more, on the shores of our Free States are emerging the poor, shattered, broken remnants of families, men and women escaped by miraculous providences from the surges of slavery, feeble in knowledge and in many cases infirm in moral constitution,
from a system which confounds and confuses every principle of Christianity and morality. They come to seek a refuge among you. They come to seek education, knowledge, Christianity. What do you owe to these poor unfortunates, O Christians? Does not every American Christian owe to the African race some effort at reparation for the wrongs that the American nation has brought upon them? Shall the doors of churches and schoolhouses be shut upon them? Shall states arise and shake them out? Shall the Church of Christ hear in silence the taunt that is thrown at them, and shrink away from the helpless hand that they stretch out, and by her silence encourage the cruelty that would chase them from our borders? If it must be so, it will be a mournful spectacle. If it must be so, the country will have reason to tremble when it remembers that the fate of nations is in the hands of the one who is very pitiful and of tender compassion. Do you say, we don't want them here, let them go to Africa? That the providence of God has provided a refuge in Africa is indeed a great and noticeable fact. But that is no reason why the Church of Christ should throw off that responsibility to this outcast race which her profession demands of her. To fill up Liberia with an ignorant, inexperienced, half-barbarized race just escaped from the chains of slavery would be only to prolong for ages the period of struggle and conflict which attends the inception of new enterprises. Let the Church of the North receive these poor sufferers in the Spirit of Christ, receive them to the educating advantages of Christian Republican society and schools, until they have attained to somewhat of a moral and intellectual maturity, and then assist them in their passage to those shores where they may put in practice the lessons they have learned in America. There is a body of men at the North, comparatively small, who have been doing this, and as the result, this country has already seen examples of men, formerly slaves, who have rapidly acquired property, reputation, and education. Talent has been developed which, considering the circumstances, is certainly remarkable. And for moral traits of honesty, kindness, tenderness of feeling, for heroic efforts and self-denials endured for the ransom of brethren and friends yet in slavery, they have been remarkable to a degree that, considering the influence under which they were born, is surprising. The writer has lived for many years on the frontier line of slave states, and has had great opportunities of observation among those who formerly were slaves. They have been in her family as servants, and in default of any other school to receive them, she has in many cases had them instructed in a family school with her own children. She has also the testimony of missionaries among the fugitives in Canada, in coincidence with her own experience, and her deductions with regard to the capabilities of the race are encouraging in the highest degree. The first desire of the emancipated slave generally is for education. There is nothing that they are not willing to give or do to have their children instructed, and so far as the writer has observed herself or taken the testimony of teachers among them, they are remarkably intelligent and quick to learn. The results of schools founded for them by benevolent individuals in Cincinnati fully establish this. The author gives the following statement of facts on the authority of Professor C. E. Stowe, then of Lane Seminary, Ohio, with regard to emancipated slaves now resident in Cincinnati, given to show the capability of the race even without any very particular assistance or encouragement. The initial letters alone are given. They are all residents of Cincinnati. B. Furniture maker, 20 years in the city, worth $10,000, all his own earnings, a Baptist. C. Full black, stolen from Africa, sold in New Orleans, been free 15 years, paid for himself $600, a farmer, owns several farms in Indiana, Presbyterian, probably worth $15,000 or $20,000, all earned by himself. K, full black, dealer in real estate, worth $30,000, about 40 years old, free 6 years, paid $1,800 for his family, member of the Baptist Church, received a legacy from his master which he has taken good care of and increased. G, full black, coal dealer, about 30 years old, worth $18,000, paid for himself twice, being once defrauded to the amount of $1,600, made all his money by his own efforts, much of it while a slave, hiring his time of his master and doing business for himself. A fine, gentlemanly fellow. W, 3/4 black, barber and waiter, from Kentucky, 19 years free, paid for self and family over $3,000, deacon in the Baptist Church. G, D, 3/4 black, whitewasher, from Kentucky, 9 years free, paid $1,500 for self and family, recently died, aged 60, worth $6,000. Professor Stowe says, with all these except G, I have been for some years personally acquainted and make my statements from my own knowledge. The writer well remembers an aged colored woman who was employed as a washerwoman in her father's family. The daughter of this woman married a slave. She was a remarkably active and capable young woman, and by her industry and thrift and the most persevering self-denial raised $900 for her husband's freedom, which she paid as she raised it into the hands of his master. She yet wanted $100 of the price when he died. She never recovered any of the money. These are but few facts among multitudes which might be adduced to show the self-denial, energy, patience, and honesty which the slave has exhibited in a state of freedom. And let it be remembered that these individuals have thus bravely succeeded in conquering for themselves comparative wealth and social position, in the face of every disadvantage and discouragement. The colored man by the law of Ohio cannot be a voter until within a few years was even denied the right of testimony in legal suits with the white, nor are these instances confined to the state of Ohio. In all states of the Union we see men but yesterday burst from the shackles of slavery, who, by a self-educating force which cannot be too much admired, have risen to highly respectable stations in society. Pennington among clergymen, Douglas and Ward among editors, are well-known instances. If this persecuted race, with every discouragement and disadvantage, have done thus much, how much more they might do if the Christian Church would act towards them in the spirit of her Lord. This is an age of the world when nations are trembling and convulsed. A mighty influence is abroad, surging and heaving the world as with an earthquake. And is America safe? Every nation that carries in its bosom great and unredressed injustice has in it the elements of this last convulsion. For what is this mighty influence, this rousing in all nations and languages, those groanings that cannot be uttered for man's freedom and equality? O Church of Christ, read the signs of the times. Is not this power the Spirit of Him whose kingdom is yet to come, and whose will to be done on earth as it is in heaven? But who may abide the day of His appearing? For that day shall burn as an oven, and He shall appear as a swift witness against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow and the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger in his right, and He shall break in pieces the oppressor. Are not these dread words for a nation bearing in her bosom so mighty an injustice? Christians, every time that you pray that the kingdom of Christ may come, can you forget that prophecy associates in dread fellowship the day of vengeance with the year of His redeemed? A day of grace is yet held out to both of us. both North and South have been guilty before God, and the Christian Church has a heavy account to answer. Not by combining together to protect injustice and cruelty, and making a common capital of sin, is this union to be saved, but by repentance, justice, and mercy, for not surer is the eternal law by which the millstone sinks in the ocean than that stronger law by which injustice and cruelty shall bring on nations the wrath of Almighty God. End of chapter 45. End of Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe.